Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Obito Sensei in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Obito Sensei Chapter 29. Victim of Success. When Team 7 returned to Konoha, not even 3 hours had passed since Fu had been kidnapped. The sun hadn't fully risen, which only made the nightmare they were all trapped in more surreal. They stumbled into existence inside the Hokage's office, and Minato tousled Naruto's hair like it was any other day, as if he hadn't just carried them across the country in an instant with his high ration. Naruto stared at his father, silent. "Be back," the Hokage said before he vanished again, presumably to put on some real clothes. Sakura looked at her teammates, and they at her, and none of them had anything to say. "Take a minute," Rin said, plopping right down on the floor in a cross-legged position and examining her hand. There was a scar there, Sakura saw, a pale splotch in the center of her palm. All of Rin's scars were like that, so faint you wouldn't notice them unless you were looking. They weren't obvious like Obito's. Obito settled down as well with a sigh. "I'm the sensei here," he said faintly. Even after 3 hours of rest he was clearly exhausted. There was still a bit of dried blood below his left eye that he'd neglected to wipe away. "But that's a good idea. Sit down, guys." For lack of anything better, Team 7 joined the adults on the floor of the Hokage's office. Sakura looked around, the quiet of the situation deafening. This was worse than the battle had been, that hadn't begged to be filled with something to distract her, at least. Naruto was the first to speak up, though it took him a minute. "What's gonna happen to Fu?" he asked. Subdued, tired. God, they were all so tired. Sasuke's eyes were red, and his hand shook occasionally. Sakura looked down at her wrist. Rin had healed her first thing, the break had been clean, like Sasuke's arm had been. Itachi hadn't been interested in hurting them, at least not permanently. A clan of traitors. None of them had told the Hokage about that. Why? Because they were scared it was true? Depends, Rin said, frank as always. If Itachi was telling the truth and she's going to reign, she'll probably be alright. She's a fully trained Jinchuriki, they'd be morons to take the beast out of her. Most likely dash. He was telling the truth, Sasuke said quietly. Rin glanced at him, and then Obito. "Sasuke," their sensei said gingerly. "You can't take that for granted. You were in a genjutsu. Itachi could have made anything seem real dash. I know my brother." Sasuke was abrupt, his voice fatal. He looked up, and his eyes were red from both his tears and his sherry-non. "I tried to spend every day with him, when he was still here. I know when he was lying. He was never good at it, not with me. I never heard about anything like what Itachi talked about, Sasuke." Obito was being careful. Sakura could feel that Sasuke was on a hair trigger, and she was sure their sensei was even more aware. Some sort of coup, it never came up. He sat up a bit straighter, trying to engage Sasuke earnestly. "I would have been approached, if there was. You weren't military police." Sasuke had been thinking about this, Sakura could tell. He hadn't stopped since they'd been thrown off the Baijuya. He'd been running the scenario in his head, over and over, trying to figure out Itachi's words. She wasn't even an Uchiha and she'd been doing the same. "You didn't live in the compound. You were the Hokage student." He chuckled. "Most of them didn't like you. The ones that died, even." "Okay," Rin said, holding up a hand. "We could do this all day. We don't know if anything Itachi said to you guys was true." "Ba dash." She interjected, pointing at Sasuke as he made to speak again. "We're finishing Naruto's question. Assuming Fu ends up in Rain, she'll be fine. Ninja being stolen from other villages like that is uncommon, but not unheard of. Depending on how attached she was to Waterfall." Rin snorted. "She might fit right in." That didn't sound so bad to Sakura. Well, getting kidnapped wouldn't be good. And that Rain would actually have hired Itachi to cause the kind of destruction he had in the village hidden in the waterfall, that left a deeply sour taste in her mouth. The thing that shinobi supply is violence. Was she being naive again? She was too tired to know. Naruto nodded, his mouth pressed into a firm line. Waterfall won't try to get her back. he asked, and Obito shook his head. From rain, he said. No. They don't have the strength, especially now. They'll be running missions non-stop to stay on their feet. 52 ninja dead, and many more wounded. It seemed a small number when Sakura put it to herself that way, but it was a significant chunk of Waterfall's strength, and 4 of them had been the village elders. Waterfall had been practically decapitated by that man with green eyes, Kakuza the Immortal. Jiraiya and Rin had killed him once each, and he'd still gotten away. Sakura didn't know what to think of that. It reminded her of Haiden, an old and crusty memory even though their first C rank had been less than a year before. It seemed there was more than one ninja running around out there that could ignore death. Who were? Sakura started to ask, before trailing off. Compared to what had happened to Sasuke, to few, her kidnapping seemed small and pointless to talk about. But Obito shifted towards her, and his expectant look drew the rest of the question out of her. Who took me? Obito and Rin shared a look. Whatever had happened to Sakura hadn't come up when Jiraiya and Minato had been conferring with what was left of Waterfall's leadership. That's a little complicated, Obito said. Rin nodded. Technically, they were traitors. Everyone in the room jumped. Even Obito and Rin hadn't heard Jiraiya enter. The man was completely silent, despite his size. Having a little powwow here, huh? He eased down. Mind if I join? Sensei, Obito said. Where the hell did you come from? Minato ditched me too, the Sunin said with a grunt. I figured I'd come find the rest of you. I'm still your mission, aren't I? He made it sound innocuous, but his look was too casual. His gaze flitted over each of them in turn, committing to no one. Wanted to see what you were doing with your brats. Traitors. Sakura was too tired to give the man any deference, no matter his age or experience. Jiraiya gave her an appraising look. At least she had her sword back, she thought, irrationally, that it helped her look more put together. What do you mean? To Konoha, Jiraiya said. Rin laughed. There's a lot of people who'd say the same thing about you, you know, she said, and Jiraiya chuckled good-naturedly. Well, you know, the traitor is the guy who punches first, he said. Sasuke shifted, looking down, staring at the carpet and seeing nothing. After that, if you hit back, you're just giving just dues. What the hell are you guys talking about? Naruto said, looking ready to burst to his feet. Who the fuck messed with Sakura? It was like someone took her over. Was that one of the rogue ninja? Root, Obito said. Naruto gave him an uncomprehending look, the word meaningless to him and Sakura both. Don't look at me like that, I think it's an anagram for something, I don't know what. Like Umbu. They also went by the foundation. Obito, you suck at this. Here's a history lesson for you kids, Rin said, scooting forward and ignoring Obito's hurt look. Before Naruto's dad, the third Hokage was in charge. You know that. They all nodded, wondering why they were being given a lesson reserved for 4-year-olds. What a lot of people didn't know was that the third had a right hand, Danzo Shimura. He was called Konoha's shadow, just like how the third was Fire's. Naruto nodded, actually paying full attention to a history lesson for what was probably the first time in his life. Sakura thought he looked kind of cute, his face scrunching up as he followed the new names. Danzo ran an offshoot of Black Ops, exempt from the Hokage's supervision, Rin continued. That was Root, Foundation, whatever they wanted to call it. It started out as a way for the third to maintain deniability for anything Konoha needed to get done, but couldn't advertise. Naruto and Sasuke both took that without question, but the assumption made Sakura want to retch. However, it turned out a lot worse than that, Rin said, her face darkening. Root was rotten to the core. With no one to keep watch on Danzo and his people, they started exploring stuff that was a lot worse than assassination or torture, human experimentation, murder, outright undermining the Hokage. But because the third trusted Danzo, cause he'd been his teammate, this all went undiscovered for a long time. It sounded convenient, Sakura thought, that a disbanded organization would have been responsible for so many terrible things when they'd first been founded to get stuff done that Konoha couldn't. It sounded like something a kid would yell when they shoved an incriminating item into someone else's hand. How'd they get found out? Naruto asked. Obito shifted, but Jiraiya was the one who spoke. I killed Danzo, he said. It all came out from there. Naruto blinked at his harsh tone. You killed the third's teammate? He asked, the gears obviously turning. Wait, wasn't he your sensei? You killed your sensei's teammate. Jiraiya grinned. He hasn't spoken to me since. What? Sakura asked. What happened? What caused that? What made them decide to target me? Danzo often conducted operations outside of the Land of Fire, Obito said, so clinical, as if he wasn't talking about people getting murdered. One of Root's last ops was in the Land of Rain. This was about 15 years ago, I think. Rain, Sasuke muttered. The whole room turned to him in surprise. It always comes back to rain. In this case, yes, Obito said. Danzo allied himself with Hanzo, which I'm sure plenty of people found hilarious, to destroy an organization he'd decided was a potential threat to Konoha. Sakura felt her spine prickle, remembering another conversation with her sensei, her time with Haku, the ridiculous books from the library, Jiraiya's apparent reputation. The past crystallized her in a moment of frightening clarity. The Akatsuki, she said. Obito nodded, and she looked at Jiraiya, eyes wide. He went after your students. The sage didn't say anything at first, just watched her with his dark eye. He'd done just the same as Obito would, she thought. They were more alike than they looked. It wasn't my first thought. We tried to talk it out, he said after a moment, his lips quirking up into a non-smile. He gestured at his missing eye. It didn't end well. For some reason it was that simple acknowledgement, more than anything else that had happened that day, that made Sakura feel all too young and stupid. The third student had killed a Hokage's teammate and right-hand man in defense of his own students, orphans from another land. It was all so tragic and absurd. So they were after you, she said. Jiraiya nodded. And you? She asked Obito. He rubbed the back of his head. That's why they used me, to get you to drop your guard. And that's why Rin was along on the mission. Root needed a lot of cleaning up once Danzo was gone, Obito said. The Yondaime wasn't sure who to trust, so he turned to me. He shifted, drawing his legs in. I became his shadow. Anyone who was left would doubtlessly hold a grudge. And there were plenty left, no one was sure who was part of the Foundation or not, so plenty went underground. Like those three, they must have been waiting for a team to lead them to Jiraiya for years. And they chose that time to do it. Naruto asked. Did they want Waterfall to? Did they want that to happen? They didn't care, Rin said. Waterfall didn't matter to them, our mission even less. They just needed to kill Obito, and Jiraiya, and me. That was the kind of shinobi Root created. Weapons that would focus on the mission, and nothing else. Team 7 digested that in silence, each of them absorbed in their own thoughts. You trained the Rain guys, right? Once again, Naruto was the one to break the silence. This time, his question was directed at Jiraiya. His father's master turned to face him, giving Naruto his full attention. Do you think Itachi told us the truth? That Rain hired him to steal Fu. Naruto's focus was clear, and Sakura couldn't blame him. He and Fu had connected instantly, her being snatched away with such violence had hurt him the most of all. Jiraiya scratched his beard. He grunted. It doesn't make me look good to say, but I don't know. He sat up. I didn't train them to be better shinobi, like I did your pouty little Uchiha here. Obito protested, and Sakura felt something that could have been a laugh on any other day in her chest. I saw 3 kids who were in a bad situation and tried to give them the tools to get out of it. Power, sure, enough to protect themselves, but also understanding. Understanding. Naruto cocked his head. Understanding the consequences of that power, Jiraiya said. What they could use it for besides creating more war, more hatred. I tried to teach them about Ninshu, the original shinobi creed. And when they founded the Akatsuki, I thought I'd succeeded, that they were trying to build something new. Ninshu? Sakura had never heard the term before, but the way Rin and Obito looked at each other made it clear this was an old discussion. Jiraiya blew out a breath. But the past few years have made it clear that was just another failure. Don't be so dramatic, Rin rolled her eyes. The sage gave her an unamused look. The Akatsuki that I killed Danzo to save is gone, he said. It drowned in its own self-importance. Sakura blinked, realizing the chain of ideology that had led Haku to her had started with the man in front of her. She was overcome with the urge to talk to him. This was the source of Haku's ideals, she thought. Jiraiya of the Sun-In had passed his ideas on to the original Akatsuki, and they to Haku, and him to her. It was bizarre to consider the circle she was participating in, sitting in this room and trying to overcome the shock of the morning. Jiraiya was still talking as Sakura tried to figure out what she would even say to him if she worked up the courage. Rain has become just another great village spreading disaster after disaster. They accumulate power, debt, and hatred like there's no bottom to it, no consequence. Snatching up rogue ninja, giving them sanctuary and acting as a lightning rod for the other villages' spite, trying to recruit promising young shinobi. He gave Sakura a loaded glance and frowned. Because they're convinced that I gave them a mission, that mission is more important than everything else in the world, they've become willing to do anything to accomplish it. He sneered. Why worry about creating more hatred, when you're going to solve it anyway? What's ninju? Sakura asked, deciding on her plan of attack. Sensei, Obito said with a warning glance. Jiraiya snorted. Your sensei doesn't want me infecting more young minds with my nonsense, he said with a wry look. But you were already approached by Rain, weren't you, Sakura? She's already been pricked. I haven't heard of that either though, Naruto said, scooting forward. And you said you were gonna talk to me later anyway. How about you tell me? Sakura gave him an appreciative look. Jiraiya looked to Obito for apparent permission, and their sensei gave him a helpless shrug. I'm the one who named you, you know, Jiraiya said, and Naruto started back. What? He asked. My dad named me? He thought about it. Hey, you're trying to change the subject. I'm the one who gave your dad that name, Jiraiya said with a bit of mean glee. And you're right about that. Do you want to know more about your name, or ninju? How about you just tell me both? Naruto said, crossing his arms and looking unimpressed. TCH. Greedy kid, aren't you? Jiraiya said. Ninja was the original shinobi creed. You already said that, Naruto grumbled, and the sage laughed. My, you're just like your father. So impatient. He said. Naruto perked up. There's a legend that the first man to control chakra intended to spread ninja as a new way of living. He was called the Sage of the Six Paths, and he grew up in an age of terrible conflict. Jiraiya got a far-off look, staring out the windows at the clear blue skies hanging over the village. His idea was that with chakra people could become more compassionate, understand and help each other, instead of fighting and killing each other all the time. He traveled around, spreading that creed and trying to create lasting peace. But eventually, people's worst natures won out. Or at least, a couple peoples did. The old man looked sad, far too sad for an old story. Ninja became ninjutsu, a creed of violence, supremacy. And the problem with something like that is that once one person is practicing ninjutsu, everyone around them only has two choices: take up ninjutsu themselves, or have their life held at the whim of those who have. That's the way of ninja in the world today. No one can stand against them. To deal with ninja, more ninja are required. And so long as ninjutsu is widely practiced, that will always be the case. Obito leaned forward. We've done this before, Jiraiya. It's already out of the bottle. I know, the man grunted. That's why I'm looking for a new solution. When the old one doesn't work, you don't just give up. You innovate. The same process that created this new way could also destroy it. Sakura wondered what Naruto and Sasuke were thinking. She couldn't read their faces. Sasuke was still staring at the carpet, while Naruto was tilting his head. Was he understanding what Jiraiya was saying, or was it just washing over him? I get why you're disappointed then, he said suddenly. Yeah, he understood, Sakura thought. 'Cause what the Akatsuki became, they don't think like that. They want to change some things, like getting rid of Hanzo, but they don't want to change the whole thing. They're just more ninja, when you wanted to get rid of that kinda thing. He looked down, pursing his lips. So you were lying earlier. You do know. You think they would have stolen Fu? Jiraiya gave him a silent stare, and Naruto looked up at him fearlessly. Is he usually like that? The Sannin quietly asked Obito. Their sensei shook his head. It's been an interesting day, he said, rubbing his shoulder. I'm right, right? Naruto asked. You're right, Jiraiya said. Rain possessing a Baijuyu is the natural next step for them. He frowned. But hiring Itaki is not. Even if they have no compunction about accepting rogues into their ranks, Itaki is on another level of notoriety. They couldn't have just assumed that no one would find out, that would be too reckless of them. So, you think they'd do it, but you can't be sure Itaki wasn't lying, Naruto said. Jiraiya nodded. It could go either way. And either way, it's dangerous. If Rain has a Jinchuriki, they'll grow that much bolder. If Itaki, for some reason, stole a Baijuyu for his own purposes. Jiraiya laughed. That might be even worse. How could we find out? Sakura asked. Find Itaki, Obito said. Sasuke growled as their sensei continued. Get hard intel out of Rain. Both of those are hard. That's the Hokage's business, not yours. Their sensei stood up, stretching. Here's the hardest part of a mission like this, he said, a little grim. You succeeded. Congratulations. This doesn't feel like success, Sakura thought, tasting some of Takigakure's smoke and ash in her mouth. I don't ever want to feel like this again. ####. Her mother was there when Sakura got home, and she wasn't sure how to feel about that. She crept through the door, wondering why she was there. The Hokage had returned and told them all to get some rest. There would be another debriefing later in the day, apparently, though Sakura wasn't sure what it could be for. What was there left to say? She wasn't sure why she'd gone home. Probably because it had felt like she didn't have anywhere else to go, even though that wasn't true. That lack of direction was what caused her to sneak into her own house as though she were a criminal. Her mother was reading a book on the couch in the living room, just off of the main entrance, and she didn't notice Sakura enter right away. On any other day, she would have marveled at that. Mabuki was a trained ninja, after all, and Sakura had never been able to sneak up on her before. Even if her mother was distracted, slipping past her would be an impressive benchmark. But Sakura took a shaky breath, her concentration and confidence more fragile than ever, and her mother's head snapped up at the sudden sound. She spun, the book coming up in a ready position, and froze at the sight of her daughter. Sakura? She asked, perplexed. You're already back. Sakura stared, no words coming to mind. She'd thought for a second that her mom might hurl the book at her head. Chakra thermodynamics and the new ninjutsu. It was pretty thick and was bound in a dull blue leather. Maybe it would knock her out, if her mom threw it hard enough. What gives? It's only been a day. Did you forget something? Mabuki frowned, rolling over the back of the couch and faultlessly coming to her feet. What's with your face? Rin had helped, but the full-body bruise Itaki had given her was still there, Sakura realized. She'd already grown used to the constant dull ache, but she was still a little swollen, for sure. Were they still not talking? Is that why she was mute? Sakura felt her lip quiver. Her mother stepped closer. She could tell something was wrong. Sakura, she said, and Sakura coughed. We succeeded in our mission, she said, surprised at how lifeless she sounded. Her mother jerked back, the same surprise written across her face. So we're back. In one day? I heard it was a B-rank retrieval. They were that easy to find. Mabuki crossed her arms. She thinks you're lying. Would her mother really think that, or was she lying to herself? Impossible to tell. One of the Sannin, Sakura said. Her mother laughed. Jiraiya. Well done then. She said. But if that's the case, why are you fretting? She thinks you're lying, and now she's being sarcastic. Sakura wished she could shut herself up, the way she'd been able to after the exam. She'd been able to shut that voice down after stabbing Gaara, after her anger had burned all other concern away. But now, she felt herself tear up. Her mother's attitude shifted instantly. She stepped forward again, hands up. "Sakura," she said, tone firmer. "What happened?" "I don't know if I'm even allowed to tell you," Sakura sobbed, her whole body shaking as she tried to control herself. "Don't cry, what are you, still a little girl? Someone who fought Itachi Uchiha on top of a tailed beast shouldn't go home and cry about it. The Hokage brought us back here dash." If her mother hesitated at that, she didn't show it. If he sent you off knowing you might go home, he would have known you might talk about your mission. And he would have trusted your judgment. She gestured, curt, no room for argument or resistance. "Let's sit down and talk about it, okay?" As soon as Sakura's back hit the couch, she started weeping. The whole story of their mission poured out of her in one long tidal wave, as though she were a breached dam. Tanzakugai, Takigakur, Root, Itachi. The only thing she was able to hold back was what Sasuke's brother had told them about the Uchiha. She was self-aware enough to know that that wasn't appropriate to talk about. Not yet, maybe not ever. Her mother watched her the whole time with wide, compassionate eyes, interrupting infrequently, asking for clarification, comforting her, mouth pressed thinner and thinner. When Sakura was finished, they both sat there, silent but for Sakura's occasional gasping. Eventually, her mother scooted over and put her arm around her. Sakura froze. Distantly, she thought that she'd treated both her parents poorly. That she needed to earn back their love, because she hadn't even apologized for screaming at them after the exam, in the hospital. That she'd been so quiet, not because she hated them but because she didn't know what to say, how to apologize, and she was sure that they would have perceived malice in that silence, because it was what she would have seen. But Mabuki hugged her, practically crushed her to her side, and there wasn't any sense of needing to earn anything in her touch. Sakura's mother accepted her unconditionally, and that realization just made her cry more. They stayed like that with no sense of time, until Sakura pulled back, and her mother let her go. "Sakura," she said with a sad smile. "It seems you're doomed to an interesting life." That made Sakura laugh, and the sound of her own laughter punctured the grey gauze that the morning had stretched over the world. It was a stupid, sudden thing, but she could breathe again, see color again, look to the future again. If she could laugh, she was still alive, she could move forward. It meant she could get back on her feet. It meant that this wasn't the end of the world. It meant that if she found it within herself, she could save few. "I'm really sorry," she said. Her mother grinned. "I don't know why I got so mad, with you and Dad. I don't know. You're a teenager," her mom said. "You're going to do stupid things. So long as you recognize that, you'll be alright." "Is he here?" "He was here yesterday," Sakura asked, and her mom nodded. "He's in town. We'll do something later, okay?" she said. "For now, let's just stay here, alright? You've had a tough morning." Sakura nodded, overcome by sudden exhaustion. She slumped against her mother's side, and Mabuki picked her book back up and began reading it in a low-accented voice, the kind of voice she only used when reading aloud. Chakra theory was normally a subject Sakura was fascinated by, but today she could barely keep her eyes opened. She slumped, the words dragging her down, and eventually fell asleep at her mother's side. Hashtag. "Sasuke," Obito said, and Sasuke narrowed his eyes. "You can't rush into this." "Oh," Sasuke said. He didn't mean for it to come out as anything, but it manifested as a threat. Everything was a threat now. He felt like a blade without a handle. "Why not? This is something that needs to be handled delicately," his sensei said. Obito had caught him on the way back home, and now they were talking above the street, away from curious ears. "You're afraid it's true," Sasuke said. It was obvious to him. Obito had always been overcautious, and now his whole body was tense, waiting to spring into action. Even though the man was family, his sensei, his superior, Sasuke couldn't feel any respect for him right now. He couldn't respect anyone who'd try to stop him. Because I understand the consequences, he said. Sasuke, if Itachi was right, if that gets out, the whole village would have no choice but to act. The military police would be dissolved, at best. The clan would be dash. I don't care, Sasuke said bluntly. Obito's face went flat. They stared at each other, and for a mid-second Sasuke thought he might strike him. You know I don't have much love for the clan, Obito said. His face twitched. But I'm still saying this. Get it through your head. He took a step forward, and Sasuke stared defiantly up at him. This isn't just about your brother anymore. There are a lot of people's lives on the line now, the rest of your families. His mouth pressed into a flat line. You wouldn't be careless with them. That's not the kind of person you are. Sasuke struggled, torn between a contrarian attack and the truth. He tried to breathe, to center himself, but that was impossible. Itachi had destroyed his center, and now he could only teeter from one extreme to the other. We'll go together then, he decided, switching from confrontory to conciliarity on a dime. Obito raised an eyebrow at the change. Sasuke knew it wasn't like him, but he didn't know what he was anymore. We're the only two who know. We'll go talk to Mom together. That's what I was hoping, Obito said cautiously. It'll be cleanest that way. He turned to go, gesturing for Sasuke to follow. But Obito, he asked, and his teacher paused. What'll you do when she confirms it? It was an ugly thing to say, and Obito didn't bother responding. He whirled out of existence, and Sasuke was left alone in the middle of the village. TCH, he said to himself. He'll beat me there. He took a mild pace, knowing that no matter how fast he went his teacher would be waiting for him by the time he got to the compound. The journey, familiar and rote, now seemed to carry some extra import. All of the other clans lived close to Konoha's center, Sasuke thought, but the Uchiha and military police compound was far to the east, almost beyond the walls and isolated from everyone else. In the past, he'd barely thought about it. Of course the police needed a separate district. That was only natural. Now, it was strange. Why so separate, when they had been one of the founding clans? Why so distant, when it was their job to protect the village? If it had been the Uchiha's decision, that spoke to an unpleasant ego. And if it hadn't been? Sasuke was so absorbed in his own thoughts that the village passed by in a flash. When someone called out his name, it took a moment for him to register it. Hey! Sasuke! His name repeated once more. He looked back and found Kiba and Yazuka chasing him across the rooftops, running along an electrical cable that bridged a street. He considered stopping. He had no idea why Kiba would be chasing him. The boy had a determined look on his face. Hinata said you were back. The boy called, and Sasuke twitched. It's only been a day. What gives? Right. The bomb. The note. Sasuke felt something in his heart calcify. Leave me alone, he said, coming to a stop but not turning around. He looked away before he could see Kiba's face shift, staring ahead. His home was only a couple miles away. What the hell? Kiba called. Sasuke heard his shoes scuff against the concrete of the roof behind him as the boy came to a stop. What's wrong with you? I don't have time, Sasuke said. He couldn't control his tone, each word came out blunt and cold, like a hammer strike. Go away. Geez, what crawled up your ass? Kiba said as he approached. Sasuke twitched. He didn't want the boy to get closer. Hinata asked me to check on you. She said dash. I don't want anyone checking on me, Sasuke spat out. He spun, and Kiba took a step back. His classmate looked shocked. What did he look like right now, Sasuke wondered. The world was painted in every color under the sun with invisible energy. His Sharingan had activated without him even thinking about it. And even if I did, that's not her job. He took a step forward, jabbing a finger at Kiba's chest. Go away. And tell her not to spy on me again. Kiba considered him, a grimace gradually twisting his face. Asshole, he growled. I don't know why she bothers caring. Sasuke stared at him. He didn't feel a thing beyond some disgusted pride at keeping such a cold face despite everything. After a moment, Kiba's eyes narrowed, and he turned. "See ya," he grunted. Sasuke didn't watch him leave. He just went on his way, back towards his home. He couldn't feel the sun on his face and back, everything seemed cold and listless. Nothing changed when he arrived at the compound. There were 2 Uchiha at the front gate, Eiji and Ari. Sasuke knew all of his clansmen's names, even if he wasn't friends with most of them. Eiji was an older man with a grey toothbrush mustache, a member of the military police. Ari was a young girl, only 5 years old and, unusually for an Uchiha, had long blonde hair. She'd been born after the massacre. One of her parents was from outside the clan. Watching the entrance was something all Uchiha took shifts on, even if it was only a formality. Sasuke had considered it a fun tradition, but now like everything else it took on an ominous aspect. "Sasuke!" Eiji called, and Sasuke gave him a nod. "Back so soon?" "As expected of you." Sasuke came to a stop before the both of them, glancing between the two. Ari gave him a shy grin, peeking out from beneath her bangs. "Has Obito come through?" he asked, and she shook her head. "Uncle Obito?" "We didn't see him," she said. A lot of the younger Uchiha called Obito that. They hadn't had time to take in the rest of the clan's ambivalence towards him. Had that been because he was the Yondame's student? "He might have popped up inside though," Eiji said. He scratched his chin and laughed. "You know how that ghost is." "Of course," Sasuke said, rushing past them into the compound. They gave him a quizzical look. He was getting good at ignoring those. His Sharingan was still one, he realized. It felt like he couldn't turn it off. It was usually as simple as flipping a switch, channeling the chakra from his core to his eyes. Now, even that felt like a live wire that he couldn't dare touch. He darted through the streets, afraid of meeting anyone else. Cold concrete, imposing architecture. Privacy, intimidation, and security overall. More pieces for the puzzle. His mind couldn't stop working. Within the minute, he was home. True to his prediction, Obito was already there. He and Sasuke's mother were seated on mats on opposite ends of a table on the back porch. When Sasuke pushed through the final door, they were locked in a silent staring match, and barely seemed to notice his arrival. "Mom," Sasuke said, and Mikoto shifted to glance at him. A smile lit up her face. "Sasuke she started to say. He cut her off, looking to Obito. "Did you say anything?" he asked. His teacher frowned and crossed his arms. He'd found the time to scrub away the dried blood on his face. "Not yet," he said, and Mikoto looked back to him, still smiling. "But she knows we have to talk." "Itaka was there," Sasuke said without preamble. His mother nodded. "Obito told me," she said. "I'm glad you're okay He told me the truth," Sasuke said, and his mother's smile disappeared so quickly that it was like it had never been there. Her burn scars shifted, flattening out, but the fury Sasuke always felt at seeing them refused to make itself known. Or his version of it. About the massacre. He stood up, trying to look older, wiser, less confused and angry, and failed miserably. Even with his mother seated, he couldn't delude himself as to the gap between them. "He told me to ask you." Mikoto considered him, and then Obito, and then Sasuke again. The comfortable silence of his house dragged itself out into something dreadful. She stood up, closing her eyes. "We should have this conversation somewhere else," she said. Sasuke's heart broke. He'd still been in denial, deep down. "That's not what you were supposed to say," he said, feeling his whole face twitch. Was he going to cry? Twice in one day? Was he that pathetic? "You were supposed to say Whatever he told you, it was a lie?" Mikoto asked gently. Sasuke couldn't even nod. "Let's go, both of you. I figured this would happen someday." She led them out of the house, to the very edges of the Uchiha's territory. Through the forests, which grew thicker and darker. No one had maintained these woods in decades, and once you were 100 feet into them, it felt as though you were 100 miles away from civilization. None of them said anything for the duration of the journey. After several minutes, they arrived at their destination. Suzuki recognized it. This was Nakano Shrine, a small building with 2 wings and a tall red torii gate washed out from years of neglect at the entrance. It was the southernmost property belonging to the Uchiha, and had never been used as long as he remembered. There were other shrines in the compound for people to think of their family, ancestors, and whatever spirits they deemed worthy of paying respect to, and after the massacre there hadn't been enough people to bother using the more distant buildings. Inside, his mother gestured, sliding open one of the front doors. She waited until Obito and Suzuki were in and then slipped it shut behind them. The moment it closed, Suzuki felt a twinge. Just like the safe house in Waterfall, there was a barrier around this shrine, though it wasn't nearly as strong. Mikoto Obito said, and she shushed him, gesturing to the east wing of the shrine. The 7th mat, she said. Obito quirked an eyebrow. There were dozens of mats lining the shrine, facing towards graves, idols, and empty space. Lift it up for me, would you? Obito hesitated, and Suzuki didn't have any patience. He ran ahead, kicking the heavy mat aside. It slammed into the wall with a dusty thump. Instead of more scuffed hardwood below it, there was a heavy stone slab, as dark as obsidian. Suzuki tapped it with his foot. It felt like stainless steel, but looked like nothing he'd ever seen before. There was a 3-tomo shurinan carved into the center. Stand back, Mikoto said. She began running through hand seals with slow deliberation. 10, 15, 20, more seals than Suzuki had ever seen for a single jutsu. When she finished the 23rd, there was a pop, a crackle of ozone, the slab lifted up in defiance of gravity, settling on its side and staying upright. A barrier had broken, Suzuki thought. The slab was only the obvious part of it. Below the dark stone, there was a staircase descending into a inky black that even his shurinan couldn't pierce. Down, Mikoto said matter-of-factly, leading the way down the stairs. There were about 70 of them, and they were steep. When they came to an end, depositing them into a small flat room, Suzuki was sure they'd gone down about 40 feet. His mother snapped her fingers, and the room lit up, torches that were fueled by chakra instead of oil around the perimeter springing to life. He and Obito looked around, taking in the mysterious basement. Far above them, the stone seal slammed shut. Suzuki felt the hair on his neck stand up as the powerful chakra barrier snapped back into place. The room was larger than he'd first thought, about 30 feet wide and 50 long, covered in mats and the odd chair. At the end of it was a stone tablet set on a pedestal. Impressive, Obito said. I couldn't find this place even with the Kamui. This place was created by Madara Uchiha, Mikoto said, walking forward and taking a seat in the center of the room. There's nowhere in the village that's more secure. She looked at them and gave a patient gesture, waiting for them to sit as well. Obito did, but Suzuki couldn't bring himself to. He stared at the 2 adults, mute. Now that he was here, he had no idea what to say. So, Mikoto eventually said when it became clear he was struck dumb. What did Itaka tell you? Suzuki faltered. It had been so easy to be angry and determined with Obito, but this was his mother looking at him so sincerely as she waited for his answer. All his courage dried up, and he was left with a sore throat and tired eyes. Surely she already knew, right? Why else would they have come down here, a place so secret even Obito didn't know about it? He told Suzuki that this was a clan of traitors, Obito said. He didn't ask for permission, but Suzuki could see he was cursed with the same curiosity and dread. He and Obito had been feeling the same, they thought. His teacher was just better at hiding it. That Yu and Fugaku and the rest of the leadership had been planning a coup, intending to supplant the Hokage. He sat back. So please, Mikoto. Tell us he was lying. Suzuki's mother frowned, took a deep breath. Paused. Shook her head. No. He put it in an unfortunate way, she decided. You're not denying it. Suzuki muttered. Something snapped. It's unfortunate. Mikoto. Obito said. You're not serious, right? No, she's serious, Suzuki bit out before his mother could respond. Look at her. He started pacing. You were planning a coup, and it made Ataka decide to kill you, and that's unfortunate. Do you want to know what happened, or do you want to be indignant? Mikoto asked. How could she be so calm? His mother has always kept her composure, but this was something else. Sasuke's hands curled into fists. I doubt Ataka told you the whole story. If you won't deny the most important part, what's the point of the rest? Sasuke shouted, coming to a stop. Did you think we'd sympathize with you? He pointed at her, his finger shaking. You've been thinking this would happen for a while. Did you fantasize that I'd be on your side? Is that why you kept telling me Ataka was after my eyes? Hoping I wouldn't question him. That I'd just accept that my brother was insane. He laughed. No point in thinking about it anymore. That would have been nice for you. Sasuke, Mikoto said with a shake of her head. I was not trying to manipulate you. We didn't tell you. She paused. Or you, Obito, we didn't tell either of you the truth to protect you. The same thing that Ataka said? Obito said. If anyone found out, we'd all be under suspicion. Exactly, Mikoto implored, spreading her hands. Sasuke shook, not understanding why Obito was as calm as his mother. It was like they were discussing training instead of treason. And Sasuke, we suspected that Ataka knew about our plan from what he said while he murdered your father. Mikoto said it so matter-of-factly that Sasuke almost didn't notice her flinch. But that motive alone never matched up with his actions. His mother's voice was calm and melodic, and Sasuke couldn't help but listen as she spoke, desperate for some clarity. Ataka murdered several Uchiha that night that were not sympathetic to the coup, as you'd call it. Mikoto drummed her fingers against the mat, lost in the past. Including Shisui. He stole one of Shisui's eyes, leaving only one for Obito. And Sasuke, though you probably don't remember this, he attempted to use his Tsukuyomi on you. You were so young, if the Yondaime had not saved you, who knows what would have happened. She sat up, frowning. He had already achieved his Mangekyo before the massacre, but did not tell us, and no one close to him had died to our knowledge. I concluded long ago that there were additional motivations that made your brother suspect. He was your age, Sasuke. When you're that young, things can't be that simple. Her calm look slipped away for the first time and revealed gut-wrenching sorrow. That was why I told you what I did. I'm sorry. Sasuke didn't have anything to say, he didn't know if he could trust a word of it. Once more, Obito stepped into the gap. So Shisui was against your scheme. He said mildly, and Mikoto laughed. Of course, she said. However, your brother was brought in early on because of his Mangekyo. But I wasn't. And Shisui was the picture of loyalty, Obito said thoughtfully. You couldn't have believed he'd go along with whatever you were planning. To explain that, perhaps I should explain the scheme, as you called it, Mikoto said with a somber look. If you don't mind. Obito nodded, and looked at Sasuke. He still didn't know what to do, so he nodded in turn. Maybe knowing his mother's truth as well would help him understand his brother's. Maybe then he'd feel less lost. It started with money, Mikoto said, settling in, but it became much more than that. And ironically, it was all born from Konoha's prosperity. It's no secret that the Leaf has enjoyed a period of never-before-seen peace and wealth. That started just before you were born, Sasuke, so you've never known anything else. The Third War pitted the Land of Fire against the world, and in the end, we came out on top. That was thanks in part to the Uchiha, of course, Shisui and Fugaku, and of course you Obito. You were just some of the legendary shinobi whose accomplishments helped Konoha dictate the terms of trade and borders that put us in such a strong position. But the Uchiha have always been pigeonholed, ever since they were given the honor of the duty of military police by the Nidaime. A bitter smile. So, despite those incredible accomplishments, the name of the Uchiha did not grow more famous, in or out of the village. Fugaku was not the man who had almost single-handedly won the Battle of 10 Rivers. He was still just the head of the KMPF. When it came time to pick the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze was picked over two of the Sandaime's own students and my own husband. A good choice, to be sure, but not the one the clan wanted or expected. Not this again. Obito muttered, and Mikoto frowned. It's important, she said softly. Don't you think it's strange that of the 4 Hokage, 2 were the Senju's leaders, and then their student, and then their student's student? The Uchiha joined with the Senju to create Konoha, and their achievements have always been just as incredible. She smiled. Perhaps more so, since we remain where they have died out. Isn't it interesting then, that there has never been an Uchiha Hokage? So the clan made the same mistake that Madara did all those years ago, Obito sneered as Sasuke struggled to keep up. For some reason he hadn't expected this kind of lecture. Throwing away their loyalty because they were dissatisfied with the power they already had. No, Mikato said. As with most things, Madara had the right idea, but he was a fool. His hatred of the Senju blinded him to what he could have achieved even as Hashirama's right-hand man. We did not hate the village, didn't even really resent it. We just wanted to make it better, in a way that the Yondaime never could. Konoha was and is the most prosperous hidden village in the world, and Minato Namikaze was content to maintain that status quo. What we wanted to do was seize the advantage. In peacetime, as usual, the budget of the military police swelled. With less enemies without, the village focused its efforts within, and gave us the wealth and influence to accomplish its vision. Before, we had always taken this without question, but now, it seemed silly. Money thrown after money, when we already had more than enough. The Hokage and the village wanted us to accomplish more, but we'd reached the limit of our mandate. There were no more laws that could be tightened up, no point in training more officers. We were too good at our job to continue on our current path. So naturally, Fugaku and I looked at expanding that mandate. There was nothing in Konoha's history to draw from for inspiration. What we wanted to do wasn't in the playbook, as it were. So sure we could do more than maintain a holding pattern, we looked outwards beyond the village for inspiration. And we found it. Mikato grimaced. In the nation of rain. Sasuke twitched. It always comes back to rain. Rain was a minor village, but it contained a small and powerful cadre of ninja. That small group expanded its influence and recruitment tools and, with several charismatic leaders, took from the country several of the duties that fell to the daimyo to enforce, its borders, its laws outside of the village, the very sovereignty that defined it. It transformed it into a nation, and swelled in power and prestige, gobbling up everyone willing to join it and transforming from a minor village into something that the 5 great villages had no choice but to pay attention to. Mikato smiled. Itake's sly look had come from her, not their doer father. Does any of that sound familiar? So. Sasuke said quietly. You wanted to do the same. We did not want to depose the daimyo, Mikato said. Or the Hokage, for that matter. That was too dramatic, and would draw retribution without a doubt. But we did want to replace the Hokage with someone who would stand up to the daimyo, someone who would be bold enough to expand the duties of the military police beyond the walls of Konoha. With the land of fire under our aegis, everyone would prosper. The country would grow safer, the village more respected, and the Uchiha more powerful. Everyone would have won. You sound like you really believed this would have worked, Obito noted, and Mikato nodded. But it's absurd. There were less than 300 military police, even before Itachi killed so many. They couldn't possibly have covered the whole country. It's absurd to think that we could have replaced all of Fire's law enforcement, Mikato laughed. But that was never the plan, we simply wanted the authority to act alongside them. Outside of Konoha, Uchiha are just glorified guard dogs, they have no legal authority. If that had changed, our clan would finally have the power it had earned. We would have been a national organization at the right hand of the daimyo, the influence Konoha could have accrued was unthinkable. And in that language. Obito said. If Shisui had believed you really were doing it for Konoha. He mulled that, apparently considering what his brother was really capable of. What's the difference between deposing and replacing the Hokage? It's semantics, Sasuke asked, shaking his head. He didn't know or care anything about law enforcement. He'd never been interested in joining the KMPF. How politely you ask, that's all, his mother said. In the end, none of this could happen until Fugaku became Hokage. To accomplish that, there were a couple methods available to us. All of them hinged on the main Jikyo available to the clan. One was Shisui using his Koda Amatsuki to force Minato to step down. He'd never, Obito grunted. You're right, Mikoto nodded. But that left our less elegant options, and Shisui knew that. I think he was probably going down a similar path to attack his purported one, in the end, feeling like he had to decide between us and the village. And he never told me? Obito asked. Mikoto frowned. I couldn't claim to know why. Perhaps he was worried you'd be assassinated. The military police knew it was playing with fire, and it knew your weaknesses before you took your brother's eye. It's not inconceivable. What were the other options? Sasuke asked. Something clicked. They were what Itachi knew, weren't they? He told me that you and father were going to go after Naruto's mom. That you were going to take the Kyuubi from her to defeat the Hokage. Mikoto bit her lip. Your brother could only ever see the worst in people. Perhaps that's what made him such an incredible ninja. Kushina was and is one of my closest friends. Killing her was never part of the equation. She shifted, her head dropping a little. But the beast inside her. Fugaku's main Jikyo could control it. He had the strength of will, and the experience. He'd faced a tailed beast before, he was confident. So you would have turned Kushina into a slave? Obito's voice was a knife. A bargaining chip to force Sensei to back down. Silence for 5, 10, 15 seconds. Sasuke stared at his mother, eyes growing narrower. He could feel his heart beating in his chest, crushed by the lack of sound, her stillness. Yes, she eventually said, so quietly that they had to strain to hear. She is a Jinchuriki, it was always her job to serve the village at all costs. If that meant being used as a bargaining chip against her husband, that was just part of her duty. Obito's hand shot out and he seized Mikoto by the collar, dragging her forward. His eyes were wide, main Jikyo active. Hey dash. Sasuke said. His sensei glanced at him, and he froze. The man looked inhuman. It would have been a pleasant dream for her, Mikoto said, fearlessly staring into Obito's eyes. She wouldn't have known anything else. Obito seethed, his grip tightening. You don't regret it, he spat, actually spat, and Mikoto didn't flinch as his spit landed on her burned cheek. Even after losing half the clan, your husband, your damn face, you don't look back on it with anything but some sad satisfaction. Would you prefer I cry? Mikoto asked. Her composure refused to crack. Her hands were still held in her lap, and despite Obito dragging her forward her posture was still perfect. Wail about how unfair it was? How much I miss my husband, my son, your brother, all the others that died. We are Konoha's greatest clan. It was always our duty to make it as strong as possible. This was the best way. You said that Madara was the fool, but from where I stand you're the real idiots, Obito growled. You were so sure that Sensei wouldn't agree with your plan. Were you really so greedy for an Uchiha to be Hokage? Fugaku, Shisui, or even Itachi, their time would have come dash. In years, Mikoto said steadfastly, when the opportunity for Konoha to truly crush all the other villages would be long gone. Minato is happy to kill without thought, but he has no stomach for changing the world. You call it patience, I call it missing the window. If you stand still in a fight, you are not patient, you are waiting to be stabbed. She pursed her lips. And note that you didn't list your name there, Obito. You were our greatest hope for Hokage. You were strong. You were famous. The prize student of the Yondaime, the most powerful main Jikyo ever recorded. If you had stepped up, even asked your teacher, no one would have questioned you. She started reaching up with one hand. But you were too weak to recognize the opportunity. Obito flinched, and Mikoto gently pried his hand from her collar. Your failure, your lack of confidence, was one of the main factors that sent the clan down this path. But now, none of that matters. Whether Itachi assumed the worst and decided only he could be trusted to solve the problem his family had become or due to some other motivation, the result was the same. We wanted to empower Konoha, and in return he slaughtered us. That is why I can no longer call him Sasuke's brother. She looked at him with a grimace. No son of mine could have been so stupid. Obito pushed her away with a disgusted look, and Mikoto almost toppled onto her back, barely catching herself with one hand. "You can deny it if you want, but you would be the fool," she said. "Hate me if you will for having the strength to bring Konoha to the top, but this will always be the Uchiha's fate." She stabbed out at the stone slab at the end of the room. "It's all there, our history and our destiny. If you turn away from that, you don't belong in this clan." "I have nothing to say to you," Obito snarled. His arm shot out towards Suzuki. "Suzuki? We're leaving." Suzuki hesitated, looking between his sensei and his mother. His eyes wandered towards the stone slab at the back of the room. What could be on it that could make his mother say something so absolute? "Now," Obito said, and Suzuki resolved to settle it later. His blood was pounding through his head, deafening him. Everything had turned out so much worse than he'd thought. He stepped forward and took Obito's hand. The hidden room beneath Nakano Shrine whirled away, and they were suddenly alone within the Kamui. Obito looked around at his world inside. Suzuki looked up at him, his whole body shaking with unspent adrenaline. Obito glanced down at him, and closed his eyes. Fuck. Obito Sensei Chapter 30. Being Hokage. Being Hokage is a difficult job. Put aside the traditional worries of leadership, the defense of the village, the paperwork, work-life balance, everything that comes with any position with important responsibilities. Those aren't what make the position of Hokage uniquely difficult. The Hokage is someone who carries the weight of the entire world on their shoulders in a very literal way. Even their minor decisions can affect the course of history, and all of them are aware of it. Examples, though they're hardly needed. The Shodaime created the modern world of hidden villages working together with their countries to develop more advanced economies and militaries than either could alone. That's by far the most dramatic, but that doesn't mean that those that followed were any less important. The Nidaime followed up on his brother's work and created most of modern Konoha, more developments aped by its rival villages. Without the Nidaime, there is no ninja academy. There are no three-man squads. There are no military police, which drew so close to disaster. The Sandaime led Konoha through 2 world wars and over 40 years of peace. That speaks for itself. When the history books are written, the Sandaime will feature in every chapter. He has been omnipresent, the professor that defined Konoha after Hashirama had founded it and Tobirama had built it. But here now is Minato Namikaze, Yondaime, who changed the world even before he was Hokage. The only man alive to fight both the Raikage and his brother and come out in one piece, and the only shinobi in existence to have a flee on sight warning. Fighting the Yondaime is an abrupt and senseless suicide, and so even though he has achieved less at first glance in his 15 years of leadership than his predecessors, he understands perhaps more than any of them the actual weight of the hat he wears. Konoha's supremacy among the villages is held up by several pillars, but Minato Namikaze alone is one of them. One man having all that power distorts things. It means that what Minato has for breakfast that morning could conceivably lead to people or whole countries dying when he makes decisions. Not even the wrong one. Just decisions. Minato is aware of this. He feels it should scare him, but it doesn't. He accepted it early on, and it no longer has an impact on him or his actions. People die, shinobi die even more often. The lessons his master taught him about peace can't be applied to the gears of modern countries, he's learned. You can overcome hatred, but not the things that cause it. Well, maybe that's not true, Minato sometimes thinks. If he wanted to, he could probably single-handedly upend the world order. He might be the only one who could. Hokage can change the whole world on a whim. But right now, Minato is content not to. Konoha steadily gains in strength under his leadership, growing beyond all others. Eventually, it will reach the point where conflict simply isn't tenable, and the villages will be able to transfer into a calmer détente than before. When the bonds of trade between countries make large-scale war an exercise in self-destruction, when people have tied themselves together with the same things that have caused their wars in the past, greed and pride, that's when the kind of conflict that created the villages in the first place will cease. This is the dream that Minato is steadily, calmly, certainly working towards. He doesn't realize it's trapped him in a way of thinking that could destroy the world, that he is still thinking in terms of countries and nations when he himself is proof that the world can be held in the hands of one man. Ironically, he's too humble to realize he's handicapping himself, a flaw he passed on to his students. But back up. Being the Hokage is a hard job because the decisions you do make will change the world just as much as the decisions you don't. Right now, the Yondaime is considering one of those decisions. As usual for the last couple years, it involves the nation of Rain. The question of his time is whether Rain truly stole the Nanabe or not. It's both in and out of character for the nation, a puzzle that Minato appreciates. Rain has been the most aggressive and mercenary village when it came to increasing their power, welcoming rogues of every village into the fold without hesitation and seeking out possible recruits from other villages, no matter how unsightly it was. Consider the microcosm of the Chunin exam, a team composed of a missing ninja from Kirigakure and 2 genius orphans, one with a powerful and rare bloodline, led by one of the legendary 7 swordsmen of Mist. A group of foundlings sent to poach whoever they could from the largest exam in years, and the one they settled on was the girl on a team with the Hokage's own son and the latest Uchiha prodigy, a sneaky move meant to throw all 3 into doubt. It has to be admired, right? Despite their ideals, Rain is a nation that holds most true to the principles of shinobi. But attacking Takigakure directly is a different kind of boldness. Rain never starts fights, they only spread instability, destroying criminal undergrounds and picking up the scraps, undercutting their neighbors with cheap shinobi and high-minded ideas. And hiring Itachi Uchiha to do it is even stranger. The man, though he is still only 19, draws attention wherever he goes. Family side tends to do that. They can't have known his brother, the one person who Itachi would be willing to tell the truth to, would be there. That was a coincidence far beyond anyone's ability to predict. But still, would they have risked it? Or are they counting on it? Minato is sure that there are still ninja out there who believe Itachi is loyal to the village. And if what he'd told Sasuke was true, that might even be the case in a twisted way. Hire Itachi to steal the Nanabe, draw more attention to Konoha? Convoluted, absurd. What would anyone gain from tricking the world into thinking that the strongest village was even stronger? So apply a razor to strip away the absurd and leave the likely. The first option, the truth. Rain is now in possession of the Nanabe. It acquired it by hiring 2 S-rank missing ninja who contracted out several dozen other rogues and directly assaulted Takigakure. Waterfall is not one of Konoha's allies, it has always been fiercely independent. But Rain expanding its power in such a brutal and straightforward manner is against the silent contract it has built up with the other villages even as it swelled up and spread its dangerous ideas. That means increased tensions. Active disruption of Rain's missions to drive down their reliability. Potentially, eventually, no matter the ideals of the Amekkage, war. The second option, the lie. Itachi seized the Nanabe for his own means and pinned the blame on the most logical scapegoat, one few would question. Rain is greedy for strength and security, it's just accepted. Few would bother looking deeper. Why would Itachi want to buy Jiraiya? For the power? He is already plenty powerful. What could he do with it? Too many possibilities to consider. Speculation is pointless without more information. But the tricky part, the only way to prove this one is to confirm that Rain still has no Jiraiya. Asking is out of the question. An answer can't be trusted. Spying and interrogation then, shinobi mainstays. Both tricky for different reasons. Interrogation is most straightforward and most difficult. Only high-ranking Rain ninja will know the truth, and they are infamously difficult to capture. No nation has dared yet, for lack of a good enough reason. Not to mention that doing so would be openly hostile, a potential act of war if done wrong. Spying then, safer, slower. Rain is filled with spies from every village, the obvious danger of any nation that welcomes anyone so willingly. The Leaf already has several operatives there, but none have the strength or dedication to become high-ranking enough to find out the truth. The only one who would be bold enough, strong enough, can't be trusted to not twist the facts to suit himself. What a shame. The future opens up, as it so often does for the Hokage. The safest and most logical option is to insert a new spy, or multiple spies. There are several critical attributes they must possess. They must be valuable, but not too valuable, since that would naturally build suspicion. Filled with potential, so they would be a tempting catch for Rain. Loyal, of course, but not without question, so again, Rain could buy the fiction. This immediately discounts the vast majority of Jonin in the village, the natural fit for a deep cover mission like this one. Minato Namikaze starts. The answer is obvious, staring him in the face. But painful. Dangerous, even. He barely blinks. A shinobi is one who sacrifices. He, who may sacrifice a piece of the village's future, the family that is shinobi of the leaf, or they, who may sacrifice their future in service. He reaches forward, picks up a pencil, and begins writing. Hashtag hashtag hashtag. A day later and Sasuke still didn't know what to do. He hadn't returned to the Uchiha compound since the talk with his mother. There was too much pain there. He couldn't imagine looking at her face, hearing her speak, so he'd completely removed himself. The time had passed in a silent haze. He ate, trained, slept. He hadn't seen his team. He'd stayed with Obito, sleeping on his couch, but his teacher had barely acknowledged him. Because Obito was struggling like Sasuke was, or because he was doing something about it. Sasuke didn't know, and didn't dare to find out. His mother's words had devastated him, but he didn't know if he could survive her suffering the penalty for treason. The world was so stark now, his brother had killed his family, no one else, and if they knew the reason why, plenty would say that his mother had gotten off lightly with her burned face. But she was still the only parent Sasuke had left, and even if he couldn't bear to see her, the thought of her being imprisoned or executed sent a chill down his spine. On the second day, someone woke him before the sun was up with a shove on his shoulder. Sasuke rolled over, still wearing his sweat-stained clothes from the day before. The digital clock mounted in the corner of the room read 4:26. He'd expected it to be Obito. Instead, Rin Nohara was staring down at him. Sasuke started, scrambling up into a sitting position as Rin crossed her arms. The lights were off, as it so often did lately. Sasuke's Sharingan activated without conscious thought, throwing the room into an eerie luminescence. Is Obito here? Rin asked, and Sasuke blinked. I've got no idea, he said, and Rin snorted. He shook his head, trying to wake up, to slow his racing heart. I'm sure you already looked for him. So he's probably not. I figured he'd be here, Rin said, looking around. The apartment was a bit of a mess, clothes and food wrappers scattered everywhere. Must be training. At 4 in the morning? Sasuke asked, the last of his grogginess falling away. Does he do that? Rin smirked. Obito loves ignoring his feelings, she said with a laugh. Considering what's up with you both, I reckon Mikoto confirmed everything. He didn't tell you? Sasuke asked, and Rin shook her head. He spoke to Sensei, she said, and Sasuke's heart froze. But he neglected to do the same with me. Probably was afraid I'd knock some sense into him. He does love moping. Under the thoughtless smile, she looked worried. Or angry. Probably both. Sasuke didn't say anything, and she frowned at him. The worst-case scenario was playing over and over in his head. Must have been really bad, huh? Could he trust her? Obito did with his life, but he hadn't told her yet. What did that mean? And yet, he couldn't keep it in. Itaka was right, he said, and Rin nodded slowly. My family was going to try and replace the Yondaime, to expand the military police beyond Konoha. Rin whistled. Damn. That's pretty serious. She examined him. You look tense. Don't worry. I'm sure it'll turn out all right. Seriously. To his surprise, Sasuke found himself angry at the notion. Pick a side. Are you scared or are you mad? But what? Rin said, sitting down on the coffee table across from the couch. She crossed her legs and propped her face up in her hand with an amused look. Nearly a decade ago, half your family decided to do something stupid and got killed for it. You think Sensei would throw away a perfectly good ninja cause they once had a bit of treason in them? She leaned forward, an intense look in her eyes. Sasuke was trapped, unable to move. After a day of not talking to anyone, This conversation was too much for him. You don't have to be frightened for your mother, Sasuke. Who are you, to say that? Sasuke felt some of the old fire ignite in him. This is none of your business. If my mother really was a traitor dash. Oh, what an Uchiha thing to say, Rin said with a sour grin. If my mother really was a traitor, she should pay, she continued in a mocking lilt. Something like that, right? Sasuke's hands curled into fists, but Rin just let out a brief laugh. I've been Obito's teammate for more than 15 years, you know, she said. I was there when he awoke his Mangekyo. We went through the war together, we came out the other side together. I was one of the first people to see you after you were born. She shifted, more intense than ever. I watched him turn away from his clan, tried to help him when he was afraid of going blind. I watched him kill himself over and over for not stopping attacking. Don't think for a second that my place isn't here. She was right, which Sasuke hated. He curled in on himself, hoping she would just go away. Come on, up and at it, Rin said, tilting the couch with one foot and threatening to tumble Sasuke off the back. I can't just leave you sitting around this dump. Obito should know better. Go away, Sasuke mumbled. Rin arched an eyebrow. I could paralyze you, if you'd prefer, she said, some visible green chakra dancing around her hands. And drag you out of here. Does that sound better? I'd like to see you try, Sasuke almost said. But he was sore, and he knew he would just be humiliated right now. Rin was an elite jonin, as close to Ataki as Obito was. She'd pin him in seconds. Fine, he eventually muttered, rolling off the couch. Rin smiled sweetly, but her tone was anything but. Take a shower first. You stink, she said. Then, we're going out. ####. You must admit this is unusual, my rival, Guy said as he drove his fist through Obito's face. The sun wouldn't rise for hours, the training field he had dragged Guy out to was still cloaked in night. You usually love your sleep. Implying something. Obito grunted. He struck back at Guy 10-15 times, throwing precise jabs at the man's vital organs with machine precision. But this was a familiar part of their years-old dance, just as the attacks Guy threw at Obito passed through his body without fail, any counter-attack Obito attempted was ruthlessly knocked aside. Guy snorted, kicking out and throwing up a huge cloud of dirt and dust. Another old trick. Neither of them were taking this seriously, despite how desperately Obito wanted to. He danced back out of the dust and Guy came after him, relentlessly kicking at his chest and head. You succeeded in your mission, didn't you? The man said, and Obito tested himself by catching the last kick, bringing it to a brutal halt inches from his face. Guy spun, twisting his whole body into a reverse roundhouse, but Obito was already long gone. You always worry too much, he continued as he hit the ground, landing in a relaxed lounging position with his head propped up on one hand. Sometimes, that's all you can worry about. Obito hadn't told his rival what had really brought them to that dark field. His sensei had told him not to. He'd just wanted a mindless fight, but Guy was always a talker. He didn't know what he'd been thinking. He tried to punt the other man in the face, but Guy rolled back as lightning quick as ever and almost caught him by the ankle. A Jinchuriki key is missing, Obito said as he tried to keep his composure. Not worth worrying about. You saved a whole hidden village, didn't you? They danced across the field destroying everything they touched. The only thing that was unmarked was Obito himself. I had help. We all need help, Guy laughed. You did all you could. Agonizing over what could have gone better is pure foolishness. He shattered the earth to punctuate his point, throwing up a wall of debris once more to mask his movement. Obito tracked every particle of dirt with his Sharingan, eye whirling madly. His left eye was closed, it had not stopped aching from the day before. He'd used the ranged Kamui more in Takigakuer than in the whole year before it, and his body and vision had paid for it. Everything was just a little blurrier, a little less defined. He was that much closer to making the fatal mistake that his eyes would inevitably cause. Can't we just fight, Guy? He asked as he spun to catch one of the man's punches and slipped through the next. Guy smiled. A fight against you is also a battle against your melancholy soul, My rival, he grinned. What worth would I be if I could not manage both? Obito stepped back, breathing out. This isn't working, he said as Guy relaxed. The both of them were unmarked, though Guy had a lot more dirt on him. Obito shook his trembling fists out. I thought this would calm me down. You thought a fight against me would calm you down? Guy asked with an arched eyebrow. Give me some credit, Obito. Despite himself, Obito laughed. Sorry, he said. I meant it would clear my head. I know what you meant, Guy said. He stretched, curling his fingers one by one and methodically checking his whole body for anything tense. You already know my suggestion for that, he said, wiggling his generous eyebrows. That's not my kinda thing, Obito said, and Guy chuckled. If you say so, he said slyly. Something more is on your mind than just that mission, isn't it? Even that wouldn't have wound you up so. It's everything, Obito acknowledged. Itake, waterfall, route. That was just part of her duty. He felt a sneer tug at his lips. My team almost died. They even used Sakura against me, he said, trying to excuse it. Guy nodded thoughtfully. It's natural, he said, to fear the worst when it passes by you so closely. Certainly I would never forgive myself if I led my own team to their deaths. His smile grew dour. But they're shinobi, and shinobi don't live for themselves. My forgiveness wouldn't be the one I should be seeking, if that happens. I don't know what I'm doing, Obito said. He was afraid to say it, but the words came out without prompting. You always say that. Guy waved him off. You have unrealistic standards for yourself. You're doing the same as the rest of us. That just makes it worse, Obito groused, and Guy laughed. Maybe. He said as he turned away. If we're not going to continue our spar, I'll return home. He immediately threw a kunai back, and Obito absent-mindedly caught it out of the air. His self-appointed rival grinned. Still on guard. Will that ever change, Obito? He prodded. Not while you're within a mile of me, no, Obito said, trying to muster up a smile. Very fair. Well, perhaps I'll find you when you're most distracted, Guy said cheerily. Get some sleep, will you? It would be unsatisfying to strike you because you passed out on your feet, right? Guy departed and left Obito alone in the dark. He looked around, still at a loss. He was tired, but he didn't want to sleep. Afraid, but no idea how to allay his fears. Furious, but with no one to take that anger out on. Standing there totally separate from the sleeping world around him, he felt trapped by the nothing that surrounded him. As usual when he had nothing to occupy him, he thought about his team. Naruto, so stable with a family that had unknowingly nearly been snatched away from him. Sakura, so angry but doing her best to channel it into something productive. Sasuke, his whole world flipped twice over. Nothing had really changed from this mission, nothing had happened that they couldn't move on from. So why did it feel like they'd passed an insurmountable wall? He passed into the Kamui for nothing much more than a change of scenery, a declaration that he could move if he wanted to, and stared around at the endless plain of stone and shining darkness. His own little world filled with weapons, blood, and the odd piece of furniture, and it felt about as remarkable as any other place. That is, not at all. Obito had often wondered how he'd ended up here. He'd been told that the main Jikyo was unique for every Uchiha worthy of unlocking it. His brother had been gifted his peerless Genjutsu, Itake his black flames and brutal Tsukuyomi. Why the variance? Obito couldn't help but think it was due to the heart's desire, a thought that was so ridiculous he'd never dared to say it out loud. It was like Rin had said, even his clan didn't know all the secrets of their eyes. He'd wanted to not have his throat slashed on that fateful day, and the blade had disappeared. Shisui had always wanted people to get along, conflict had never been in his nature, despite his incredible talent for violence. The Koda Amatsukami had been the perfect jutsu for him. But then, what did Itake want? His cousin's Sharingan was a paradox, Obito thought as he stared off into the infinite void that hid behind his own eyes. Infinite and uncontrollable destruction in one, and the ability to create whole worlds in the other. The Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were old legends in the Uchiha clan, though no records agreed on their origin or if they had even been real before Itaki had demonstrated them the night he'd killed so many of his clansmen. If his theory was right, what did that mean for Itaki's mindset? Amaterasu had gutted his own family, what was the Tsukuyomi intended for? Obito stayed like that longer than he would have liked to admit. Eventually, he shook his head and dragged himself from his stupor. Sensei, he thought. That conversation had barely started, and Minato Namikaze hardly slept. Even if it wasn't the Hokage's job, if anyone could help him work through the fury and despair that was devouring his heart, his teacher could. He turned and started walking, less than 50 steps. Space in the Kamui was fluid, always shifting according to his whim and its own. When he focused, stepping back into the real world, he was just 100 meters from the Hokage's home. Obito wandered down the street, not quite sure if he had a good idea or not but committed to it nonetheless. He reached his sensei's home before he could reconsider it, and stopped to stare at the perfectly maintained front yard. Anumbu had been following him from across the street, over the rooftops. The woman broke off when he stopped, somehow only now realizing who he was despite the fact he'd just teleported to the Hokage's home. There was a single dim light on in the kitchen, someone besides him was up at this ungodly hour. Obito stepped through the front gate and then the door, not bothering to open either, and padded down the silent hallway, more comfortable there than he was in his own apartment. He passed through the threshold to the kitchen and froze. Kushina paused and looked up at him, her cheeks bulging with rice. She was seated at the central table with a long plate of food spread out before her, and was wearing bright pink pajamas covered in tiny rabbit faces. She blinked, swallowed slowly, and waved at him. "Obito," she said quietly. "You know what time it is, right?" Obito blinked back. "Same goes to you," he said. What are you doing?" "Oh, like you've never woken up in the middle of the night and stuffed your face," Kushina said, gesturing at him to sit down. Their voices didn't carry beyond the room, Obito noticed. It really was just like Kushina to set up such a ridiculously accurate barrier for an early morning snack. "When I was a teenager," he said neutrally. Kushina snorted. "How else do you think I keep my youth?" she asked, and Obito couldn't help but laugh. She poked a fried egg suspended on chopsticks at him. "Want one?" "No dash," he started to say, before she flicked it into his open mouth. He almost swallowed in shock, and Kushina laughed. "Not a suggestion," she said. Obito grudgingly chewed. "It's interesting when it's this late, right?" Kushina said as Obito swallowed. "Everything feels different, you know." "I don't usually get up this early," Obito lied. He sat down at the table, and Kushina gave him an unimpressed look. "How's Naruto?" "He's not who you want to talk to me about," Kushina said, and Obito grit his teeth. "He's my student," he said, gathering his own portion of post-midnight snacks. Kushina gracefully conceded with a nod. "How's he doing?" "Bad," she said, munching on some more rice with a contemplative look. "Bitter. Bitter?" Obito asked. "About what happened to Waterfall?" "He's furious." "I'm sure you already knew that." "That was obvious." Obito drummed his fingers on the table. "I've never seen him like that. Not even with Gaara." "He was putting me in Fu's place," Kushina said. Obito blinked, both at how obvious the statement was and how absurd it was he hadn't realized it before. "You know, a girl, Jinchuriki, kicks a lot of ass dash." Obito snorted, and Kushina cracked a smile. "Yeah," he laughed at that too. But then it just made him mad. The smile faded. "He asked if anyone had ever tried to kidnap me. That was just part of her duty." Obito stiffened as Kushina continued. "I told him the truth. He didn't like it." "He's a kid," Obito said, and Kushina nodded distantly, staring off at the distance. "Even after what they've been through, they haven't seen the real world. Just the parts of it that have poked through." "That's a little morbid," Kushina frowned. "You're not talking like that to him, are you?" She said it seriously, but Obito could see the humor inside the accusation. "Only sometimes," he said. Kushina chuckled. Obito paused, not sure if this was where to step in but compelled to nonetheless. "Kushina, What's Sensei going to do about the clan? Kushina hummed, taking another bite. Obito picked at his own portion out of a sense of solidarity. You haven't asked why I was up so late. It doesn't matter. Naruto and I argued. We haven't done that in a while. It always gets loud, Kushina said, almost wistful. I went to train, probably the same as you. Drawing out the fox's chakra is always exhausting. Obito's hand slammed down on the tabletop, sending everything jumping an inch, and Kushina stopped short. Rude, she said mildly. Obito leaned forward. My clan, he said, each word sharp. His shadow on the table was deep and dark. What is Sensei going to do? Kushina looked up and locked eyes with him. She looked unamused. Most likely, nothing. Obito jerked back, the legs of his chair scraping on the floor, and Kushina's eyes narrowed. Nothing? He asked. What the hell do you mean? Did you really think it would be different? Did you want them to be punished that bad? Kushina sat up and crossed her arms, an imposing figure in her pink bunny pajamas. Her hair was dancing with traces of crimson chakra. Obito saw, some of the Kyuubi was still in her, even if her training was over. I didn't want them to dash. Don't lie to me, Kushina snapped. Obito realized right away that he'd made a mistake. Kushina had practically become his sister after Kakashi had died. An older, smarter, meaner sister. She could see right through him without even trying. You always resented them. First they ignored you for your brother, and then they wouldn't leave you alone. They never cared about you. And now, you want me to think you didn't want them to get theirs. She let out a single high laugh. Ha! You're a good guy, Obito, but everyone's got that bit of pettiness in them, you know. Well, they should. Obito shot to his feet, but Kushina stayed seated. They're traitors, every one of them that considered that plan. Even if that's true, Obito, it doesn't matter anymore, Kushina said. They all died. They were desperate. They were greedy. Obito felt as though he were talking to a crazy person. Could she really not see? They could be both. Kushina finally went to her feet, nearly overturning the table. It was the village's failure that they ever reached that point. What a bunch of bullshit, Obito spat. Have you been speaking to Mikoto? You sound just like her. She's my friend, Kushina snarled. Obito laughed. She's always been. Some friend. He sneered. Did Minato tell you what she was planning to do to you? Of course. Kushina shouted, stamping her bare foot. I'm a Jinchuriki, Obito. I'm the Jinchuriki. The legacy of the first, of the greatest beast, the one with the most responsibility. I've always been a weapon, and I'll always be one. If you don't see me that way, it's not because you're normal. It's because you're you. Stupid and kind and naive. Mikoto seeing I could be a weapon doesn't mean she's not my friend, it just makes her a shinobi. Obito gaped, feeling like the front of his head had been cracked open. You can't really think that, he said harshly, and Kushina cocked her head. You can't think otherwise. Not when you've lived the life you have. You're a person, Obito said, feeling like his words were trying to pierce Kushina's mind. You're a wife, a mother. If you died. It was too terrible to say out loud. How would he even put it? I don't know what I'd do. How pathetic would that be? Kushina watched him with clear sorrow. I'm all that. But I'm also a shinobi. We all know that means I have to be ready to sacrifice everything. Just like that, the fight was out of both of them, the dreadful weight of what they were saying dragging their spirits down. What do you think, Obito? Do you think if your friends had to pick between you and the village, they would pick you? Obito remembered Kakashi's father, dead by his own hands when his teammate had been barely into the academy. No. And they shouldn't, he said, knowing he was conceding an argument that he couldn't fully see yet. So what's the difference between that and what Mikoto wanted? Kushina said, holding up her hand before Obito could interject. She thought it was me or the village. That if the Uchiha didn't move, Konoha would fall behind. Most likely she still thinks that. She paused, took a breath. If you had the same choice, you'd make the same decision, right? No. Obito said it without hesitation. Kushina blinked. After a moment, she dropped her head. That's why. She started to say, before trailing off. What? Kushina shook her head. It's mean. Obito felt his face harden. Say it. That's why you're not ready to be Hokage, Kushina whispered. That struck them silent for almost a minute. You let her into your home, Obito eventually said. You trusted her with your life. With your family. And I probably still will, Kushina said. She sighed. I don't have many friends, Obito. She's not worth throwing away for that. She's already suffered enough. She lost her husband, her son, half her clan, most of her face. Isn't that enough punishment for you? She sat back down and stirred her rice restlessly, as Obito stood mute. What were you picturing? That we'd drag Mikoto out into the street and execute her? Or be clever about it? Poison her? Use that as a pretext for a war, maybe? Send her on more dangerous missions until she gave her life for the village? How would that make us look, throwing away a ninja like her? It's too late for a real punishment, no matter what, we'll look weak now. You've gotta be kidding, Obito muttered. He didn't have a better retort. Kushina's words were harsh and truthful. I'm not. Minato isn't either. She looked up. If you can't live with that, you'll have to learn how to. That's your duty, you know. I can't accept that, he said, searching for some of that fire he'd had just a minute ago. She'd been right, he realized. He'd been hoping that Mikoto would be executed. What she'd said had hurt him that badly. He'd wanted Sasuke's mother killed for that. Now that that possibility was gone. He was relieved, Obito realized with disgust. He didn't want to be relieved. Hadn't both of his teachers always said that accepting the status quo was the first mistake you could make, and here one of them was ignoring treason itself to uphold it? As though such a thing had a statute of limitation? Whoops, they'd waited too long to unearth the truth, nothing they could do. He felt his lips curl back in a sneer. You don't have a choice, Kushina said. She cleared her plate, shoveling spare food into the refrigerator. I don't want to talk about this anymore, Obito. Not when you're like this. It's too embarrassing. For you. Obito grunted, and Kushina shook her head. For you, she said. You're acting like a child. Get over yourself. The village is bigger than this, bigger than either of us. Minato can see that, and that's all there is to it. There has to be a punishment. He spat. If there's not dash. Kushina didn't bother staying to listen. She left him there in the kitchen, vanishing into the hall. Obito stood there trembling, stuck in his own head. Eventually, he walked out, passing through the familiar home. To his surprise, he found Rin and Sasuke waiting in the street outside. Rin stepped forward, meeting him in the street halfway. Wow, you look like shit too. What a surprise. What are you doing here? He asked, glancing between her and Sasuke. Had she retrieved him from his apartment? Wait, she must have seen the mess then. Shit. Looking for you, Sasuke said blearily. Said she'd paralyze me if I didn't get up. Only temporarily. Rin insisted. Wanted to make sure you didn't do anything stupid, Obito. She glanced at the house behind him. But we might be too late for that. I don't want to talk about it, he muttered. What, did everyone just want to pick on him today? Didn't people have better things to do at this hour? He just wanted to go back to bed. That bad, huh? Rin frowned. Don't tell me you were saying the same stuff as Sasuke. It only took a look for Obito to understand Sasuke had been feeling the same way he had. Maybe even worse. He nodded, and Rin pursed her lips. I understand both of you. Don't think I don't, she said cautiously. But you can't hold on to this. Not like this. It's just going to drive you nuts. It's way beyond either of you. It's our family, Sasuke muttered, and Obito was too tired to do anything but nod. Every family has some shame, Rin said. You're not special in that regard. What's the point in agonizing over what could have been? It's completely out of your control. You're telling me you'll forgive her? Obito said with a bite, and Rin's face hardened. No, she said quietly. One hand curled into a fist. I'd snap her neck in a second if Sensei gave the okay. She stiffened, looking down at Sasuke, but the boy didn't react. But that's not gonna solve anything. It would just be a waste. So I'm going to. She sneered. We are all going to just let it be. Not forgive. Not forget. Just leave it. That's the deal. Rin sighed, her whole body relaxing. And if I can, you can too. ####. It used to be that when Sakura wanted to disappear, she read books. But at some point, she'd changed. Now, she trained. She couldn't have told anyone when it had happened, but if someone had demanded a guess she would have assumed after her first C rank. It felt like that was when everything had changed. Normally, she would have trained with Tenten, but today, she was alone. Sakura felt like she needed it. She was trying to find herself. Sitting there on the grass, her legs crossed under her and her eyes closed, Sakura rhythmically rotated the chakra in her arm countless times, sending it surging up to her palm again and again. She was trying to block out the world entirely, to only perceive herself. But it was hard. She'd had dinner with her parents the night before, and it had stabilized her in a way she hadn't even realized she'd needed. The silent wall that had separated them had broken, she'd never been so relieved in her life. There was a kind of peace and clarity between them now that she'd never felt before. Maybe it was the kind of thing that developed between a daughter and her parents when they were meeting as equals. They were both shinobi now, and that had bridged one of the final gaps that existed in all relationships. Or at least, Sakura thought so. It felt right to her, so whether it was entirely truthful or not mattered less than that. However, she still couldn't focus on just herself and on her ninjutsu. Every time she took a breath, she saw waterfall in flames, and every time she breathed out she remembered that midnight in the forest of death, the conversation that had shaped her so suddenly. The paradox between them clashed violently, and it felt to her like with every breath she was filled up with more and more hatred. You weren't supposed to hate, Sakura thought. Hate made you make dumb mistakes. Hate was what led to all the suffering she hated so much in the first place. But even though she knew it was stupid, she hated Haku for lying to her, she hated Itaka for what he'd done to Waterfall, she hated Sasuke's family for being stupid enough to plan whatever had gotten them killed, she hated the root agent that had stolen her mind. She filled up with more venom and hate with every breath and spiraling surge of her chakra as she felt her palm growing heavier, so much that the hatred gave her a migraine, and she hated that too. If you focus like this, the voice that was her said, then hate's just another tool. You can't hate that. Sakura opened her eyes and found a faint green raise-non sitting in the palm of her hand. She took a startled breath and it flickered, but after a moment the rotating chakra stabilized. She analyzed it, looking over every inch of it and memorizing the feeling of it, the weight. It spun so fast that it looked slow, like water cascading down a circular stone. It really was like her Ryusuiken, she thought. The feeling was so similar, but smaller, a distinct compressed violence. Something drifted across her mind, if she combined the techniques somehow, it would probably be able to destroy just about anything. Fu and Gaara had both shown her that blocking the flowing water blade wasn't impossible, but what if it hit with the force of this raise-non, sending all that energy exploding out with every blow? She was so engrossed with the technique, just staring at it and flexing her arm to analyze the minute push and pull of her chakra, that it took her an embarrassing amount of time to realize someone was crouched down about 10 feet in front of her, watching it with the same analytical eyes. Sakura started and flinched back, the raise-non in her hands flickering away. The yondaime stood up from his squat, and Sakura scrambled to her feet, not wanting to sit when the Hokage wasn't. They stared at each other for a moment, Sakura in total shock. Why was he here? How long had he been here? Was this real? She bowed unsteadily, and the yondaime stepped forward. Sorry for startling you, Sakura, he said, and she straightened up at the acknowledgement. So Naruto taught you it, huh? Yes sir, she said, and he didn't correct her. She was talking to the Hokage right now, she thought, not Naruto's father. But I only managed it just now. I saw, he said neutrally. That's good. That's impressive. He grinned. It's all three of you now. I'm flattered to see my technique passed down like that. I'm sure Naruto didn't mean to dash, Sakura started to say, but the yondaime held up his hand and she closed her mouth. Most shinobi want to keep their techniques secret, he said. And of course, I feel similarly. But the Rasengan was my gift to both Naruto and Jiraiya. If they shared it, that's their decision. He gestured again. Sit down, Sakura. A command, which Sakura followed without hesitation. She didn't know what was happening, but the Hokage's presence brooked no disobedience. To her astonishment, Minato Namikaze plopped himself down right beside her. I've got something to ask you, Sakura, he said. You know how my technique works, right? Sakura nodded slowly, not sure where this was going. Do you mean the Flying Thunder God? She asked. The Hokage nodded. I know as much as anyone. You mark something with a jutsu formula and then you can teleport to it. I don't know how it works, of course. It was one of the funny things about shinobi that the more famous you grew, the more people knew your tricks. But the yondaime's trick was so good that even knowing what it was didn't give an advantage. No, of course not, the Hokage said. No one but me does. That's something I would never share. Do you know why? Well, you're the yellow flash, Sakura said, immediately knowing it was the wrong answer. The wind rustled through their hair. If it wasn't just yours. There are Hiraishin marks all over the world, the Hokage said. On all sorts of things. They'll never vanish, even if I die, unless I remove them myself. That's why I'm so careful about what I put them on. Because if someone else figured it out, Sakura realized. Then anyone and everything I've ever marked would be in danger, Minato said somberly. I used to have marks on Kushina, Naruto, Obito, and plenty others, but a decade ago I realized that was a terrible mistake. If I've marked someone with the Hiraishin, they've essentially become my weapon, and if anyone else figured my jutsu out, they'd be the first to die. That's why I keep them on my ku now. You understand? Why are you telling me this? Sakura asked suddenly. Her stomach was sinking, and her migraine was growing stronger. Maybe it was paranoia, but... You already know what he's going to say. I have a mission for you, Sakura, Minato said. But Naruto and Sasuke aren't here, she said, confused. It's not for them, the Hokage said with a sad smile. I'll tell you all about it. You'll have plenty of time to consider it. Till the end of the month. And then, if you accept it. He held his hand out, palm facing upward. With your permission, I'll put the Hiraishin's mark on you. Obito Sensei Chapter 31. The Last Birthday. March was coming to an end, and Team Guy and Seven were beating the tar out of each other, something that had become a hobby for the both of them. It was a time-honored ritual by now, with each member pairing off with their well-known partner. Guy chased Obito, Neji crushed Sasuke, Lee pounded Naruto, and Tenten and Sakura sparred. But, Tenten thought, lately something had started to change. Guy still hadn't touched Obito, but Neji's matches with Sasuke were starting to last longer, and the boy was quicker to rise when they were over. Naruto and Lee were almost fighting at par now. Her cheerful teammate obviously wasn't giving everything he could, but Naruto was able to keep up with him, and his seal work was getting trickier and more adept at neutralizing the advantages of his physically superior opponent. They were all improving each other, but Team 7 was catching up to them with frightful speed. Maybe, Tenten sometimes thought but was loath to admit, they just had that indefinable factor of talent, the same thing that had pushed Neji to the top. If anyone surely possessed it, it was Sakura. Tenten had fond memories of her first couple spars with the younger girl, the way she'd been able to mold a firm grip out of her uncertainty. It had given her an understanding of why her sensei had decided to teach. It was incredibly satisfying. Tenten had fallen back from swords in the last couple months, training her shurikenjutsu. They were just another tool to her, and the memory of her Chunin exam was always firm in her mind. She'd lost, even if the village had decided otherwise, because she hadn't been able to bring down her opponent fast enough. Haku, and Tenten's own teammates, were masters of taijutsu, and Tenten needed tricks to keep up with them. That much was obvious to her. If she'd brought down the cold boy from a distance, before he could have stepped into those mirrors, or pinned him down to keep him from reaching the stream, or. Tenten had stepped away from swords, but Sakura had embraced hers with a ridiculous single-mindedness. Kenjutsu was in her blood, Tenten reckoned. The pink-haired girl was becoming a sword herself, sharp and sure and pretty to look at. All that and more flashed through Tenten's mind as she watched her blade twirl up into the air, spinning out of her hands. She looked down at the naked blade between them. The last time Sakura had managed this, she'd just stood there, gaping at the apparent impossibility. She'd had no self-confidence at all. It had never even crossed her mind that she'd be able to knock Tenten's sword away. There was none of that this time. Sakura's sword was totally steady, and she locked eyes with Tenten while keeping it pointed at her heart. "Yield?" she asked with a small grin. Tenten was peripherally aware of Lee and Naruto stopping what was essentially a slap fight to watch them. She smiled back, and then dropped to sweep Sakura's legs. The younger girl let out a screech as both her feet left the ground, and Tenten flipped over on top of her as she hit the ground with a grunt. She didn't let go of her sword the whole time, forcing Tenten to pin her right arm with one knee as she pressed down lightly on Sakura's chest with the other. Sakura tried to kick her in the back of the head, but Tenten was more than ready and secured Sakura's leg with her left arm. Her grapple was even more secure. "Yield," she parried, and Sakura laughed. "You got me," she surrendered, and Tenten released her arm and leg. She rolled back to her feet, but Sakura stayed there lying on her back. "You're still faster than me," she groaned, and Tenten decided to sit down next to her. Lee and Naruto turned their attention back to each other with a joint yell. "I don't know how to fix that." "Not true," Tenten pointed out as Lee threw a punch at Naruto's head that barely missed, ruffling the boy's blonde hair. "In fact, it's just the opposite. You're even more comfortable than me with a sword now, Sakura. When it comes to that, you're faster than me. Stronger too." Sakura sat up and tucked her legs under her. "So it's a comfort thing. You need to work on your taijutsu more," Tenten nodded. "It's not a physical thing. It's confidence." Like usual, she internally amended with a grin. "That's why your kenjutsu and ninjutsu are already better than mine. I guess." Sakura looked unconvinced. "Maybe we should trade partners," Tenten suggested. "Lee could get you up to speed quickly. I'm sure you've noticed how much Naruto's improved." To her surprise, Sakura recoiled. "I'd rather train with you," she said quietly, and Tenten cocked her head. "What, do you not like him?" "He's a little loud, but dash," she said, getting ready to defend her teammate's honor, but Sakura shook her head. "No, nothing like that. I just prefer to train with you." She blew out a frustrated breath. "If that doesn't sound weird." "A little," Tenten grinned, ruffling her long hair and eliciting a protest. "But it's sweet." Lee landed a brutal kick to Naruto's gut and the boy went down, the wind knocked out of him. Sakura flinched. "He would definitely help you though." "I know." Lee raised a foot to smash Naruto into the earth and Sakura's teammate rolled to the right, leaving an explosive jutsu formula beneath him. Lee jumped back, barely avoiding the blast, but a kunai came out of the cloud of debris it raised and slammed right into his forehead, handle first. Tenten jumped up with a laugh. "He got you," she cried, and Lee laughed right back. "I would have been fine," he said with a wide grin. "You are always telling me how thick my skull is, Tenten. Would just a knife penetrate it?" Tenten quirked an eyebrow, and Lee gave her an exaggerated shrug. He turned back to Naruto, who was looking a little overly self-satisfied. "A good trick, Naruto." He tapped his forehead. "But I would have dodged it if it were the blade." "Sure you would have," Naruto shot back. "My round. You want a rest?" Lee nodded, and they joined Tenten and Sakura, sitting down to watch the show. Only Neji, Sasuke, Guy, and Obito were left, and all four were tearing the field to shreds in their mock battles. Tenten let out an appreciative whoop as Sasuke shot a fireball right at Neji, who spun right through it without even singing his hair. How's it been for you guys? Naruto asked. Tenten gave him a considerate look. It had been more than a month since Team 7's B rank that had ended in a minor village burning down, and they were all apparently back to normal. That was a pretty good turnaround, she thought. She didn't know what she'd do if she'd seen what Sakura had. It's been good, she said. Lee nodded in agreement. A pretty boring winter, I guess. But I'm happy that spring's here. Well, you cannot say that, Tenten, Lee said. You made Chunin, after all. You and Niji have been taking turns running the team. Really? Sakura asked with a blink. You haven't said anything about that. Yeah, Tenten said, feeling a flash of guilt, maybe? She couldn't identify the feeling that well. Had she not wanted to rub it in their faces that none of them had passed? That sounded about right, though she hadn't thought about it till just now. You lucked out honestly, Sakura, she said, instantly regretting it. Do you not like it? Sakura asked. Tenten frowned, rolling the question over in her head. I don't dislike it, she said. Guy-sensei has had me and Niji trade off on a couple missions, give commands, make decisions, that kind of thing. But it's never been anything serious, like dash. What you guys did. Even if it's gone off without a hitch, it's weird to have that responsibility, she said, leaving the previous thought unspoken. Sakura was a freakishly good listener, she thought, watching the girl's eyes. She just took everything in without criticism or compunction, storing everything in that lightning-quick mind of hers. It made Tenten feel like she was saying something important no matter how mundane the words. I don't feel ready for it. Do you think you will? Naruto asked. He was just the opposite, Tenten thought. Sakura was curious, but she held her questions. Naruto never hesitated to interrupt with his own curiosity or opinions. She laughed. I'll have to. She said. I've got those responsibilities now, after all. I could have some other ninja's life in my hands someday. She softened a little. But it was definitely easier just to take orders. Yeah, Sakura said distantly. Tenten gave her a curious look at the detached tone. The girl was staring up at the cloudy sky, her eyes tracing an invisible figure. It's easy. Naruto sprung up, apparently bored. Cool. Wanna race to that tree? He asked Lee, and the other boy popped up as well. He didn't even agree, they just took up, kicking grass near the girl's face as they sprinted towards the other side of the clearing. Tenten sat there with Sakura for a couple minutes, watching their sensei spar. Guy-sensei and Obito had been quiet for some time now, engaged in what Tenten could only call an old-fashioned quick-draw duel, like two ancient samurai. It wasn't a carefully positioned standoff like those had been. The distances the two men were trying to draw was measured in tens of meters as Obito leaped about, looking for an opening, and Guy followed him like a hunting bird, always prepared to strike the moment the man became vulnerable. Obito was sweating, Tenten could see, her sensei was pushing his ghost-like jutsu to its limit. The standoff ended faster than she could follow. Obito suddenly ducked, and Guy struck out with a picture-perfect haymaker. He missed. The air pressure of his fist blew a spatter of bark off a tree 50 feet away. Tenten blinked. She'd never seen her sensei punch that hard. A graze. Tenten's sensei hooped, leaping 3 feet into the air. A graze, my rival. Obito tapped his shoulder. Tenten could see a rip in the material. Her sensei had actually hit the Uchiha. But the other man's fingers came away clean. He laughed, pulling at his collar to show his unmarked shoulder. If you want to count my shirt, we'll count it. What? Guy yelled. No. I had you. He raised an accusatory finger, and Tenten couldn't help but giggle. You cheater. Just take the shirt. Obito said, and Guy shook his head furiously as Tenten resisted the urge to double over laughing. It's more than anyone else has managed. Rin may have hidden it, but you came home full of holes. Guy declared. What am I, if I can't even bruise you? And with that, he threw himself at Obito once more, abandoning subtlety and smashing the earth to pieces as the man turned and ran. Tenten turned to Sakura with a laugh and found that her friend was still staring at the sky. She'd missed the whole exchange. She watched her friend for a moment, analyzing the cast of Sakura's face. She wasn't Niji, able to pick out every micro-expression, but it was obvious to anyone that Sakura was somewhere else, somewhere she didn't want to be. "Sakura?" she asked. Sakura sucked in a sudden breath, snapping back to reality. Her whole body jumped with a surge of adrenaline, and her head jerked to the side with a shocked expression. "Yeah," she said after a second, trying and failing to sound normal. Tenten narrowed her eyes. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Sensei almost hit Obito Sensei." Sakura blinked in surprise, looking back at the men chasing each other around the field, her own teacher hooting with laughter the whole time. She watched him with a particular intensity. Something was up, Tenten was sure of it now. "Wow," Sakura thought. "That's pretty crazy. I don't think anyone can hit Obito if it's one-on-one." Tenten filed away that thought, and the way Sakura said it with obvious experience. "You didn't answer the question," she noted. Sakura frowned, looked down, plucked a blade of grass, fidgeted with it. They sat in silence for nearly a minute. "Are you okay?" "Tenten," Sakura eventually said, her voice thick. Tenten shifted at her tone. It almost sounded like the younger girl was going to cry. "You know you're my best friend, right?" The words spoken so plainly hit Tenten like a rock to the face, and she sat back, not even able to ponder the question. "Of course," she said without thinking, verbalizing something that before then had been unspoken. "Friends, of course. Best friends." Actually, yes, as surprising as it was. Sakura was the first one she wanted to talk to for almost anything. She didn't have parents, didn't have siblings, but if Niji and Lee were her brothers, then Sakura was definitely her sister. "I'm glad," Sakura said, so quiet that Tenten had to strain to hear. "Sometimes I feel like I could be a better friend." God, she really did seem like she was about to cry. What was happening? "Sakura," Tenten said, desperate to reassure her friend. "Don't ever think that. You're doing great." Sakura nodded, but Tenten couldn't tell if she believed her or not. She grabbed the girl's shoulder, forcing them face to face. "Seriously. You don't need to do anything more. Don't ever think otherwise, okay?" Sakura stared at her, the both of them transfixed, and then nodded again. This time, that confidence that Tenten had tried to train into her was there. "Okay," she said, gently removing Tenten's arm. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," Tenten grinned. "Do you need to talk about something?" "Maybe later," Sakura said with a little laugh, before she grew more serious. "Actually, definitely later." "Promise?" Tenten asked. "'Cause I don't want you to be freaking out over something like that." Her best friend nodded. "I promise." ####. A couple hours later, Naruto was washing dirt out of his hair in the sink when he got a bright idea. He looked up at his reflection in the mirror, pleased at the lack of black eyes. He'd always come away from sparring with Lee with one or two before. It was nice to hang out with Lee and his team, he thought, but ever since their B rank they hadn't seen anyone else from their graduating class. Well, around the village of course, but nothing planned or directed. He kinda missed it, even if it was childish to want to do something like hanging out again. But then, that's what Obito Sensei and Might Guy were doing, right? And Obito hung out with other adults like Rin for sure. Maybe they could all get together, he thought. There wasn't any shame in asking. Catching up with Tenten and Lee and Niji had been cool, even if the Hyuga was too cocky to hold a conversation with. Doing the same with Shikamaru and Kiba and Koji and all the others would be nice too. There was something else driving his thoughts, though Naruto didn't like acknowledging it. Sasuke had gotten grumpier and grumpier since his brother had told him about his family. He couldn't blame him. He'd asked his mom and dad about it, and they'd explained there wasn't any point in punishing Sasuke's mother, but Naruto knew if he was in Sasuke's position he would never accept that. He could barely accept it. Mikoto had always been so nice to him. The idea that that same woman had wanted to use his mom as a weapon was too strange to contemplate. Just like Sasuke and Obito Sensei were, he'd completely avoided Sasuke's mom since they'd come back to Konoha. Something else had happened to Sakura, which Naruto figured for Fu getting kidnapped. She'd been withdrawn, and a little sad. She'd tried to mask it with a cheerful attitude, throwing herself into training and mastering the Raise-Non, but he could always tell with her. When Sakura was happy, she wasn't 100% happy. She always had something on her mind, which Naruto loved about her. When she was acting like she was totally happy, she was definitely trying to hide something. But he had no idea what. He skipped away from the sink in search of his mom. She wasn't in the house, so he checked the roof. She was up there, her long red hair blowing the cool breeze, standing stock still and staring at the sky. "Hey," he said as he jumped up, and his mom gave him a rueful look. "Hey," she said. "What's up? What's up with you?" He shot back. "Something up there?" His mom shrugged. "We finally made that modification to the barrier. Do you remember? From a couple months ago." She blinked. "Wow, almost 9 now, right? Is that when you graduated?" Naruto ran the numbers in his head and was pretty sure it made sense. "Yup," he said, giving a thumbs up. It didn't seem like that long, but his team had made the time pass in the blink of an eye. "Do you mean the thing Mikoto was helping you with?" Something he couldn't recognize flickered across his mom's face. "Yeah," she said. "Watch. We'll see if it works in a second or not." He settled down on the roof to watch with his mom, enjoying the quiet in her presence. She sat down next to him and wrapped an arm around him. He started to squirm away, but stopped after a second. He'd yelled at her way too loud when she'd told him that it wasn't unusual for Fu to get kidnapped, that Cloud had almost done the same to her. She hadn't deserved any of that. He'd just been angry and stupid. She could hug him if she wanted. Naruto learned lessons slowly, but that night had taught him in a way that he couldn't forget that getting mad would just waste his time. A minute later, the whole sky flashed red. "Yes." Kushina jumped up, punching at the sky. "Take that." "Was that good?" Naruto asked, and his mother whirled on him as the sky returned to its normal color. It wasn't the sky itself, he realized after a second, it was the whole barrier around the village, normally completely invisible. Could Sasuke see it with his Sharingan? It must have been weird to realize there was a ceiling over the whole village that only Uchiha and probably Hyuga could see. "Very good," his mother said with a wide grin. "It actually works. The barrier can actually detect malice." "And towards Konoha." "Malice?" Naruto said, an ancient conversation worming its way back into his head. "That's so specific though. How the heck did you make a formula that could pick that up? Anyone coming into the village in a bad mood would get swarmed by the Umbu Dash." His mom gave him a sly look. "This," she said, tapping her stomach. "Really?" Naruto asked. "You mean, the fox? How does that even work?" He wasn't just curious now, he'd had no idea jutsu formula or barriers in general could be tuned to that level of specificity, and the potential was sending his mind spinning. The kind of stuff he could make with an exploding rock that only went off if you were mad. "The Kyuubi always sought out and destroyed places where people gathered," Kushina said. "Most people throughout history just thought it was because it was a giant monster, and that was probably part of it, but I had a hunch. It annihilated so many shinobi, what if it was finding them in a particular way?" Her smile faded a little. "So I asked Mikoto for help." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "Why her?" "This was before," Kushina said. "Just before the exam." Her face fell. Naruto had never seen his mom look heartbroken before. "I probably wouldn't now." "You shouldn't," Naruto said, surprised at how bitter he sounded. "It was fine," his mother said flatly. "Your father was there. I wasn't in any danger. And like I told you, Mikoto doesn't want to do anything to me anymore. She doesn't have any reason to." It sounded stupid to Naruto, but if both his parents agreed on it, it couldn't be stupid. They were too smart for that. He accepted it, trying to bury the grudging feeling. "She helped me control the fox. She was really good at it. She definitely could have taken me." Kushina laughed. Naruto didn't see what was so funny about it. It wasn't like a conversation, but we looked inside its mind. It was like diving to the bottom of the ocean, but all the water was fire. She shivered. Wouldn't want to do it again. But it was worth it. She smirked. The Kyuubi could detect malice. It sought out that malice and killed everyone feeling it, who knows why. Maybe because it wanted a monopoly on hatred. There's nothing else inside it. But when Mikoto and I came out, I could see how to shape chakra to pick that feeling up, like a tuning fork. That's what I used to finish the barrier. I couldn't even describe it to you, Naruto. I'd have to show you. She looked back up at the now invisible barrier. Maybe I could do it myself now, if I worked on it. How cool would that be? Pretty cool, Naruto agreed, not sure if his mother was nuts or not. And you made it specific to the village. Yeah. I mean, I couldn't set it to be, man, I hate Konoha, or anything, Kushina said. But I could focus on parts of it. I'll show you the formula if you want, though. She laughed. None of the barrier corp thought it would work. It didn't make sense to them. But destruction, revolution, annihilation. Those were bits of malice I could focus on. If that makes sense. Nope. Naruto said cheerfully. But I'll look at it later. Maybe that'll help. Maybe. Kushina admitted. What did you come up here for anyway? You didn't know about the barrier test, did you? Nope. Naruto said again. I was wondering if it'd be okay if I invited some people over tonight. Probably. Kushina said, smartly not committing to anything. Who are you thinking? Well, Sakura and Sasuke, duh, Naruto said. And Lee and Neji and Tenten, and Kiba, and Koji, and Shino, and Hinata, and Shikamaru for sure, and I guess Ino too. And their teachers too, maybe. You think Obito would want to hang out with Kurane and Asuma and Guy? Well, assuming Guy didn't try to deck him, Kushina said with a laugh. But for sure, they're all friends with him. You just wanna get together with half your class, huh? It's been a while, Naruto said. I was thinking. I shouldn't take them for granted, you know. His mom gave him a thoughtful look. That's very mature, Naruto. Nah. Is it? She nodded. Weird. She smiled. Well, I'd be okay with it. I doubt your father would care. But the day's almost halfway done already. You better start sending out invitations. I thought I could use this. Naruto said. He put his hands together and there was a puff of smoke, and suddenly there were a dozen more of him on the roof. Is that okay? How are you feeling? Kushina asked, and Naruto shrugged. He was already pretty tired from training, but splitting his chakra 12 times hadn't hit him that hard. He felt a little hollow, like he was hungry, but was fine besides that. Okay, if you're sure. Just be ready for all the memories, okay? That's the part that can get you. Yeah, Naruto said, dismissing his mom. He'd be fine. You know what to do. He told his clones, and they all let out various affirmatives and jumped off the roof out into the village. He watched them go, watched himself go. Pretty weird, but definitely cool. Emma grab a snack, all right. He said, and his mom gave him a wave. Sounds good. I'm going to stay up here. There's a couple more tests they're running, she said before chuckling. Your dad sent me home cause I was getting a little manic. Sucker should have known I'd at least watch from the roof. Naruto laughed and left his mom behind, heading back into his home. It took about 20 minutes before the first of the clones popped, by which time Naruto had settled down on the couch with a glass of water and an apple and was idly flipping a kunai through the air. The first clone had found Sasuke, which wasn't too surprising. His friend had been a little surly, but he'd agreed. Naruto folded in the new memory and waited. One by one, more memories came in. Teammate in the street, just finishing lunch. They all agreed, though Hinata seemed hesitant. Lee and Guy together, Tenten and Neji separately, also agreed. Shikamaru at his home, lazily agreed, like he did everything else. Koji training, agreed after inquiring after the food situation. Kurane and Asuma together, agreeing with some amusement. Obito, enthusiastic, with Rin rushing in soon afterwards to tag along. His clones found Sakura and Ino last. Sakura hesitated, strange, said in a way Naruto couldn't define. Then she smiled and agreed. It made Naruto's heart beat harder when he got that memory. Her hair draped over her shoulders and she looked up from her book at the library. He hadn't paid attention to the title, only her. Ino was the last, and she called him an idiot. Naruto, you moron, the memory said. Do you even know what day it is? The clone had scratched its head. The 28th, right. Ino had blinked and just about ripped her hair out. You don't know your own teammate's birthday. Sasuke's birthday isn't, oh. Naruto was sure that the only reason Ino hadn't hit him was cause she'd known he'd disappear if she did. And Sakura didn't say anything. That girl. Ino had shook her head. You have to do something for her. And besides, your house is way too small to host all those people. And it's the Hokage's. Show some respect, even if he's your dad. Mine would be much better. We just finished a new balcony. Let everyone know we should meet there, around 6, and celebrate. And bring something for Sakura. She hates gifts, but you'll be a bad friend if you don't. Is Koji coming? Oh God, I better let my dad know. I don't want to spend everything from the last rank on groceries. Naruto laughed at the memory, wondering why Sakura hadn't mentioned it. She was turning 14. He'd almost forgotten she was more than half a year older than him. It was super lucky he'd decided to ask around. He also quickly realized the problem. Crap, he said out loud. Why'd you have to be last, Ino? He made another dozen clones and ordered them to get the new instructions out right away. The Yamanaka was bossy, but she was right, her house was a lot bigger, and they definitely needed to do something for Sakura. The second set of clones pulled something from him. He immediately knew he'd pushed himself a little farther than he should have. You couldn't casually pull out more than 20 clones after sparring all morning with Lee, and racing him. That was just stupid. Naruto grabbed some more water and struggled to keep his eyes open as his clones went about their errands. He wasn't positive, but he was pretty sure his parents had told him that if you fell asleep, or maybe it was knocked out, one of them would make all your clones disappear. That would just be embarrassing. It went faster since the clones all knew where everyone was now. They all reacted to the change in venue and purpose with bemusement, which Naruto was glad for. He didn't want any of his friends to think he was stupid. When his memory of Sakura came back, he sat up, more awake. Oh wow, his teammate had said, before she let out a quiet laugh. I forgot. I actually forgot. She laughed again, more genuinely. I can't believe. Naruto, I don't want anyone to make a big deal of it. I've never really celebrated my birthday. I always just did something with my parents. You don't have to bring any gifts, okay? Who the heck could forget their own birthday? Are you alright? She'd asked. You look tired. We don't have to do anything if you are not feeling well. His clone had smiled. I'm good, he'd confirmed. And I'm getting you something. I'll see you at 6, okay? Sakura had given him a smile back, something that made his heart jump, and then he'd dispelled. The moment those memories returned, Naruto passed out on the couch. He justified it as a short nap before the party, cause that's definitely what it was now, but that was a white lie. He'd pushed himself too far. Fighting and racing Lee and then making 24 clones was too much for his chakra for now. If he wanted to use the shadow clones more, he'd have to keep training his stamina. Sprawled out on the couch with a half-eaten apple lying on his chest, Naruto dozed, and dreamed. It was a weird dream, one where things went fast and slow and he moved from one place to another with no sense of motion. The kind where you were awake enough to know something was strange, but not nearly enough to affect anything. You were just along for the ride. He was carried from Konoha to Waterfall to the sky. The villages burning, overlaid over one another like a kid's picture book. Waterfall's enormous tree went up like a firework, filling the world with smoke and light. He felt his hand get scorched again, the pain feeling so real, instantly washed away by a cool breeze. He fell, seeing the whole forest stretched out below him, felt his whole body slow to a crawl, suspended in the air and hearing the buzz of enormous wings. When he landed, the ground was as soft as a pillow and the grass rippled away from him like he was a stone in a pond. It was an endless field in one direction, and a sharp drop-off. He heard water, the crash of waves. He'd only seen the ocean once, when he was very young, but the sound had been deafening and it refused to be forgotten. The dream slowed down, trapped in ice. He was there, but he wasn't alone. Standing in front of him, her back turned to him, her pink hair swishing back and forth in a wind he couldn't feel, was Sakura. Her hands were clasped behind her back, the way she did when she was nervous, or agonizing over a question. She swayed back and forth, following the motion of her hair. Naruto called out, and Sakura looked back at him. He grinned, and she grinned back. She said something, but he couldn't hear her. Even though he could read lips, hers said nothing. She said it again, more urgently. "I can't hear you," he said. She frowned, turning away and taking a step forward, towards the cliff, the ocean below. She turned to face him and spoke again. Still silent. The wind was picking up. He was frozen in place, his feet rooted in the grass. He shook his head, and her face twisted in laughter. She started gesturing to herself, to the ocean, with a wide smile. His stomach dropped. The wind broke, and her voice came through. "Naruto, I have to go," she said, and then she turned and threw herself off the cliff. Naruto tried to reach out, but his arm was frozen at his side, all he could do was watch. She vanished over the cliff, the last thing to disappear was her long pink hair, and then there was just the sound of crashing waves. Naruto jerked up, flailing against the couch as his eyes fluttered open. He stilled after a second, realizing where he was. He looked over to the clock in the corner, it had been less than an hour. There was some dried drool caking the left side of his face, and his mouth was a desert. He shook his head, trying to wake up and remember the dream at the same time, but it slipped away like sand through his fingers. The only thing that was clear to him was Sakura jumping off a cliff. His heart skipped a beat, but it quickly fell back into its relaxed post-nap tempo. Should have stretched before sleeping, dumbass, Naruto realized. You were already sore. He rolled off the couch and winced as he stretched, popping something in his shoulder. He yawned, a little disgruntled at the dream, and how rudely it had woken him up. Dreams were stupid. After all, if it hadn't been a dream he would have just jumped after her. Hashtag. Sasuke had never liked parties. The excuses had evolved as he'd grown older, but the core had always stayed the same, and that was that he found most conversations boring. He usually could figure out what people were saying halfway through whatever sentence they were wandering through, but they almost always just kept talking, apparently convinced the rest of it was deeply important. His parents had told him it was rude to interrupt, one of their first social lessons, and so Sasuke had forced himself to suffer through meandering conversation where he spent the first half figuring out the point and the second half bored. And parties were nothing but conversation. You just got a bunch of people together in one place and then they talked. He didn't get small talk, it was pointless. He'd never wanted to talk about himself with anyone but his family. Why would you bother with people who didn't know you that well? If you weren't curious about them, Sasuke had figured, they wouldn't be curious about you. But that was a dumb way of looking at the world. He couldn't say when he'd realized that, but it was obvious to him now. Not knowing something made people curious about it, and because Sasuke had so rarely talked about himself, everyone was curious about him. There at Sakura Haruno's impromptu birthday party at Ino Yamanaka's impressively large house, seriously, 3 stories with a frankly luxurious balcony on the top floor, as much space as Sasuke's own home on each floor, ridiculous, Sasuke was starting to realize that he was a mystery to the other members of his class. He found that he didn't really like that either. So you and Naruto and Sakura all know it now? Ino asked him, and he nodded. They were seated across from each other, almost adversarial, in 2 chairs in the center of the second living room. There was a gathering of adults on the other side of the room, including Sakura's parents. It looked like they were preparing a cake. They chattered excitedly, sharing gossip and their children's accomplishments. Sasuke had always known that Ino was one of the smartest shinobi in any room, though she did a good job of masking it with a particularly girlish ditziness. Sakura had only barely beat her out for top kunoichi, after all, and only due to having a better score in taijutsu. But there was none of that false lack of focus in Ino's eyes today. She didn't feel the need to perform for him right now, or maybe she had just grown out of it. Instead, there was a warm and friendly intelligence. That's pretty incredible. I figured for you and Naruto, but I guess Sakura is pretty amazing with ninjutsu now. That sword of hers is one of a kind. Ino smiled mischievously. I think she'll like my present. It is amazing, Sasuke offered, trying to keep the conversation going. He had to figure this out, he thought. The last month had felt like him steadily swirling down a drain that had come to dominate the whole world. He couldn't tell anyone, even himself, how he was feeling. His mother had always been his main confidant, and now she was as good as gone. The woman he'd thought she was didn't exist anymore. What did you get her? He asked, trying to rein himself in, and Ino scoffed. As if I'd tell you. She said. You'll have to be surprised. That's the point. I thought the point was to give gifts that showed appreciation, Sasuke said dryly, and Ino rolled her eyes. That's half of it. The other half is the surprise. That's why they open it in front of you. Have you ever thought about trying to learn it? Ino asked, and Sasuke shifted, thrown off by the sudden switch. The Ryusuiken? He asked. Ino nodded. No, he said, surprised at the finality in his voice. It's hers. I thought Uchiha were all about taking other people's techniques, Ino said slyly. Sasuke tried to give a reassuring grin, the same kind Naruto could do. From Ino's face, it didn't have quite the same effect coming from him. Enemies, sure, he said. But that's Sakura's technique. She's the one who invented it. I wouldn't take it without her permission. Like a hidden technique, huh? Ino said, leaning back with a coy smile. That's so thoughtful of you, Sasuke. You didn't strike me as being that kinda softy. Sorta like that, Sasuke said, giving up on the grin and trying to go on the offensive. That's what a conversation was, right? A series of advances and withdrawals. What about you? Have you learned anything new lately? Just more clan jutsu, Ino said with a dismissive wave, as if mind-controlling people was the dullest thing in existence. Sasuke remembered the way Sakura had driven her sword through Obito's chest, and leaned in to listen. Ino noticed his genuine interest, and her eyes lit up. Mostly advanced puppet techniques. Nothing I could tell you about, of course. I'm sure my father would be furious if an Uchiha walked out of here with something like the Shintenshin. She said with a high, clear laugh. That depends on why, her father said as he walked by, handing her a bright fruity drink. Ino took it with the smile of a perfect daughter. Sasuke. Hope you're doing well. Are you enjoying the party? Yes, I'm doing so well. I feel like I'm controlling my body from a couple feet away. You would know all about that, right? Of course, Sasuke lied, nodding at Inoichi. The man's voice was so soothing, but the way his eyes focused on everything left Sasuke feeling jealous. No wonder he'd been the proctor for the first test. Nothing slipped past him. I have a question about those kinds of jutsu, if you don't mind me asking. Sure. Ino said, apparently delighted to have found something that interested him. If I can answer. What happens to the other person's mind, when you take them over? Sasuke asked, Sakura's limp body bright in his memory. His brother's face looked behind her. Ino sat back, chewing her lip and nursing her drink. Well, that depends on the technique, she decided. Usually, it gets suppressed. That's a dumb way of describing it, but basically the person who used the jutsu pushes their consciousness down into a deeper layer, kinda like REM sleep. You know what that is, right? Yeah, I figured, you're not a dummy. They're still aware, like you are in a dream, but they lose motor control and the user takes over. She smirked. But there's fallbacks to that, cause then you've just switched bodies and nothing else, you know. Not to mention there's a 1 in a million chance they could break your control, if they got determined enough. My father's told me some ninja work to master lucid dreaming, cause it can help them challenge a mind switch. Ino looked off, lost in the theory, and Suzuki found himself appreciating that look much more than her false coyness. But there's more advanced techniques than that, of course. Some leave the consciousness at the surface, so that they can still be aware. That's either to unsettle the enemy or to make it a cooperative experience. And beyond that, some of my clan have developed jutsu that can shift the consciousness into a separate item entirely. Isolating the chakra that directs the nervous system and just removing it from the body, flat out. The doll that Obito had described. Suzuki narrowed his eyes, and Ino noticed his focus. What? She asked, a little unsettled. Something wrong? No, sorry, he said, trying the grin again. This time it seemed to work better than last time. He should just use the Sharingan to copy Naruto's face. His friend clearly had a better instinct for it. That's fascinating. Thanks for sharing. They made what he was confident was decent small talk for the next couple minutes, and then he excused himself, looking to stretch his legs. Suzuki wandered the party, looking for Naruto or Sakura, but he couldn't find either of them. Wasn't this Sakura's party? She should be easier to find. Asuma, Obito, Rin, Kurane, and Ino's mother were all huddled in the corner of the first floor and tried to call him over, but he politely excused himself. Ino's mother looked just like her, she had all the soft features that Ino's father didn't. Koji was also on the first floor, demolishing a platter of mixed meats and vegetables, accompanied by Kiba and Shino. The latter two shot Suzuki a dirty look when he came to the bottom of the stairs, and he returned it with an uncomprehending stare. Oh, right. Suzuki felt something uncomfortably like embarrassment as he remembered the last time he'd spoken to Kiba, almost a month ago. Tell her not to spy on me again. He took a breath and walked over to the buffet table, feeling Kiba's gaze intensify on him with every step. Suzuki came to a stop before them, standing over them as they stayed seated. Akamaru was at the table as well, seated on a chair like a human. The dog growled at Suzuki and then picked at some of Koji's scraps. Shino, he said, and the Abarame didn't say a thing. Kiba, Akamaru. The Inyazuka snorted, but the dog looked about as pleased as a dog could at being greeted, earlier growl forgotten. Koji. Hey. The Akimichi said cheerfully, before returning to shoveling food into his mouth. Suzuki couldn't help but let out a laugh. Big of you to show up here, Kiba said, pushing himself back from the table. You know, Shino and I promised Hinata we'd kick the shit out of you the next time dash. I'm sorry. Suzuki cut him off and dropped his head, so low it was below Kiba's own. He couldn't see the other boy, but he could tell he'd stopped moving. There was a scrape of wood on wood as he shifted his chair back, and a tisk from the adults in the corner. Akamaru let out a quiet woof. Sorry. Kiba called, and someone laughed. Probably Ino's mom. Suzuki raised his head as Kiba turned his attention back to him. Come again. I'm very sorry, he said. He'd thought it would be hard to say, but the words didn't burn coming out. It was simple and easy, and he found himself wondering why he didn't apologize more often. Surely he'd done stuff that was worthy of it. I was rude to you, and to Hinata. That wasn't my intention. We'd had a difficult mission, and I let that get to me. It was foolish. Hell yeah it was, Kiba muttered, stroking his chin in an approximation of his father. He didn't have the beard to pull it off, so it ended up looking even more childish. But I'd feel bad for kicking your ass now. Akamaru whined in agreement. It astonished Suzuki how quickly dogs could grow. The nin dog had been the size of Kiba's foot last year, and now it was almost the same size as him. We could still attack him and then accept his apology afterwards, Shino pointed out, and Kiba cocked an eyebrow at him. Attack him? You don't think we would win? He said, and Shino shook his head. I imagine it would be a tie at best. We are ill-suited to fighting an Uchiha of Suzuki's caliber, Kiba. Why? His ninjutsu is an ideal counter to my insects, and his Sharingan to your taijutsu. If we had Hinata's assistance it would be a sure thing, for the gentle fist is extremely effective against those who rely on Suzuki's techniques, but she would never willingly fight him. Never? I don't want to fight you, Suzuki said. What was he feeling? A little lighter? He liked it, Good decision, Kiba sniffed. But we're not the ones you should be apologizing to, dumbass. Hinata, Sasuke said, and the other boy nodded. You really hurt her feelings with that little stunt. And then you didn't even talk to her. What the hell were you thinking? She worked over that letter for weeks, and then you do nothing? What an asshole move. What, trying to play hard to get? She was just trying to watch out for you. Akamaru barked along with the berating. So Kiba had read the letter too, or at least knew what was in it. Sasuke felt his cheeks burn a little, and the Inyazuka sneered at him. I just didn't think about it, he said. I had other things on my mind. Kiba's face softened a little. I heard it was a really shitty mission, he grumbled. Must have been even worse than I thought, if it made you that stupid. Obito almost died, Sasuke said suddenly. Kiba's face went flat. So did Sakura. You couldn't have known. That's why I apologized. Damn, Kiba said, leaning back and showing his teeth. Now I'm the asshole. Sorry for assuming. They stayed like that for a second, the awkward pause of two teenage boys not sure if things were really resolved, before Shino spoke up. Hinata is upstairs, he said. Sasuke shifted to him. If you intend to make your true apology to her, you'll have to ascend. Sasuke cocked his head at the odd turn of phrase. Thanks, he said, deciding to ignore it. I'll do that. He turned and left the other boys behind, catching Obito's eyes as he did. His sensei gave him an enthusiastic thumbs up, but there was something said about the man's expression. Who knew what he was thinking? What was that all about? He heard Koji ask, Akamaru answering with a grumble, and then he was heading up the thick wooden stairs. Hashtag. Hinata had never liked parties. The excuses hadn't changed as she'd grown older. Hinata couldn't make a secret of her shyness. It frightened her to speak to new people for the first time, and she was always worried about what people would think of her for that. She never knew what they were going to say, or rather, it was predictable what they were going to say, but she was always worried it would be cruel. She was the heir of the Hyuga clan, how people interacted with her was always tinged with that layer of insincere respect. Even her own family fell prey to it. She knew, even if it had never been told to her, that the only reason the Branch family addressed her with respect was because of the vicious seal on their forehead. And why shouldn't they? She was heir to a history of cruelty, and that reality pressed down on her every day. At parties, people always asked her how her training was going, looking for a clue to the clan's development through her own. It wasn't something she wanted, so she found herself drawing in, using the same pre-prepared responses. She was sure it made her look dull and uninteresting, and that phantom pain only pushed her farther in. Nobody was curious about her. Only about the legacy she represented. But there were some people who were different. Most of her classmates weren't like the adults who scanned her like a work of art, looking for some telling flaw. They just saw another girl, another ninja, and she was eternally grateful for that. She was talking with Shikamaru and Sakura, secure on the balcony in the sweet evening air, when she saw Sasuke come up the stairs on the other end of the room. She froze. So Asuma's making you do more combinations? Sakura asked Shikamaru, either not noticing her jolt or kindly ignoring it. The lazy boy nodded with a roll of his eyes. Every day, he confirmed. I get the Inoshikacho is our parents' thing, but what if we get split up someday? It's gonna be a real pain to have all these fancy formations memorized and for none of them to work. Not to mention it's the same stuff our families have been doing for decades now, people have got to catch on, right? Any training can always be helpful, Hinata said distantly, feeling her heart hammering. He wasn't bruised, which meant that Kiba hadn't followed through on his threat of beating the crap out of him. Or he'd tried, and Sasuke had beaten him. Even if you can't complete the formation, coordinating will help you build the right reflexes, right? And the reason it's lasted so long is because it's so effective. That's definitely true, Hinata, Sakura said with a smile. The girl wasn't acting like it was her birthday, but Hinata could understand that. Like her, Sakura had never craved attention. She didn't have her sword with her, the first time Hinata had seen her without it in ages. It seemed Sakura went everywhere with her blade. It made sense to Hinata, she'd seen the way Sakura's chakra had filled up the sword firsthand. It probably felt like she was missing part of herself to go anywhere without it. And besides, she continued, it's not like your team is going to split up, Shikamaru. You guys wouldn't let that happen. Sasuke was moving towards the balcony. He'd seen her. Naruto was lounging on one of the couches in the room, chattering with Tenten, but when he saw Sasuke moving he sprang up, moving to intercept him. Hinata had to resist the urge to activate her Byakugan. She couldn't see what they were saying, and when you could normally see everything, even that tiny bit of uncertainty could dig in deeply. There was a dread creeping through her, replacing the pleasant warmth of the evening air with a brutal chill. She didn't want to do this right now. If she were being honest, she didn't want to talk to Sasuke ever again, no matter how much she'd enjoyed it before. She didn't know what she'd say. It was all too humiliating. Naruto stepped aside to let Sasuke pass, and Hinata closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. Her missing finger throbbed. She felt a hand settle on her arm, and opened her eyes to find Sakura watching her. "Hey," she said. "You okay, Hinata?" "Sasuke's coming," Shikamaru said, despite not having seen the other boy come up the stairs. Sakura made an understanding noise. "It's nothing serious. I'll take him away, if you want," Sakura said, nothing but kindness. Hinata shook her head. "I can't do that," she whispered. "That would be too rude." "Who cares?" Sakura said, but Sasuke was too close now. He stepped out onto the balcony, and Hinata was suddenly sure he was just as much lost for words as she was. "Hinata," he said, so abruptly she almost jumped. Sakura and Shikamaru stared at him, and he cast a look back at Naruto, who gave him a thumbs up. Hinata struggled not to drop her head. "I came to apologize." He smiled, and she couldn't help but smile back. "But I've got no idea what to say." "You could say you're sorry," Shikamaru suggested lackadaisically, and Sakura jabbed him in the ribs. He grunted, and she started dragging him off the balcony. "We'll give you guys some space," she said. Hinata wanted to tell her to stop, to stay. She didn't want to be alone. But the words froze in her chest, and a moment later it was just her and Sasuke alone outside, the spring wind rustling their clothes. "He's right about that," Sasuke said after an awkward pause. "I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have said what I did to Kiba." He dropped his head, so low it went beyond deferential and into pathetic. Hinata's instincts rebelled against it. Sasuke was an Uchiha. No one from one of the founding clans should ever bow so low. "I hope you can forgive me," she breathed out, centering herself. Sasuke had been the one who'd never judged her, expected anything of her. The least she could do was accept his apology. "Did you already apologize to him?" she asked, and Sasuke nodded. She felt a thrill at that. "At what? Maturity?" "Then of course," she said. She was rather proud of how composed she sounded, but the phantom pain in her finger wouldn't go away. "I'll accept your apology." "I'm glad," Sasuke said as he straightened up. She was astonished to see he was sweating. He was just as nervous as her. That should have made things a little more manageable, but now Hinata could only struggle with the fact that neither of them knew what they were doing. "There was something else I wanted to talk about." "The letter," Hinata said. "Stay cold, that's the best way. Please forget about it." "I shouldn't have written it." Sasuke frowned. "But you did." "I shouldn't have ignored it." "And?" He paused, and Hinata's heart skipped a beat. "I wanted to talk about it." He'd already said that, but the repetition made it real. "What did you want to talk about, exactly?" Hinata asked, feeling herself straighten up. Was this happening, right now, 3 stories up in the light of the setting sun? Sasuke took a hesitant step forward, and then another, coming alongside her on the balcony. She turned with him, and they both looked out towards the village. The Yamanaka compound was on the northern edge of Konoha, and from here the entire village was a panoply of light and sound that stretched to the darkness of the walls at the horizon. "You said you wanted to get to know me better," Sasuke said. "Well, you wrote that. I've been thinking about that. I thought it might be nice. He leaned forward on the balcony, looking out to the south. Especially now. Did something happen? Hinata asked, mirroring him and ruthlessly suppressing the beginning of a stutter. It felt like a private conversation now. No. It was a private conversation. Sasuke's voice had dropped, his body curled in. He didn't want anyone else to hear. A chill ran down her spine. Sarda. But it wasn't because of that, Sasuke said. If our mission had gone fine, I probably would have come found you as soon as we got back. But because of that. He paused, weighing his words carefully. Hinata was caught on every one of them. I saw my brother. He was there, going after our VIP. He told me things I had to think about. Your brother. Hinata muttered, wondering if Sasuke was even allowed to tell her this. Did you fight him? Sasuke laughed. It was bizarrely cheerful. We tried. All of us at once. Didn't even come close. But he wasn't interested in hurting us. Just my family. He trailed off. I don't know what to think anymore. Maybe that's the real reason I came up here to talk to you, Hinata. Maybe I just wanted to talk to someone who wasn't already a part of all this. That's really selfish, right? Hinata blinked. It is, she said, and Sasuke sagged a little. But it's okay to be selfish sometimes. And I'm willing to listen. Really? Sasuke looked over at her, and she nodded. The tremor that had suffused her whole body was vanishing, the ache of her missing finger was swept away like a morning mist. Sasuke was as easy to talk to as ever, the apology was already far behind them. I'm not allowed to tell you everything, he said. But we went to the hidden waterfall. Itaki and another rogue showed up and burned half the place down. When we came back, that's why I was cruel to Kiba. It was so stupid of me. His face twisted. The idea of you watching me. I didn't want anyone to see me. I felt pathetic. That was stupid too. But I couldn't do anything about it. He laughed. Rin told me something after, but I only thought about it now. I can't control everything. I can only accept it. That makes sense, right? Hinata nodded, even though she could only understand about half of what Sasuke was saying. He was rambling, talking as much to himself as her. She felt some of the excitement of the moment escape, but as it flitted away into the evening Sasuke turned towards her, eyes intense. I'd like to get to know you better too, he said, and Hinata almost swallowed her tongue. I want to have something in my life besides my goddamned brother, or my dash, he sneered, mother, or even my team. I want to have something to think about besides that. Hinata filed away Sasuke's vitriol towards his mother in between her minor heart attacks, and tried to center herself. That's not really what I had in mind, Sasuke, she said. How do you even say it? I admire you. I want to be your friend. You're the only person who ignored the fake me and saw the real me. I don't know how much of that was real or in my head. How would you say any of that without sounding crazed, pathetic? I'm not like the other girls who liked you, I see the real you. That's what any girl would say. When we were in the academy, you were the one I wanted to be the most like, she decided, and Sasuke cocked an eyebrow. You were the one I wanted to emulate. You were kind, but not weak. You were the strongest, the surest. Even after. She pressed ahead, not sure if what she was saying was all right. Even after what happened to your family. I always had trouble with that. I couldn't find that balance. And I thought, now that we graduated. She shook her hands out. I wanted to spend more time with you. It burst out of her, and Hinata almost covered her mouth in horror. Sasuke blinked, considering her words. Do you want to train together? He asked, and Hinata couldn't help but laugh. No. She said. It felt good to be loud, to speak from the heart. She was terrified of other people hearing, but she couldn't let that hold her back. I don't want to just train together. I mean, that would be nice, but I want to spend time with you. I want to go on a walk with you, or get something to eat. I want to learn more about you, who you are. She panted, on the edge of panic. I don't know how exactly, but you're a really cool guy, Sasuke, and I want to find out why. Sasuke gave her a bemused look. Okay. He decided, and Hinata froze. Really? She asked, and he nodded, looking just as confused. I mean, that sounds nice, he said. You were always a great shinobi, Hinata. I wouldn't mind spending time with you at all. And he struggled to articulate the words. It's like I said. I need something else to do. Would you be okay if that was you? Hinata felt her entire face go red. Sure. She squeaked. She couldn't move, but there were worse places to be trapped than on the balcony with Sasuke. They both were stuck there, with no idea of what to do or say next. Sorry, Sasuke finally said. Again. I really wasn't myself when we got back from Waterfall. None of us were. He laughed. But we're all back to normal now. I should have done this a month ago. I feel like an idiot. Well, Hinata said, speaking like an equal and relishing the feeling. I think Naruto is. But the fact that you came up here at all says that you're not quite back to normal. Sasuke chuckled and nodded, and Hinata pressed on. And Sakura is still acting strange. Sasuke cocked his head in confusion. Really? He asked, and Hinata had to reflect on the fact that boys were sometimes pretty stupid. They both looked back into the room, where Sakura, Tenten, and Naruto were chatting on the couch. Shikamaru was heading down the stairs, and he gave all of them a slow wave. She seemed fine. She seems fine, Hinata said patiently. But she's acting too fine. You haven't noticed? She never wants to talk about herself, she's tense all the time. She even forgot her own birthday. She frowned. If Waterfall was that bad, did something happen to her in particular? Sasuke frowned. She got controlled. I guess that's the word for it, it was like a Yamanaka jutsu. Someone took her over and tried to stab Obito. Sakura had been forced to stab her own sensei? Hinata reeled, and Sasuke looked back again. Now that I say that out loud, yeah, she's probably still bothered by that. You think? Hinata muttered. Sasuke chuckled. You should talk to her. Talking. She flushed again. Helps. Yeah, Sasuke said with a faint smile. Well, we're going on a mission tomorrow. He caught Hinata's surprised look. Yeah, pretty last second. Obito told me when he showed up. Don't have all the details yet. But we'll have plenty of time to talk then. And with Naruto too, Hinata said. That's good. Yeah, Sasuke said, and Hinata could barely hold in her laugh. The way he said it couldn't make it more clear they were looking at it from complete opposite directions. And hey, when we get back, we could go on a walk, or something. Like you said. He shifted, adorably nervous. I don't really know what, but it would be nice. Yeah, Hinata said with a smile. Her heart was beating so fast she was worried it might burst. That would be really nice. They settled into an amicable silence, occasionally broken by small bits of chatter and laughter, and the party continued into the night. ####. A little before 10 p.m., everyone gathered for Sakura to open her presents. They didn't sing to her, on the near-universal agreement on the part of the teenagers that 14 was too old for that. Obito found that hilarious, but he understood. When you started growing up, the natural instinct was to push away from your childhood. It's what he had done, even if he'd regretted it. Instead, they'd gathered in the second living room to enjoy a cake Sakura's mother had bought from the store, but no one commented on that, and then congregated around the coffee table in the center of the room, burying the girl in a pile of gifts. The adults watched from the sidelines, Obito included, as Sakura sifted through the collection. She couldn't decide if she was grateful or sour. Her classmates thought that was just how she was, they knew Sakura had always hated attention. Obito knew better. He wasn't sure this had been a good idea, but it was far too late now. Happy birthday! It was a chorus that accompanied each opened gift, and Sakura steadily accrued ninja tools, clothes, and 2 books. Shino and Suzuki in particular had thoughtful gifts, a frilled jacket that perfectly complemented Sakura's longer hair, and an ornate pair of chopsticks. But any time gifts are exchanged, there were always some that stood out. Of course, Obito had never received many gifts when he was Sakura's age. He'd spent one of his birthdays on the battlefield, and he didn't have many friends to contribute to the rest. Rin had always gotten him something. She was the only one. The only gift that he'd never parted with was the White Fang. There were two winners, and the first was Naruto. He beamed as Sakura picked up a box he'd hastily scrawled her name on and shook it with an inquisitive look. "It's small," she teased, and the other kids hooted. "What happened, Naruto?" Tenten asked with a grin. "Had to run out to grab something." She'd gotten Sakura a beautiful sword sharpener. It had looked expensive to Obito, but it was an obvious gift for the weapons expert to pick. Naruto stuck out his tongue. "Just for the box," he said, and Obito knew he was lying through his teeth. He was sure Kushina had helped Naruto grab a gift. She would have been the first one he went running to. Besides, what does it matter how big it is? Just open it. Sakura obliged, gingerly folding the box open, and stared at what was inside. "Naruto," she said, plucking something from within the box. Everyone stared. Obito barely kept himself from laughing. "What is this?" This was a large brown and green wallet shaped like a frog's head, so big it almost qualified as a small purse. It had been folded up and wrinkled inside the small box, and as it expanded to its full size a quiet horror permeated the room. Naruto just kept smiling, unaware of the frightened looks his classmates were sending his way. Obito thought he was going to break a rib. He looked around the room. All the other adults were having the same difficulties. "It's a wallet," Naruto said proudly. "I got the biggest size cause I figured it'd be the most useful that way. And look." He gestured for her to hand it over, and Sakura did with a grimace that she was trying to turn into a grin. He undid the clasp, and a muffled ribbit emerged from the wallet. "It makes a sound when you open it. Isn't that cool?" Ino looked like she was going to throw up. Naruto reached in and pulled out a little keychain designed to look like a smiling frog's face. "And I got this too, cause it was free with it. Maybe you could put it on your sheath or something. That would be really cool, right?" "Why yeah," Sakura gagged, and Naruto laughed. "It's super cool." "Thanks, Naruto." As her teammate lit up the room, she gingerly set the wallet aside, looking back at the box. "There was something else in there, wasn't there?" "Oh yeah," Naruto said as Sakura reached back for the box. "My mom got you something too. It's not as awesome, of course." Sakura turned the box on its side, pulling something else out of it. It was a small book, cheaply printed on paperback with a bright yellow cover. Obito recognized it immediately, and raised an eyebrow. It was a particular gift for Kushina to give, especially now. "What is it?" Kiba asked, crowding in as Ino shot him a dirty look. "Another book. Tales of a Gutsy Shinobi," Sakura read out. "Huh. There isn't an author listed." She flipped it over, reading the back cover. "The riveting tales of the world's gutsiest and least predictable ninja." She paused, and then giggled. "Naruto." Naruto blushed. "It came first," he muttered. "I didn't want her to give it to you, but she said you'd like it." A murmur spread around the room as the guests shifted to take a better look at the book. Sakura set it down on the table with a smile. "Well, thank her for me," she said. "And thanks for the frog." Naruto beamed. "Course," he said with a look at Ino. "That's all of them, right?" he said with a grin, and Ino gave him a thunderous frown. Obito was barely paying attention. He was trying to figure out what the hell Kushina was thinking. "We still have mine," Ino insisted, derailing his train of thought. "Best for last, you know." It was an arrogant thing to say, but everyone seemed to take it in good humor. She pulled out a small lacquered black box from beneath the table and presented it to Sakura with an almost formal bow. Obito's student took it with a gracious smile, examining it carefully. The box was beautiful. Obito wouldn't call himself someone who appreciated craftsmanship, but as far as containers went it was gorgeous. A little bigger than Sakura's hand, with fine gold hinges and Konoha's leaf carved in the top. I worked with Asuma Sensei on it, Ino said. She gave her sensei a wide smile and he returned it with a drunken wave. Open it. Sakura obliged, soundlessly popping the box open on its golden hinges. The room leaned in to see what was inside. Obito wasn't too shocked to see that it was a knife. Weapons weren't an unusual gift for shinobi. But it only took a glance to see that it was anything but an ordinary knife. There was a sheath lying in the soft velum besides it, just as ornate as the box containing it. The blade was designed similarly to Asuma's trench knives, with a sturdy finger grip and a short edge, but it was straight where Asuma's was curved. There was a design running up its side, a flurry of swirling sakura petals. It was also made of an almost luminescent dark metal, the same kind Sakura's sword was. She tenderly lifted it out of the case, turning it over in her hands with care. Asuma Sensei wanted to give this to you a while ago, Ino explained as Sakura examined the blade. He said it would complete your set. But I wanted to make it a little nicer looking, you know. She smiled. So I spent some time working on it. I hope you like it. Ino. Sakura said. She smiled, and the blade floated a centimeter off her hand, rotating to perfectly fit in her grip. I really like it. Aw man. Naruto grumbled, and the other kids made similar noises, Lee and Koji laughing. Your gift kicked my gift's ass. A shared laugh went up, Sakura included. Thanks, everyone, she said, looking around. To Obito's surprise, she shuffled around the table and gave Ino a hug, as well as Naruto. I really appreciate it, she said as Ino returned the hug and Naruto sputtered. She was strong, Obito thought. She really was just happy, enjoying the moment. She'd become stronger than he'd ever have wanted her to be. All right. Ino's mother stepped forward and clapped her hands. It's getting late, she said, her voice clear and polite. You'll all stay to help clean up, of course. A chorus of agreements went up, though Kiba and Koji both looked doubtful. The Yamanaka smiled. How generous of you, she said, and Ino laughed. Then, let's get to work. Even for a home as large as the Yamanaka's, nearly 24 shinobi working together could make short work of any mess. It was all over within 20 minutes, Sakura helped, despite several adults protesting that it was her party. The party cooled down as all parties did, and Obito watched it all with a detached dread as he helped Chozo with the dishes. The Akimichi was unbelievably efficient, the man apparently had as much passion for cleaning as he did for eating. Sakura's classmates left one by one, giving their goodbyes on the way out. Kiba thanked her for the cake, Shino gave her a solemn nod, Akamaru a messy lick, and Hinata a grateful smile and a few muttered words. Sakura giggled and sent her on her way. Koji and Shikamaru left next, both of them sharing a joke with her that Obito couldn't hear. He watched her guilelessly laugh and thank them for their gifts, and marveled at it. Niji and Lee were next, followed by Tenten. A grim handshake from Niji, and an enthusiastic high five from Lee. Tenten examined the knife Sakura had received from Ino and whistled. You'll have to show me how it handles, she said, and Sakura smiled. When you get back from your mission. Of course, Sakura said with a wink. You'll be the first to see, I promise. Tenten laughed, and left. Naruto and Sasuke asked her if she wanted them to stick around, and she waved them off. I'll see you tomorrow, she said warmly. We've gotta leave early, remember? It'll be nice to be outside the village again. Go get some sleep, okay? They chatted for a little while longer, and then both of Obito's students said their goodbyes. Sasuke was heading to his apartment. Obito knew, it was where the younger Uchiha had been staying for the last month, after all. The adults filtered out too, until it was just Sakura, her parents, the Yamanakas, and Obito. Ino and Sakura said goodnight and shared another hug. You really like it? 'Cause I was worried the flowers. Ino, they're amazing. I love it. I'll tell you how it works for me, okay? Sakura laughed. I wonder if I could use both at once. That'd be neat, right? It was too cheerful by far, but Ino didn't notice. She smiled so widely Obito thought her face might split and said her goodbyes, and then they were out in the chilly spring night. He looked down at Sakura, and she looked up at him and then at her parents, all sharing the same silent and invisible moment. "I'm going to go home," she said, and for the first time that night Obito detected the melancholy that had been dancing beneath her skin since she'd arrived. "I'll see you tomorrow morning, Sensei." "Yeah," he said. Sakura's parents smiled at him. "I'll see you tomorrow, Sakura. Have a good night, all right." "Of course," Sakura said. "You too, okay." And then she and her parents walked off into the night, and Obito was left alone. He stood there for a time breathing in the night, and then disappeared without a trace. As true night fell, Konoha moved towards total silence. In the utter darkness that comes with midnight, when there is no dream of dawn, two men met atop the Hokage monument. They both flickered into existence like watchful ghosts and stared down at the village they had both given their lives to. It shone down below and out to horizon, 1,000 pinpricks of shining lights of every hue, and they spoke in hushed tones, as though afraid to wake it. "Last chance." One of them shifted, rocking back on his heels. "She's ready. I'm the one who's not." She hasn't hesitated once. He almost sounded jealous, but there was heartbreak under his words. "She'll be fine. She'll fit right in." A grin, but a rueful one. There wasn't any pride in it. "That's what I'm worried about. It's why I picked her. But she's your student. If you don't think she should go." One shadow clapped a hand down on the shoulder of the other. "You have to be the one to make that decision, Obito. When that moment comes, you're the only one who can." "I will." Obito breathed in deeply, drinking in all the endless darkness that choked the world. "If I have to, I will." They both shifted, sensing that the point of no return had just passed. The Hokage sighed. "Good luck tomorrow, then. Please, make sure Naruto understands." "I will, Sensei." As true night fell, two shinobi parted. Obito Sensei Chapter 32. Worse than trash. The day after Sakura's birthday, Team 7 left the village once more. They were beyond the gates early on a beautiful spring morning, walking through warm drizzles of rain beneath blue skies. They had a habit for leaving now, an order of arrival, an arrangement for who packed what. By now, it was familiar and exciting to travel beyond Konoha instead of surprising. It was just the four of them, they didn't require any hangers-on for this mission. As they traveled through the hidden paths of the forests of the Land of Fire, they chattered, laughed, challenged each other to tiny competitions. Eventually, about an hour or so in, Naruto decided to ask Obito about their mission. "So I get the criminal thing," he said, and Obito cocked an eyebrow at him as he waited for the follow-up. "But why do they care about a bunch of whales?" "What do you mean, get the criminal thing?" Obito asked, ignoring the actual question. Naruto shrugged. "Well, I mean, people like breaking the law," he said. His sensei laughed. "There are criminals everywhere, in all the nations. And some laws are stupid too, so people even break them by accident. But hunting a bunch of whales seems like a stupid thing to break the law for." Their mission, C-rank, and not super exciting sounding, was to travel to the southern coast of the Land of Fire, to a town named Miyako. It wasn't very big, from what the Chunin who'd given them the mission had described, barely 10,000 people. Well, that was a lot of people Naruto supposed, but not compared to a place like Konoha, or even Tanzikugai. Miyako was a coastal town heavy in fishing and tourism, and a big part of that was that huge pods of whales frequently traveled close to it looking for food and, Naruto guessed, company. "Well, whales have a lot of valuable stuff on them, Naruto," Obito said. "Or in them, really. Just about everything can be harvested." "Gross." Naruto stuck out his tongue, and Sakura laughed. "So what, like bones?" "Well, sure, but that's one of the more obvious ones," Obito said, scratching the back of his head as they leapt through the trees. "They've got an incredible amount of meat on them, and their blubber was a super valuable resource as well. Before the hidden villages were established, whale oil was used to light and heat most of the Land of Fire." "Oil?" Sasuke asked, perking up. Naruto was just as confused. He knew animals could make all kinds of oil, he'd seen toads do it before. But he had the feeling that whales didn't spit it up like toads could. Yeah, from their blubber, I think. I dunno, I'm not a biologist, Obito laughed. But it was a good source of energy, so it was always in high demand. I've heard that a lot of shinobi who lived close to the coast made their living hunting whales. Huh. Naruto said. It had never even crossed his mind what ninja would have done before the villages had organized them. That must have been cool. Not that much, Naruto, Sakura spoke up, and Naruto looked back at her in surprise. She gave him a smile, and his heart beat a little faster when he saw the top of his frog wallet poking out of her jacket. Whales are very intelligent, it would almost be like hunting people for their blood. In fact, it was banned a couple decades ago, wasn't it, Sensei? It was, Obito confirmed, and Naruto had the familiar feeling of wondering just where Sakura learned this kind of stuff. Books? Was that why she read books? Should he read more books? But not just because they were intelligent, right, Sakura? She nodded, her hair whipping in the wind of her passage. Some whales learned how to use chakra, and held a grudge, she said, directing her words towards her teammates. Naruto found himself nodding along, even if the subject was kinda boring, he just liked listening to Sakura talk. They'd been hunted for so long they were starting to become endangered, so groups of them organized and began slaughtering humans. Apparently lots of species have done that. For a while, more than a century ago, it was too dangerous to trade across the open ocean. Any boat would get hunted down by packs of them and sunk. Whoa, Naruto muttered. So that made people stop hunting them. That's the idea, Obito said. That, and stuff like electricity becoming more universal made the demand for their oil dry up. That probably had more of an effect, to be honest. Nowadays, the only people who'd be dumb enough to hunt whales would be in it for the rarity. You're just asking to get a bunch of people killed otherwise. Like at Miyako, Sasuke said. Their sensei nodded. But they don't know where the poachers are. No, Obito confirmed. But the coast is full of hiding places, so that's not a surprise. Cliffs and caves, abandoned towns, and even some old shinobi hideouts. It's a perfect place for outlaws to come together. Sasuke said, and Naruto wondered what he was thinking. But we're not supposed to take them down. Nope, Obito said. You didn't hear me wrong on that. Our only job is to lead the local authorities to them. Unless any of them are rogue ninja, we're not supposed to help apprehend them. They're too scared of losing their power, Sakura spoke up. It's silly. Obito shrugged, slowing down the pace through the trees a little, and Naruto and his teammates matched it. It is, a little, he said. But sometimes people are worried about shinobi having all the authority, or infringing on others. Uchiha sometimes get asked to help with crimes outside of Konoha, for example, thanks to the Sharingan, but they're not actually allowed to do anything besides advise the local or national law enforcement. His face twisted, and Naruto remembered what Sasuke had told him about his mother's plan for the clan. He couldn't help but mirror his sensei's expression. We could just do their job for them anyway, Sakura said with a mean grin. Naruto cocked an eyebrow at her, and she smiled back. Wouldn't we not get paid then? He said, and she laughed. Do we need the money? It's the principle of the thing. She said, and he laughed with her. If they're gonna hire us, they can't complain if we overperform. No going above and beyond, Obito said with a stern look and a light laugh. We've got a reputation to uphold, you know. Every time you step outside, you're an ambassador for the whole village. He smirked. Even if it would be easy, we're going to do our job and nothing more. You got it. Sasuke and Sakura agreed, but Naruto couldn't help but give a mischievous shrug. He liked Sakura's idea, maybe mostly because it had come from her. He gave her a grin, but she was slow to return it. He cocked his head in a silent question, and she shook hers. Later, she was saying. Naruto accepted with a nod. Something was still eating at her, like it had been since Waterfall. It wasn't that surprising that even a month and her birthday hadn't totally driven that sorrow from her. But Naruto was determined to do just that, no matter how long it took. So are we getting there tonight? He said. His sensei shook his head. Why? We totally could. We could, Obito acknowledged. It would take them about 3 days to run from one side of the land of fire to the other, Naruto thought, but going from Konoha to the coast was a third of that distance. The sea was to the south, and fire was a lot wider than it was tall. But we're not in a rush. We were even asked to take it slow, remember? Sasuke snorted. It sounds like they're hoping they'll have solved it by the time we show up. That's possible, Obito smiled. But they wouldn't have wasted their deposit on us if they thought it was likely. You guys are a pricey team, you know. Well duh, Naruto said. Like we should be? Yeah, Naruto. Obito rolled his eyes. Like you should be? They spent the rest of the day at a sedate pace for shinobi, talking occasionally but mostly enjoying the scenery. Fire was a beautiful country, Naruto thought, even if he rarely appreciated it. Its forests were thick and vibrant, stretching for miles, but the farther south they went the more they thinned out, giving way to huge plains of grass and eventually farms. They steered clear of crops, occasionally seeing small towns or lone homes dotting the plain. Twice, someone waved at them from far away, watching in awe as they leapt across the earth like oversized grasshoppers, and Naruto waved back with a wide smile. This was his home, he thought. He wondered what the other countries of the world were like. Were they as nice as the land of fire, filled with mountains and trees and plains? Or were their own mountains, deserts, seas, and rivers, plains and tundras, just as beautiful? Waterfall had seemed barely any different. Was most of the world like that? Could you even tell when you stepped from one country into another? The sun started to set around 5, slowly sliding down the sky to his right, and it was about then that Obito pulled out a map, looking for something he didn't bother to share. Here, he eventually said, veering a bit to the west. There's a decent town about an hour that way. We'll stay there for the night. We're not camping? Sasuke asked, and Naruto echoed the question. Obito shrugged. Do you want a roof, or to sleep on the ground? He asked, and Sasuke and Naruto both considered the question, glancing at each other. Roof, Sakura cut in, and Obito gave her a thumbs up. We've got the money for it, don't we? She patted her new wallet, and Naruto gave her a grin. Sure. He agreed. It'll be nice. What's the town called, Obito Sensei? Atsutsa, he said. It's not that big, but it's a crossroads town. There's probably a decent place to stay there. Sasuke agreed as well, and they all changed their course. It barely took them half an hour to reach the town, and when they did Naruto wasn't that impressed. Atsutsa was basically an unpaved main street in a collection of neighborhoods that scattered off in every direction, set in among several steep hills. Obito was right about it being a crossroad town though. Many of the buildings were several stories tall, stores or hotels for sure, and telephone poles threaded through the town like enormous spider webs, strung far off into the distance along a half-dozen roads that all converged on the main street. They wandered down the concourse, and before long an older woman called out to them from one of the buildings. What brings you here, shinobi? She said with what Naruto could only call a suspicious glare, and Obito gave her a disarming smile. The sun was making good progress on setting. It would vanish in about another half hour, and it sent long red streaks of light burning across the land and sky. Just looking for a place to stay? He said, and the woman straightened up, leaning against the doorway she'd popped out of. If you're not bringing trouble, you'll want to check out Sugimoto's bed and breakfast, she said, pointing down the street to a newer-looking building near the end. He's fair, and quiet. Thanks. Naruto called back, and the woman gave him a sweet smile. He smiled back as they made their way to the end of the street and inside the building. A bell on the door rung as they opened it. The building had a nice modern construction, and a large bottom floor that had probably once been a living room but was now a spacious open lobby dotted with tables and decorations. There were a pair of teenage boys already inside, sitting at a table by a window in the corner and sharing a collection of pastries, and they shot Team 7 a surprised glance as they walked in. Welcome. An older man with a strong chin and an impressive collection of scars came out from an adjoining room at the sound of the bell on the door. Oh. Welcome, Shinobi of the Leaf. He gave each of them a little bow in turn, and returned the grin Naruto gave in kind. Are you looking for a room, perhaps? Or just dinner? Both, Obito said, holding up 2 fingers. 2 rooms, one for us and one for her, and 4 dinners. Will you be able to accommodate us? 2 rooms. Naruto wondered as Obito gestured to him and Sasuke as he said us. Sakura hadn't had a problem with sharing rooms before. Had something changed? He frowned. Wait, didn't something happen to girls when they got older? His mom had told him something like that once, that occasionally teenagers needed their privacy. Sakura was 14 now, after all. Of course, of course. The man, who Naruto assumed was Sugimoto, bowed again. More than able, and happy to. It's always a gift for Konoha's ninja to visit our town. He and Obito exchanged more pleasantries, and Obito paid, covering their night and meals. Naruto thought that the woman had been right, the price was plenty fair. Now remember, Sugimoto said before handing them 2 keys. Dinner is at 8, so don't be late. He chuckled at his little rhyme before rushing off to fuss over another set of guests coming down the stairs into the lobby, and Team 7 left him to it. Obito led them up the same set of stairs past the other guests, a grumpy man and his apologetic wife, and they found that the second floor was divided into 2 corridors that ran the length of the building. Sakura, we're in room 3. You're in 5, he said, tossing her a silver key and nodding to the room at the end of the hall. Sakura caught it and nodded back as he continued. If you want to drop off your jacket, go for it. All right, Sakura said. She grinned. I'll see you guys in a minute, all right. She jogged down the hall and jimmied her room's door open, and Obito led them to a door on the opposite side of the building, letting them in with his key. It was a pretty small room, with 2 full beds and a cot under the window opposite the door, looking out onto the main street. Naruto and Sasuke poked around. The beds were in pretty good condition, and there was a bathroom hidden to the left of the tiny entryway. It's nice, Sasuke noted, flopping down on one of the beds and kicking off his shoes. Why's Sakura got the other room? Girl stuff, Obito said shortly, confirming Naruto's suspicions. She asked me about it on the way down here. You don't have a problem with it, do you? Sasuke shrugged. Could be trouble if a fight broke out. Obito snorted. I know you've had a weird career so far, Sasuke, but this isn't that kind of place. The most violent thing anyone has seen here was probably someone falling out a window after getting too drunk. Mr. Sugimoto's got all those scars, Naruto pointed out, and Obito nodded thoughtfully as he sat down on the cot. He was probably a soldier, he said, shucking off his pack and leaving it at the cot's side. Those scars were from shrapnel, you wouldn't get those working at a place like this. Most likely, he was caught in an explosion when he was younger. You mean for the daimyo? Naruto asked. Obito nodded. That's cool. Sucks he got blown up though. Well, he lived, Obito laughed. And he set up a pretty nice B&B too. I'd call that a win if I were him. Naruto wondered how many ninja could say the same. Ino's family had a flower shop, right? People retired and did other stuff all the time. He wondered if it would be okay to ask Sugimoto about the scars, but that would be kinda weird, he thought. They were only staying here for a day, and the old man was probably sick of the question by now. Hey. Sakura pushed open the door to find all of them plopped down on their beds. What, you guys are all tired out already? She grinned. We've still got a couple hours before dinner. Do you want to look around town? Nah, Sasuke said, crossing his arms behind his head and flopping back. What's out there, anyway? I saw ice cream, Sakura said. There's probably more. But if you want to stay here. Ice cream. Naruto popped up. Before dinner? You're a genius, Sakura. She smiled at him. Well, thanks for letting me know, she said dryly. I guess we're going, do you want any, sensei? Ice cream doesn't really agree with me, Obito chuckled. You guys go. We'll meet you back here, alright. Naruto and Sakura said their temporary goodbyes and went out to explore the town, going door to door. Atsutsa had a charming atmosphere to it as the sun set on it, Most of the stores were closing up, but Naruto didn't care much about them anyway. They mostly sold knickknacks or clothes or travel gear, and he had plenty of all of that. He still stopped when Sakura stopped to point out something in a window though. By the time they finally got the ice cream, the sun was pretty much gone, and they sat on the boardwalk that ran alongside the storefronts besides the dirt road and ate it together. Sakura had gotten chocolate, but Naruto preferred cookies and cream. He liked flavors that had more stuff in them. They ate even the cones, and then dusted themselves off and rose to wander back towards Sugimoto's. "It's quiet out here," Sakura said. "Nothing in Konoha would close this early." "Yeah," Naruto agreed, just now noticing that. "I guess they take care of all their stuff early in the day. And they must not get a lot of visitors. Or maybe just this time of year." "Probably," Sakura said, cutely chewing her lip. "There's a lot of roads leading here, and lots of places to shop and stay. I bet in the summer it gets crazy." They walked in companionable silence for another minute before Naruto spoke up again. "Are you okay, Sakura?" She turned to him, not looking that surprised. "You're just a little sad." "Yeah." She didn't deny it, which he was glad for. He didn't know what he would have done if she'd lied to him. "I can't stop thinking about Waterfall, that's all." She laughed. "I was mad all the time before, but that was giving me a headache. It's okay to be sad instead, right?" "Sure," Naruto said. It was a perfectly reasonable explanation, but for some reason that made something inside him prickle. Sakura wasn't supposed to be that easy to figure out. "It's nothing else, right?" This time, Sakura hesitated. They were only a block from Sugimoto's now, but she paused on the boardwalk and glanced at him. "Yeah," she said. "But I can't tell you." Naruto blinked. "Is it girl stuff?" Sakura blinked back. "What?" "Obito said you got another room cause of girl stuff," he said, not sure if he was digging himself into a hole or not. "Is that what you can't tell me?" "Naruto." Sakura laughed, her whole face flushing red, and Naruto tried to laugh with her. "You know what, ask me later, and I'll tell you, okay? I promise." "Okay," Naruto said, glad he'd gotten her to laugh. "But you better." "I will." "You will." "Yes." She laughed again. "Now drop it." He did, and they made their way back to room 3. Sasuke and Obito were where they'd left them, lazing around, and they settled down together as a team, each taking up their own way to pass the time. Sakura, Naruto noticed, sat in the corner and read the book his mom had gifted her the day before. She didn't get too far in before closing it with a curious look. He thought about asking why, but didn't. Before they knew it, it was time for dinner. It passed in the same quiet haze of unremarkable time that most of the day had. The dinner was a simple meal of fish and rice with some vegetables, but it was filling and Naruto was grateful for it. Most of the other guests in the bed and breakfast, and dinner, he wondered, were down in the lobby at the same time, and he enjoyed looking around wondering who they were. A businessman in a fancy suit, a woman in a plain dress, 2 couples, and a lone man in the corner. None of them spoke with each other, they were all bound for other places, and that sense of transition kept anyone from pushing tables together. When they said their thanks and went back upstairs, Obito gathered them in the hall. "We're going to be heading out real early tomorrow, and it'll be a busy day after that," he said. "I'm going to bed early." He gave Naruto and Sasuke meaningful glances. "Which means you are too." "Ah, come on," Naruto groused. "We're not babies. It's not even 9. You want to get to the coast before noon?" Obito asked, and Naruto grudgingly nodded. "Then we should probably leave here before the sun's up. You want to do that with a couple hours sleep?" "Fine," he whined. Sasuke surrendered with a shrug, and Sakura's lip twisted. "All right," she said. "I'll see you guys in the morning." But even after Sasuke and Obito turned to shuffle into their room, she didn't move, and Naruto noticed. He didn't move either, and then the two of them were alone in the hall. "You going to bed?" he asked, and she sighed. "Yeah. I'm really tired, actually," she said, cracking a weak smile. "I haven't been sleeping well. Weird dreams." "Yeah, me too," Naruto said, not in a million years ever going to mention that those dreams were sometimes about her. To his shock, Sakura stepped in. For an insane second, he thought she might press her face against his, but instead she gave him a light hug. Have a good night, Naruto, she said, stepping back with bright eyes. I'll see you later, okay? Okay, Naruto said with a blink, not at all sure what had just happened. You too, Sakura. She turned and walked away down the hall, and he stumbled back into his room. Sasuke gave him a curious look. You look like a tomato, he said, and that just made Naruto blush harder. Something happened. No. Naruto declared, sure they knew he was lying. Nothing. He saw Obito give him a doubtful glance from the cot, but the man turned right over and settled into sleep. Naruto, their sensei grumbled. Grab the light, would you? He did, and then slipped into his bed. After a day of traveling, it was easy for him to fall asleep, even with the sound of Obito's snoring. In the muddled time of sleep, Naruto had a familiar dream. ####. He jerked awake, struggling up against the thick blankets draped over his body, and blinked. He wasn't sure what had woken him up. It hadn't been the dream, his sleepy brain insisted. Something was wrong. No snoring, he realized after a second. Naruto had idea what time it was, but looking out the window there was nothing but darkness. It was definitely later, maybe a little after midnight. The room didn't have a clock. Obito wasn't there. That's what it was, he realized. He hadn't been woken up by his sensei leaving, but his absence had pulled him out of his sleep anyway. Why wouldn't he be there? It didn't make any sense. Naruto rolled out of bed, looking around, trying to snap awake and struggling towards it instead. Sasuke was still there, still sleeping, sometimes stirring. He'd always been a light sleeper, but Naruto had woken up first anyway. How weird was that? Was it because he'd already had the sense something was wrong? Sasuke, he muttered, prodding his friend, and Sasuke snorted awake, rolling over to glare at him. Naruto? What? He jerked, glancing back. Where's Obito? I don't know, Naruto whispered. No one could have taken Obito and just left them. That didn't make sense. He must have gone on himself. Why? Sasuke jumped out of his bed, slipping his clothes on, and Naruto followed suit, feeling sure that was a good idea. Come in, he said. Let's go get Sakura. He opened the door without a sound and padded down the corridor. Naruto followed right behind him, every sense stretching as he fully awoke. The whole town was sleeping. There wasn't any sound or light anywhere. It was like a graveyard. His teammate reached Sakura's door first and tried the knob. It wasn't locked. Sasuke slid the door open as silently as the last one. Sakura wasn't inside. Naruto blinked, rushing past his friend to look around. She wasn't there. In fact, nothing was there, none of her belongings, her jacket, nothing. The bed was even made. It was like no one had even stayed in the room. What the fuck, Sasuke muttered behind him, and Naruto spun around. His friends Sharingan were shining in the dark, looking around. She walked right out. He said, staring at the floor. Her and Obito both. Where were they going? Where? Naruto demanded. His stomach was dropping, a sick feeling that made him feel 1,000 times heavier. Sasuke nodded towards the stairs leading down to the lobby. They both rushed down the hall and down the stairs, still focusing on staying silent and with Naruto in the lead. It didn't last long, he came to a sudden halt as soon as he stepped into the lobby, Sasuke almost crashing into his back. Obito was there, sitting at a table in the center of the lobby and staring right at them. His Sharingan was active, 2 glowing red pools in the pitch black. He raised a drink to his lips. Naruto smelled coffee. So, he said, so quiet that Naruto could barely hear him. You guys woke up. You've got good instincts. Obito. Sasuke stepped ahead of Naruto and beat him to the punch. His voice was just as quiet as Obito's, and sharp. What's going on? Their sensei took a sip of his coffee. You noticed Sakura left. Where is she? Naruto said, not bothering to be as quiet. Obito made a shushing motion. I'll tell you in a second, he said. But be quiet, please. We shouldn't be rude. You're stalling, Sasuke said, drawing closer to Obito. She left. Why? Obito hesitated and then sighed, putting down his coffee. I decided to leave it to whether you guys woke up or not, he said, and then let out a little laugh. I guess I'm still a coward at heart. He straightened up. Sakura's defecting to the nation of rain. Naruto felt the world fall away from under his feet. He blinked, staring at his teacher and playing the impossible words over in his head. No. He said, and Sasuke glanced back at him. His friend was doing a better job of controlling himself, like usual, but there was still something crazy in his Sharingan. She promised me she wouldn't. She did, Obito said, drumming his fingers on the table. But she's going on your father's orders. Naruto blinked again, considering the words once, twice, a third time. It still didn't make any more sense, didn't settle in his mind. He felt something in the back of his head change, like a switch going on and off. Dad. His voice sounded to him like it was coming from far away. Why? She's going to find the Nanabe, Obito said, and as he continued speaking Naruto continued to fall into himself, feeling like he was watching everything from behind his eyes. Obito's words came through softer and softer. Rain is too strong to provoke openly, and too secretive for anyone to just walk in and find out the truth for themselves. His face twisted. Even me. So he decided to send Sakura. She's to join the village and rise up the ranks. Find out if Itaki really was working for them, and if so if they've kept Fu as the Jinchuriki or taken the beast for one of their own ninja. No one knows how long it will take. And then when she's done, she'll defect again, back to the leaf. Obito shifted, leaning forward. He looked as though he were cut from stone. She was the perfect choice. She's inexperienced but strong, and full of potential. She could do anything, with the right training. She's idealistic, but intelligent enough to question herself and what she believes. Rain already recognized all of that, and already approached her themselves back at the exam. They want her, they'll be willing to overlook her flaws, the fact she might just be too good to be true. That's what will make her the perfect spy. Do you understand, Naruto? Naruto didn't say anything. He couldn't say anything. He stood there in the lobby, watching the world as he'd understood it fly farther and farther away. This is why she'd been so sad, he thought. She'd known. She'd known and she hadn't been able to tell them. I don't want Sakura to go, he thought. We're supposed to be a team. I really like her. She can't go. I don't want to leave her side. We're supposed to. You're a team, the vibrant memory of his mother said with a soft smile, and Naruto snapped back into himself. He took a deep breath, and clenched his fists. Yeah, he said. But I don't give a shit. Obito cocked his head, and Sasuke nodded. He's right, he said, and Obito gave him an incredulous look. How's she getting there? Just walking. We gave her that piece of paper Haku offered her, Obito said, watching them both carefully. It was full of chakra, the chakra of a Mekage who came, Konan. Sensei thought it was probably some sort of summoning seal. Sakura's going to go sign it and see what happens. His eyes narrowed. You know I can't let you go after her, right? You can't fight us, Obito, Sasuke said. His face split in a sneer. You'll wake up the guests. Obito considered them. Faster than Naruto could react, he broke into a full sprint and passed straight through the table. His hand slammed into Naruto's face, and there was the familiar sensation of being sucked down an infinitely long drain. Naruto welcomed it. He blinked, and Obito's hand came away. They were inside the Kamui, the endless stone space lit by a sourceless pale light. How about dash? Obito started to ask, and Naruto tried to punch him in the face. His sensei leaned back and dodged the blow effortlessly, but he was obviously surprised. That meant that Sasuke, who had also been dragged in, had the less than a tenth of a second necessary to at least try to tackle him from the side. Naruto's friend actually managed to brush their teacher before Obito leapt up, over the grapple. Naruto jumped after him, trying to knock him out of the air. Obito spun and kicked him in the chest, and Naruto was sent flying back, crashing into the cold stone that filled the Kamui. He rolled head over heels to his feet and charged back in as Sasuke received a similar treatment. Obito simply used his superior reach and strength to bodily haul Sasuke from his feet and toss him away, in the opposite direction of Naruto. "What the hell are you doing?" Obito shouted, and Naruto went at him once again, desperate to knock him down. They clashed for a second, fist against fist, but it was hopeless. Obito's Sharingan could see every punch Naruto was going to throw even before he knew, and the man was bigger and stronger too. Even without the Kamui, there was no way Naruto could ever beat him, not by himself. But he wasn't by himself, cause the second before Obito committed and knocked him away again, Sasuke was there. 2 against 1 was still hopeless, but it wasn't an instant loss. "What the hell are you doing?" Naruto shouted back, and Obito replied with a punch to the face. Naruto spat out the pain and replied with a kick, and their shins smashed together. "You just let Sakura go alone. That's the mission she was given." Obito roared, suddenly loud and violent, and his hesitation vanished. He smashed Naruto away with a haymaker and turned to Sasuke with a blinding kick. Naruto hit the ground and bounced, and as he watched, Sasuke stood his ground. Sharingan against Sharingan, both burning red tracers in the dim light of the Kamui, the Uchiha's duel more resembled a dance than a fight, not a single part of them staying still for an instant. Obito tried to knock Sasuke down, his leg sweeping in to take Sasuke's knee, and Naruto's friend flipped right over the attack and kicked their sensei in the face. "You're too used to fighting like a ghost, Obito." Sasuke snarled, and then before he could land Obito's fist crashed down on his shoulder like a lightning bolt. Sasuke smashed into the stone and gasped, the air knocked out of him. Obito raised his foot to strike him again, but Naruto was already charging from behind. He hit the back of Obito's knee with enough force to shatter a normal person's bones and their sensei tipped backwards, thrown off balance. Sasuke took advantage of the heartbeat he'd been given. He didn't bother rising to his feet, he just pivoted and smashed both of his feet into Obito's groin, sending the man toppling backwards over Naruto. They both heard the older man suck in a pained breath, and he rolled backwards as he hit the ground, instantly coming to his feet before staggering back a step. "Okay," he muttered. He glared at the both of them, crimson eyes rotating ever more violently. "If that's the way we're doing this, take us to Sakura," Naruto shouted, charging in and trusting Sasuke would back him up. He went low and Sasuke went high, trying to stalemate their sensei. But Obito was an elite jonin for a reason. In the same motion he stepped down on Naruto's ducked shoulder, hard, slamming him into the ground, and caught Sasuke's kick out of the air with one hand. He whipped Sasuke around like a new weapon and then smashed him down on Naruto. It was as though a building had been dropped on him. Naruto's vision went white, and he couldn't even think of breathing. He tried to scrabble forward, to say something, do anything, but for a second, he was paralyzed. It was long enough for Obito to flip him away with the top of his foot, like someone kicking a ball. Naruto blacked out for a heartbeat and woke up when he hit the ground. He pulled himself back up, feeling unbelievably heavy. His whole torso was one big bruise, and he could feel blood trickling from his nose. He wiped it away with a snarl. Obito was still holding Sasuke by the leg, watching him like he would any other enemy. He grimaced. "What are you hoping to do, Naruto?" he said, tossing Sasuke at Naruto's feet. His teammate groaned, his teeth covered in blood, and Naruto bent down to help him up. The second he took his eyes off Obito, a kick smashed into his chest, Naruto tumbled backwards, the wind knocked out of him once more. "I'm not going to hold back on you." Naruto hauled himself upright once more, and Sasuke did the same behind Obito. They were both panting and bleeding, their teacher had a swollen lip and a couple bruises, but nothing more. "We're gonna beat you," Naruto gasped. "And we're going to go get Sakura." "She wants to go, Naruto," Obito said, his face flat. "You couldn't stop her?" "Stop her?" Sasuke asked, and he laughed. Obito looked back at him, confused. "You moron. Why would we do that?" We don't want to stop her, you jackass. Naruto shouted. Even talking made his chest hurt. We can't let her go alone. Obito blinked. What? If she's going to rain, we're going with her, Sasuke said, starting to circle Obito as their teacher watched them both, stunned. That's the first rule of being a team, right? Don't get split up. Obito stood there, apparently at a loss for words. He looked back and forth between them, keeping track even as he stayed silent. You. He said. He flexed his hands. You're not trying to stop her. You want to join her. What else could we do? Naruto shouted. She took the mission. It's her decision, we couldn't tell her otherwise. He could feel something dripping down his cheeks, warm as blood, but not as sticky. Was he crying? Sakura's smarter than either of us, if she thinks she should go, she's probably right. But she shouldn't go alone. She's been sad. She needs help. He's right, Sasuke said. Sakura is strong, but alone on an infiltration mission she'll be compromised quickly. She needs support. He gritted his teeth. We're her support, Obito. This isn't a mission for you, Obito said, still not dropping his guard. Naruto, Sasuke, you're both too valuable. Sasuke spat, and Naruto was astonished to see their sensei flinch. We weren't picked because I'm the next famous Uchiha, and he's the Hokage's son, right? He stepped forward, his whole body shaking. Right. Naruto realized right in that second that even if that wasn't what Obito was going to say, that was how the world saw Sakura. That was how he had seen her for the first couple weeks they were a team, even if he hadn't thought about it that way. She was someone without a clan, without famous parents, without a famous ninjutsu. Sakura was smart and beautiful and she could do anything she tried, but because she came from a normal family of normal shinobi she was someone his dad would send away on a mission to another country for as long as it took to accomplish a task that might be impossible. Sakura was smart, and beautiful, and expendable. Naruto felt his teeth grind together, and Obito shot him a concerned look. Obvious, Obito said, sounding defeated. I was going to say obvious. Rain didn't approach either of you, they wouldn't see you as actual defectors, just more spies. They'd keep you in the dark and use your power, but there's no way you'd be able to accomplish the mission. But Sakura still could, Naruto said, taking a step forward. She could. I don't think so, Obito said, settling into a relaxed taijutsu stance. If you went with her, it would put her under suspicion. Most likely, they'll split you up and keep her isolated. You can't help her. That will happen anyway, Sasuke said. She rejected their offer the first time, they're going to wonder what changed. They'll realize it's the Nanabi right away if Itaki really was working for them. He moved in as well, the both of them closing on their sensei. That's true, Obito said. But that's why it's important that she's actually sympathetic to the Akatsuki. They'll think they can turn her, so they'll still invest in her. If we're not there, Naruto said quietly, they will. Obito paused, and Naruto lowered his head. Cause we'll have abandoned her. We'll have abandoned our teammate, and just let her run off to do something impossible on her own. Obito stiffened, but Naruto hardly noticed, the words pouring out of him. And she'll know it. She's too smart not to. He was definitely crying now, he could taste the salt. She'll know we just ran home and let her do a mission like that alone, and she'll think the Akatsuki is right. That ninja outside of Rain are just tools. Sasuke and I'll have proved it. He looked up to find Obito staring at him. No, that wasn't it. He was staring past them. Obito wasn't seeing him and Sasuke anymore. Worse than trash, his sensei muttered, and Naruto cocked his head, not sure if he'd heard right. Obito looked back and forth between him and Sasuke as if realizing they were there, and then lowered his hands. The man looked torn, his eyes hollow. I just remembered. He said, his voice faint, and he laughed. I was wondering why this seemed familiar. What the hell are you talking about? Sasuke said, pressing a hand against one of his ribs and hissing. Obito turned to face him with a wild look. The day I became Mangekyo no Obito, he said, his voice intense. I told you about it, didn't I? He had, Naruto remembered. On their way to Tanzikugai. Rin said that you guys showed up to save her, and he died, he said, not treating what was probably a delicate topic with an ounce of respect. What's it matter? That was only half the story, Obito said. There was something I never told Rin. He rubbed his swollen lip and snorted. Kakashi didn't want to save her. What a prick, Sasuke said flatly. Obito chuckled. Naruto couldn't understand the change in his teacher's mood. Sometimes, yeah, he said. But he came through. I said something to him, and it changed his mind. He chuckled again, shaking his head. And I totally forgot it. That was the most important day of my life and I forgot what I said. Can you believe that? Why are you telling us this, Obito? Naruto asked. Obito frowned. There was a stone ninja who tried to stop us, he said, mostly to himself. He cut out Kakashi's eye. And I'm that guy? I'm that cocky asshole. He shook his head, and sat down. Unbelievable. What the fuck am I doing? Obito, neither of us have any idea what you're talking about, Sasuke said. Are you gonna let us out or not? Obito sighed. Those who break the rules are trash, he said. But someone who'd abandon their friends is worse than trash. He gestured for them to come sit as well and Naruto cautiously approached, wondering if this was some weird ploy to knock them out. But his sensei was radiating sincerity, and so Naruto took a seat. That's what I told him. Kakashi wanted to continue the mission without Rin, and I said we had to go back for her. Do you see what I'm talking about? It was kinda the reverse of their situation, Naruto could tell, but he still couldn't see why his sensei was so affected. This was something that could only make sense to Obito, he thought. You're right that Sakura needs backup, Obito mused. I was planning to keep an eye on her, but that was a dangerous idea. You two would be better for that. He gave them a serious look. Sensei told me I had the final call for if she should go or not. He didn't mean it like this, but you guys are right. You're what will give the mission the best chance of succeeding, you two can keep her on track. I don't know how we didn't see it. Naruto felt his heart beating faster as the reality of what they were talking about sunk in. So, you'll let us go? He said, and Obito nodded. You understand what you're saying, right? Obito said, and they both nodded. If you go after her, there's no going back. She's going on a mission, you'll actually be defecting. We'll be back, Naruto said. So it won't be for real. He cracked a smile. And with 3 of us, the mission will go 3 times faster. We'll get Fu back in like, a week. You'll be despised, Obito, Sasuke said quietly, and Naruto gave him a look. If you let us go? I didn't. You'll be the guy who lost all his students. He sat back, struck by the enormity of what they were saying. I don't know if I've been despised before, Obito said without hesitation. I can live with it. Then, he did hesitate. But I don't know if I could live with letting Sakura go alone. They sat in silence at that, nearly half a minute, until Obito stood up. I'm going to regret this, he said, and then he offered both of them a hand. Link up, okay? You're not going to send us back, are you? Naruto asked, taking his sensei's hand, and Obito smiled. I'll leave it up to you two, he said. This whole time, ever since I was assigned you, I've been trying to keep you safe. I never wanted to put you in any danger. But no matter what I did, you were always getting into trouble. It followed you around, sought us out. Team 7 was a lightning rod, the other Jounin sensei told me. They couldn't believe it. I couldn't keep you safe. All I could do was train you to do it yourself. I didn't want Sakura to go, but I was able to do it because I knew it was the right decision for the village. But letting her go alone isn't the right decision for her. Sensei told me I'd be the one to make the final decision for her, but she made it for me. All I can do now is give you guys the same choice. You're my team. That's the least you can have. It'll humiliate the village, but Konoha is strong enough to survive that. You three will always be stronger together. If you need to grow stronger in rain instead of with me for a while, that's just how things have to be. It's like Rin says, you can't control everything. Good luck. There was a swirl of space folding over itself. Till next time, okay. They vanished, and the Kamui was empty once more. With every step through the grass, Sakura crushed her doubts underfoot. She was running through the dark away from life as she knew it, so there was plenty of it to crush. You're the only one who can do this. The voice inside her, usually so bitter, was elated. It pushed her on instead of down. The voice was her, that meant she was making the right decision, right? It's too late to look back, she thought, the grass parting before her. She was almost far enough away. She didn't want to write on the paper until she had some distance from everything she'd known. She couldn't bear it otherwise. You just have to keep moving forward. And yet, she couldn't help but remember the past. It played in the shadows around her, so thick that they seemed to hold some invisible secret. They had all met a week ago, her parents and her sensei and the Hokage and her. They had stood before the Hokage's desk as if reporting on a mission instead of being given one, and he'd peered out from behind it with an understanding look. I understand if it will be difficult to maintain the story, he said, and her mother had nodded. But it's crucial for her. Of course, Mabuki had said, and Sakura had been impressed at how stoic she was. She hadn't liked the idea, and she'd said so. Don't worry, honey, her father had said. Lots of kids argue with their parents. If people want to believe that was the final straw, plenty of them will buy it. To Sakura, who had just fixed her relationship with them, it had seemed deeply unfair. But it was what all of them had decided. The minor arguments after the Chunin exam were to be blown up beyond repair, to make her leaving just a little more believable. Just a little more tragic. Her girl, running from home, what could be better? And if her parents agreed, it would be the final nail in the coffin. It's her choice to take the mission or not, the Hokage had said. Even now. No one will judge you if you turn it down, no one will even know. But your experience and suitability make you perfect, Sakura. It was an open-ended objective. Depending on how aggressive and lucky she was, it could take a month, or a year. Or more. The official story would be defection. The shadows danced with the story of Sakura's past, and she ran away from it. Top secret stuff. No one would know. Outside the village for maybe years, with the brand of traitor firmly stamped on her. It was a terrifying prospect. Even 2 months ago, Sakura could never have dreamed of it. But now she was covered in Waterfall's ashes, and for some reason that made her ready. Maybe she was just lying to herself. Maybe she would break down the second she committed. You're the only one who can do it. Sakura kept moving. The paper in her pack was chakra reactive, she'd been told. Nothing else about it seemed strange. If there was a hidden jutsu in it, it wasn't one that could be detected by anyone in Konoha. Haku had told her it would make someone appear, but Sakura wasn't sure how that was possible. Once she signed that paper, she was on her own. Everything else would be up to her. She would be a Chunin the second she did. Taking the mission would be showing the necessary maturity for promotion, was what her sensei had said. What would it matter in another village though? It wouldn't be like she could tell Rain that she'd become a Shunin for deciding to go there. Sakura giggled, feeling a bizarre sense of freedom. It was strange and scary and wonderful all at the same time. She'd never had her own future in the palm of her hand. It felt like for the first time in forever, she had a real choice. You've learned to sacrifice for the village, and for the will of fire. That's the most important lesson a ninja of the leaf can learn. On that front, I've got nothing left to teach you. That's what being a ninja is. There was a contact for her to meet in a megakure, the Hokage had said. She wouldn't be alone. But she wasn't allowed to know who it was. He'd told her this one-on-one, the actual briefing for the mission, after her parents had left, not the offer at the training ground. Rain's biggest secret is also its most powerful, he'd said. It's what made Sensei decide to train the Omekage all those years ago, before I met him. He'd showed her a sketch. It was of an eye, but nothing like any eye Sakura had ever seen. Even the Sharingan looked recognizable, if strange, and far too red. This one had been colored a faint purple, and the pupil was surrounded by concentric rings, like ripples in a pond. This is the Rinnegan, the Hokage had said. It's a one-of-a-kind jujutsu possessed by one of the Omekage, Nagato. Sakura, these are the most dangerous eyes in the world. I'll spare you a history lesson, but the last person to manifest these eyes decided the course of the world. The Rinnegan's something that can't be quantified. It gives those that possess it an impossibly deep understanding of chakra. When Nagato was younger than you, he was able to master all 5 elements in a very short amount of time, and that was just a rudimentary example of his proficiency. You understand what I mean? He can never be underestimated. There was a clearing coming, Sakura saw, a secluded area where she would be able to see someone coming from every direction but be able to conceal herself in the tall grass. The perfect place. The very first test any defector faces in a Megakure is administered by him. It's a simple interrogation, our source went through it as well. We've been told that if you lie, you die. He's apparently infallible. When you face that test, Sakura, you must only tell the truth. Even if they ask you if you've been sent by us, you have to tell them so. They'll most likely know you're not a true defector, the trick will be making them think you're converting. Even if you have to deceive yourself. Sakura had nodded. She could do that. If there was anything she was sure of, it was her ability to trick herself. Now, she nodded to herself again, shucking her pack and digging through it in the center of the field. She rummaged through her birthday gifts, she'd brought every single one of them. Would they think she was selfish, or understand the message? Sakura hoped for the best but feared the worst. She found the paper and withdrew it, considering it carefully. It was light in her hand and fluttered in the light breeze that blew the grass to and fro. The grass produced a faint whisper as she withdrew a pen from her pocket. Sakura stopped. She didn't know what she should write. All this worrying and preparing, and she hadn't once thought about what she should actually write. A dozen messages drifted through her mind, and she shook them away. Trying too hard, too earnest, too cynical. She was defecting. Sakura Harino was defecting. The message would have to be one that would come from Sakura Harino, former ninja of Konoha. It would be simple, and straightforward, and a little fed up. I want to leave, Sakura wrote in her flowing script, the handwriting her parents had always been so proud and her classmates so envious of. This isn't the place for me. It was hard to see even in the light of the waxing crescent moon, but as Sakura watched the most important words she'd ever written sank into the paper, the ink fading from sight. She blinked, the paper was too thin for the ink to vanish entirely, so where was it going? The paper bucked once in her hands, like a living thing. She tried to follow the flow of chakra, but even with the paper in her hand the configuration was too complicated for her to comprehend. Whatever jutsu was animating the paper required control that made her Ryusuiken look like a child's exercise. A second later the ink returned, squirming out of the paper in a new configuration. Sakura watched it worm into new words in awe. Wait, it wrote out. We are coming. Sakura sat back in the grass, feeling the waving stalks caress her back, and sighed. That was that, she thought. She felt as she had when she'd first given the paper up, like an invisible weight had finally been pulled off her back. There in the rustling darkness, alone in the night, Sakura felt a sudden kind of tranquility that she could only sit back and marvel at. I'm meant to be here, she thought, looking up at the shining moon. That's why you feel this way. Because you're doing the right thing. Sakura sat there in silence, and enjoyed the feeling, and waited to be taken away. A couple minutes later, her tranquility snapped like a bone. Sakura. Sakura sat bolt upright, half dazing in the field. She blinked. That was Naruto's voice. Naruto was looking for her. Naruto was here. She dropped low by instinct, concealing herself in the grass, and the call came again. Maybe 100 meters away, just beyond the field. How the hell had they found her? Sakura felt panic worming at her heart and crushed it like she had her doubt. Had they gotten past Obito? That was impossible, he'd said he would keep them from coming after her, even after he told them. Since it was completely impossible that they could have beaten or evaded Obito, that only left. That he'd sent them. He doesn't think you can do it. Sakura's face twisted into a sneer as she pressed it into the dirt, trying to erase her existence. Sasuke had a Sharingan, and if Naruto was here he was too. He could follow her trail, and if she wasn't careful, he might even see her chakra boiling into the air. She had to move, or they'd find her for sure. Sakura. Naruto was closer now, at the edge of the field. She heard an echo as Sasuke repeated the call. Come on out. Sakura stayed pressed in the dirt. She couldn't relocate now, she thought. If she moved, the grass would give her away. Even a shinobi couldn't travel through a grass field without disturbing a stalk. She'd have to travel with the wind, mask her movement by mirroring it. That was the only way. Sakura, Sasuke said, his voice clear over the distance. We're not here to stop you. Sakura's heart froze. We're here to help you. No. Of everything that could have been said, that was what shot Sakura to her feet. She screamed the word so loud that Naruto and Sasuke flinched even as they turned to watch her pop out of the grass. Go away. We're not going away. Naruto shouted back, running forward into the grass and bulldozing a path towards her. Sakura was frozen, unable to advance or retreat. She could only watch her teammate come right for her, his eyes shining in the moonlight. Sasuke followed behind him at a more relaxed pace. They were both covered in bruises, there was blood running from Naruto's nose. What had happened? You can't do this alone. No matter where you go, they'll overshadow you. I can. Sakura screamed back. I have to. You don't understand, Naruto. You're going to ruin everything. Without conscious thought, her hand fell to the sword at her side. Naruto didn't stop coming, and for a heartbeat Sakura had to fight the insane urge to swing at him. Her hand tightened around her sword's hilt before sanity reasserted itself. What was she going to do? Cut down her own teammate? That was ridiculous. She relaxed and Naruto reached her, eyes wide. Okay, he panted, before straightening up and grinning, wiping away some dried blood on his lip. Basically, Sasuke and I think you've got two options. Naruto, you have to go, Sakura said, hearing her voice crack. You can't be here. I've got to leave. Someone's coming to get me already. He ignored her. So, either you let us come with you, he said, scratching the back of his head, or Sasuke and I beat the crap out of you and drag you back to the village. You know, like if you were actually defecting. As if. Sakura startled herself, and Naruto's grin only split wider. I could take both of you, don't make me prove it. Naruto's grin faded for a moment, he wasn't sure if she was joking or not. Sakura wasn't sure either. She could use the Ryusuiken non-lethally if she tried, she was sure, and they were both already hurt. Knock them both away, or at least stall until Rain's agent arrived, but how long would that take? Was she really considering this? She blinked, stepping back from herself. What are you doing? Are you really going to fight your friends because they want to help? As Sakura took a breath and tried to comprehend the situation, Sasuke stepped forward. Sakura, he said, and she focused on him. Where Naruto was brash and speaking from the heart, Sasuke was smart and could be cold when he needed to. He'd understand why they absolutely could not come. That wasn't what he said. We always work best as a team, he said, and the truth of it stung her. On that first C rank, in the exam, in Waterfall, we all would have died if it weren't for each other. Another step. You can't go alone. You could, but it's only going to make things that much harder. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense that you alone got picked. Sasuke, she tried to say, and he shook his head. This was the whole point of what they did. Don't you remember what Kushina told you? He asked, and Sakura couldn't help but nod. They gave you that paper so they could get all of us. We're not outside of their expectations, it'll just be too good to be true. They'll question it, but they can't afford to turn all of us down. So logical. She was stupid to think he would have used that against her. Sakura felt something prick at her eye. This way, you won't be alone in enemy territory, Sasuke said, spreading his hands wide. None of us will. They'll separate us for sure, but it'll be better than being separated by a whole country, right? You morons, Sakura whispered, afraid something inside her would break if she was louder. You're not ready. I've been training for this for a whole month. I'm ready to leave, I've said goodbye. You'll be leaving things halfway. She managed to speak up, her voice coming to life. Naruto, you'll be leaving your family. What will your dad think? He'll think, geez, maybe I shouldn't have sent his teammate alone, I'm such a dipshit, Naruto said with a snort. His face fell a little. And Mom, she'll understand. She's always talking about how sometimes you don't get to make the choice. This time, I'm making it. Sakura shook her head, changing tactics. Sasuke, you. She faltered, seeing the cold look in his eye. He hated his mother now, leaving her wouldn't cause him a moment of hesitation. You told Hinata you'd go on a date with her. You'll be a real scumbag if you don't show up. What? Sasuke's whole body twitched. That's not. Naruto shot him a disbelieving look, and Sasuke stared back at him in horror. That's not what I agreed to. Sasuke, Naruto said. Are you stupid? That's definitely what that was. Sasuke considered, and then slowly began rubbing his forehead, staring ahead blankly. He'd completely frozen up. Sakura let out a high laugh. See? You've both got things you can't afford to leave behind. That's why I got picked and you didn't. So please, get out of here. No, Sasuke muttered, and Naruto nodded in agreement. Sakura's heart broke and knitted back together in the same moment. We're coming with you. We'll figure out if Fu is there or not, and then we'll bail. Simple as that, Naruto said. Sakura's hands curled into fists, and he held his up in surrender. I'll be following you and Sasuke cause I don't want to get left behind, and Sasuke'll be looking for his brother. We've all got reasons. They won't want to turn me away for having a crappy one cause I'm the Hokage's son. They can't afford to ditch me. I don't. Sakura said, closing her eyes. I don't care that it's a good argument. I don't care that I was going to be alone. I don't deserve this. I don't understand why you're doing this, she finally said, barely audible over the rustle of the grass. I don't understand why you'd leave everything for me. It doesn't make sense. Naruto paused, and shared a glance with Sasuke. The Uchiha shrugged. You're our friend, Sakura, he said. Sakura could feel her heart beat throughout her whole body. What the hell kind of friends would we be if we let you do something like this alone? Sakura stood there in the field unable to breathe, and when she opened her eyes Naruto was smiling at her. Her heartbeat jumped. She had no choice but to surrender. Okay, she said quietly, taking a deep breath. You guys know this is gonna suck though, right? Hey, it could be fun, Naruto said, taking his victory with perfect magnanimity. Missions are always fun, and this is gonna be a really cool one, right? Probably not, Sasuke said. I doubt they'll let us do anything interesting at first. Sakura laughed. Definitely, she said, feeling an uncontrollable giggle work its way up through her gut. Indefinite house arrest, for sure. Ah man. Naruto said with a grin. But I always heard rogue ninja had super dangerous lives. Was this really happening, or was this a moonlit dream? Sakura couldn't tell. She sat down in the grass, and her teammates joined her in the dirt. They sat there as the grass rustled around them for a time that couldn't be quantified as Sakura processed just how much her teammates were willing to give up for her, and eventually she spoke up. What happened to you guys anyway? She asked. Naruto laughed. We tried to run after you, and Obito beat me up with Sasuke, he said. Sakura raised an eyebrow. You mean, Obito Sensei beat you and Sasuke up? She said. Sasuke grunted. No, he said, and Naruto was quick to change the subject. So, you already used the paper, huh? He asked, and Sakura nodded. Yeah, she said, digging it out of her pocket and showing it to him. The words hadn't changed. That wasn't what I wrote, the ink changed after I put it down. Huh, Naruto said as he examined it. That's neat. Can I grab a pen? Sakura handed it over silently, not wanting to feel as comfortable as she did, and while she and Sasuke watched, Naruto scribbled something else on the paper in his rough handwriting. "We're coming too." The ink faded away like it had last time, and returned anew a second later. "Wait," it said this time. "We are coming for you." Not much of a change, but for some reason the extra words made Sakura frown. 2 more words for 2 more people. Was that all? Had Rain really been expecting that all 3 of them would defect? They waited with nothing to say. They were all afraid that something would change if they spoke, that someone would realize a mistake was being made. 15, 30, 40 minutes. Sakura was beginning to doze off again. She hadn't thought it would take this long for some reason. Naruto was doing the same. Sasuke was still fully alert, his Sharingan active and scanning the tree line. He'd always needed the least sleep of them. Even if it was the most important day of her life, Sakura was still exhausted. 44 minutes after they'd written on the paper, Sasuke stood up. "Something's coming," he said, and just like that Sakura and Naruto were fully awake. They watched as Sasuke looked up, his Sharingan growing wide. "What?" he muttered, and then in the light of the moon Sakura saw it too. A woman with white wings, soaring through the sky. As Team 7 watched, the woman glided down towards them with the moon at her back. Her wings flapped leisurely, too slowly to truly support her, and Sakura blinked. It was Konan, she thought. One of the Omekage themselves was coming for them. She was frozen, the weight of their future bearing down on her with impossible finality. The woman smiled at her, the same smile that she'd given Sakura when she'd judged her at the end of the exam, and landed so gently that even the grass wasn't disturbed. "Good morning," she said in her melodic voice, as if she was greeting them in the street instead of in the middle of a field. "A little early to be defecting, isn't it?" Was she talking about the time of day, or the fact it had barely been more than 2 months since the exam? Or both? Sakura couldn't tell. All her senses were stretched to absurdity. Every single word carried infinite import. "Act confident," she thought, breathing in. "Be yourself. Be Sakura Haruno, defector." But Sakura Haruno, defector, wasn't supposed to be there with her teammates, and Sakura found it hard to pretend that wasn't the case. "Omekage," she said, and Konan raised an eyebrow. "Haku told me to write in that paper if I ever felt like Konoha wasn't the right place for me." It wasn't rehearsed, but Sakura felt the words coming as if she'd been running them through her head for years. "And I don't think it is. I want to go with you." "We," she said, gesturing at her friends, "want to go with you. I want to find out more about the Akatsuki." It wasn't even a lie. Sakura was proud of herself. Konan regarded her with a gentle curiosity, and then nodded. "Of course," she said, and Sakura couldn't believe she'd been accepted that easily. "And what about you two?" she asked, glancing at Naruto and Sasuke. Her eyes schemed over their bruises with obvious interest. "She was trying to sneak away," Naruto said indignantly, lying like only a single child could. "Like she couldn't even tell us what she was thinking." He jerked his head towards Sasuke. "And this asshole was too. I couldn't stop both of them, and I'm sure as hell not going to let them just run off on their own." "Ha!" Konan let out a little laugh. "That's very noble of you, Namikaze," she said, and Naruto grinned meanly. "You were hoping to leave too, Sasuke Uchiha," she continued, and Sasuke grunted. "The last time I saw my brother, he said he was working for you," he said with a glare, and Konan shifted, not saying anything one way or the other. "I need to find him." How could he be that confident, Sakura thought, to stare down another cage without flinching? Sasuke was definitely the strongest of them. This time, Konan's laugh was louder. "So," she said, pointing at Sakura, and then Sasuke. "In search of ideals, and vengeance. And you?" She lingered on Naruto. "You're a fine shinobi, Naruto Namikaze. Do you know how many ninja would simply forsake their comrades for changing the symbol on their forehead?" Naruto looked surprised at the compliment, and Konan shook her head. "If you'd truly chase your friends to another village, you're exactly the kind of ninja we're looking for." Her smile turned a little sour. But defecting is not as easy as just saying so. You'll all be questioned, are you prepared for that? Sakura and Sasuke nodded, and Naruto snorted. Try me, he said, crossing his arms. Konan's grin matched his. I'm happy to hear that, she said, stepping forward. Hold out your hands. They all did it without hesitation, the whole team moving as one unit, and Sakura saw a little light in Konan's golden eyes. Team 7 presented their hands out, palms up. Let me show you this, Konan said, and she removed from her Akatsuki robe a handful of small black rods. They looked like ordinary metal to Sakura, but she saw the way Sasuke cocked his head at them, his eyes darting minutely as he followed the flow of some invisible chakra within them. This is a mechanism for a summoning, Konan said, and Sakura let out an understanding noise. However, it's going to hurt a little. You have to penetrate the skin with them. She made no motion to force them on any of them, just waited there with her open hand, the rods glinting in the moonlight. If you have any second thoughts, consider them now. This isn't something you should have any possible regrets about. Her eyes flashed. You're stepping down a path that cannot be walked back. Sakura looked at her teammates, and they at her and each other. She found, to her astonishment, that she didn't have a hint of regret. They nodded as one, and each took one of the rods. Sakura considered it, found the edge sharper than she'd have thought, and pushed it into the skin of her palm. A couple drops of her blood spilled out, running over the black metal, and Sakura felt a boiling hot chakra pour into her arm, suffusing her whole body in an instant. There was a flash of smoke, and the moon shone down on an empty field. Team 7 was gone. Obito Sensei Chapter 33. You can't go back. Obito felt warm. It was a beautiful day in Konoha, a brisk spring breeze blowing through the village's streets and shaking the trees of the forest around it. It had rained just before he'd arrived, and the streets were still drying in the midday sun. Doing the mission by himself had been easy, maybe even a little nostalgic. After all, there had been a time when all of his missions had been solo operations. His unique skill set had determined that he hadn't even had to step in. The daimyo's marshals had handled everything. He'd just been an expensive security deposit. A lot more lonely missions in the future, he thought as he walked through the village, looking around and giving the occasional perfectly normal greeting to anyone who acknowledged him. After what he'd done, who'd trust him with the team again? Obito thought he should have felt scared, or ill. Instead he was warm and confident. This was reality now, he thought. It would be stupid to regret it. He'd made his decision, and the moment he'd done that he was ready to live with it. What had changed? Obito pondered that question as he watched another group of young genin wander by. It was like a thin film had been pulled back from the world. Wasn't that a little too dramatic for that to happen just from digging up an old memory? Maybe not. He wasn't sure. There was only one other person who'd been there. She was the only one who might be able to understand what he'd done without judgment. Or maybe Rin would knock him into orbit. There was only one way to find out. Obito meandered towards the central hospital, hands stuck in his pockets as he imagined all the ways he was about to become a stranger. The beautiful day washed over him, and he was there before he knew it. He slipped through the front door without bothering to open it and wandered upstairs, heading for Rin's office. He wasn't sure where he'd look next if she wasn't there, but in the middle of the week and the middle of the day, it was a safe bet. He got a couple strange glances from both staff and patients as he made his way to the 5th floor. It had been a long time since Obito had been in the hospital. He hadn't even gone after Waterfall. Rin had been able to fix him right up. It didn't bother him that they were wondering why he was there. He was sure that normally it would have. Rin's door was half open when he got there, and Obito could hear the sounds of a conversation inside. Something logistical. As one of the head medical ninja, Rin was responsible for the village's supplies as well as its shinobi, and from the sound of it they were close to running out of some sort of chakra-reactive ink. Obito lingered by the door for about 10 minutes, the time passing in a pleasant haze as he wondered just what the hell he was going to say. Eventually, another woman dressed in a medical uniform left. She started and gave Obito a glare when she realized he was standing right next to the door, and he shrugged in apology. He slipped past her into the room, and Rin sat up behind her wide oak desk with a surprised grunt. Obito? You're back already. There were countless forms and knickknacks scattered across her desk, 12 different kinds of pens, and an impressively organized pile of completed paperwork stuck in a binder off to the side. Yup, he said, and Rin tilted her head at his tone. Obito couldn't help but watch the way her brown hair cascaded against her shoulder. She said with a raised eyebrow. Did you need something? Did someone get hurt again? No, everyone's fine, Obito said. Why did that sound like the truth? Can we talk in private for a minute? Rin crossed her arms. Not much that's more private than my office, Obito. Unless you mean the Kamui. No. Obito shook his head. I spend too much time there. Change of scenery is always nice. He held out his hand. Here, I'll find a place. Rin took his hand and as a spark traveled the full length of Obito's body he shifted into the Kamui for just a fraction of a second. 3 steps forward, and they were on top of the Hokage's monument. Rin looked around and blinked. Not quite what I thought, she said with a laugh, smiling at him. Always freaks me out when you dash. Rin, Obito said, Sakura was given a mission to defect to the Nation of Rain. His teammate stared at him, her chocolate brown eyes wide. She left in the middle of the night, after we stopped to rest, Obito said, each word carefully measured. I got up to make sure she was good to go, but I didn't go back to bed afterwards. Naruto and Sasuke noticed, and they woke up and confronted me. I told them the truth. We had a fight. I won, they didn't have a chance. Rin was just silently staring, either too shocked to speak or too focused to bother. The whole time, I thought they were trying to beat me down so they could go stop Sakura. But I was being an idiot. They told me, when it was obvious they'd lost, that it wasn't their right to stop her. That since she'd agreed to the mission, she obviously had to go. Obito looked down at the village spread out below them. But they said that she definitely couldn't go alone. Obito, Rin said quietly, and he glanced back at her. You let them go? Yeah, Obito said. I let them go. Do you? Rin hesitated. That was good, Obito thought. She was thinking about it. Maybe she would even understand it. Do you think you did the right thing? Obito blinked. For some reason, he hadn't expected that question. It was only a momentary hesitation, a heartbeat later, he nodded. It depends, he said, and Rin returned his nod. They both looked out at the village, the breeze rustling their clothes and hair. For the village, no, I don't think so. I think people will hate me, and they'll be right to. He breathed in deeply, so much sweet spring air making it feel like his chest would burst. But for my team, yeah. I think they're always gonna be stronger together. Naruto and Sasuke told me that if Sakura went alone she'd defect for real, and I think they were right about that. I think that they'll all be coming back. You think? Rin said gently. Obito acknowledged the unspoken end of that sentence with a small laugh. But I don't know that, right? He said. Rin grimaced. She was being so quiet, Obito thought. When Rin had come back from training with the legendary Sun and Tsunade she'd been brasher, louder, even a little meaner. But now, it was like they were kids again. She was meek and understanding, and he might have just done something incredibly stupid. What made you let them go? She asked. Just them saying that. No, Obito said with a shake of his head. That wouldn't have been enough. It was crazy that they said that, but it was something else that got me. Yeah. They made me remember something, he continued. They were both standing there, all beat up and bleeding and screaming at me, and it felt familiar. I couldn't figure out why at first, I thought I was just exhausted, or having déjà vu. You weren't? Rin asked, honestly curious. When you got captured, at Kanabi Bridge, Obito said. Rin flinched. Kakashi and I got ambushed by one of the stone ninja who'd taken you. He cut out Kakashi's eye, and that awoke my Sharingan. He smiled sadly. And then he died, just an hour or two later, and that brought out my Mangekyo. Obito, Rin said cautiously. You're not really making sense. Kakashi didn't want to go back for you, Obito said, and Rin sucked in a breath. He told me that the mission was more important than anything. That's what he'd always been taught. And I disagreed. I told him that even if a shinobi who abandoned the mission was trash, someone who'd just leave their friends behind was worse than trash. That's what made him decide to rescue you. That's why he chose to die, when he pushed me out from under that rock. You get it? No. Rin seemed embarrassed to say it. I don't get what you're talking about, Obito. What's this got to do with Sakura? I went out there thinking that Sakura's mission was more important than anything. Obito's gaze wandered over the village, lingering on the Hokage's tower. That even if it hurt Naruto and Sasuke, or even if we ended up losing Sakura for good, that was just the cost of the mission, that would just be a sacrifice that a shinobi had to make. He looked back at Rin. I forgot the words that made me who I am. Isn't that ridiculous? Rin watched him with an expression Obito couldn't identify. Then, she smiled. You know, she said, and even if she was smiling her voice was heavy with sorrow, we both changed after Kakashi died, Obito. He didn't have to acknowledge a truth that obvious. I didn't want to be weak enough to ever end up in that situation again, Rin said. I thought it was my fault that Kakashi had died, so I told myself that I'd make that impossible. That I'd get strong enough to crush anyone who tried to use me. She was wistful, lost in the past. But you changed a lot more than me, Obito. You were always a goofball, and funny, and cute, but you came back from that mission and suddenly you had a Sharingan that hadn't been seen in decades, and a technique that made you almost unstoppable. Obito's brain was stuttering, stuck on cute, as Rin continued. So you had to change, right? You had a lot of responsibilities all of a sudden, and when everything went down with Root, you were the first one Sensei turned to. You were the only one he could rely on to assassinate those bastards. Anyone else would have died, but you were a ghost, right? What do you dash? Obito started to ask, and Rin made a shushing motion. Obito, think about what you told me. You became one of the most powerful shinobi in the village, the world, because you made a decision for yourself, she said, her smile going a little vicious. And for me. You disobeyed the team leader and ran off after me. I didn't know that before, but it makes so much sense now. Obito said. Rin shook her head. Since that day, I don't think you've made a single decision for yourself, she said, and Obito felt like someone had just smashed him into the monument with a hammer. You always set your pace before you got your Sharingan, you did what you wanted, what you thought was right, even if it was going to make you seem unreliable. But afterwards, you were still cheerful, but you just followed orders. You used to talk about becoming Hokage, and that just vanished right out of you. Did that happen, she said, because you forgot? Or because you thought it was your fault that Kakashi was dead? The strong winds at the top of the monument threatened to push them over. Both. The word burst out of Obito's mouth so suddenly that he almost flinched. There wasn't any thought, just reaction. I wanted to forget. I thought what I'd said had been stupid, that it had gotten Kakashi killed. It was something that only a child could think. I didn't want to remember it. What you said didn't kill Kakashi, Rin said gently. It saved me. The hidden stone killed him. Obito closed his eyes, trying to keep his breathing under control. I didn't think that way. Well, that's stupid, Rin said. No wonder you've been such a lump since then. What the hell were you thinking, taking that all on yourself? Her words should have hurt, but Obito felt some venom leak out of him, like burning blood. His breathing stabilized, he straightened up. I don't have a clue, he said, and then shook his head. No, that's bullshit. After I got the Kamui, I had to do everything myself. That was just how I thought about it. Because otherwise people would just be risking themselves for no reason. So I thought that, because of that, there was no way I could be Hokage. He stared down at the carved heads beneath their feet. The Hokage has to be someone the whole village can look to, someone who can keep it safe. Sensei was that person, even after Kakashi died. But I was just a ghost, the only person I could keep safe was myself. What a bunch of nonsense, Rin said matter-of-factly, crossing her arms and staring out over the village. To his surprise, Obito found himself nodding in agreement. You're taking it way too literally. I'm a literal guy, Obito said with a grin. Rin's laugh was beautiful. But I get it now. I feel like I've woken up, I guess. It had to take me losing my team to realize that. He looked down. I haven't lost much since Shisui died. You didn't lose them, Rin said as she slapped him on the shoulder. It was like getting hit by a falling tree, and Obito nearly staggered off the monument. Sakura wasn't ready to go on a mission like that by herself. I don't know what Sensei was thinking. But all of them together, they'll keep their heads screwed on straight. They'll be back. She smiled slyly. It'll be like a field trip. Obito snorted. We'll see if Sensei sees it that way. He won't, Rin said. Mind if I tag along? I wanna see his face. I don't want you to get any of my mud on you, Obito said. His teammate snorted. I was just asking to be polite, she said. If you don't take me with you, I'll be there within a couple seconds anyway. She looked pointedly down the face of the monument. It's not a long fall. Obito rolled his eyes and extravagantly stuck out his arm, and Rin took it with mock pomposity, as if agreeing to dance with someone below her station. The world swirled away as it was subsumed by the Kamui. She was right, Obito thought as they stepped through infinite space into another limited one. He'd spent the better part of his life as an automaton as he mindlessly followed the village's instructions. It hadn't been Sensei abusing him, it had simply been that after Kakashi's death he hadn't known how to do anything else. He'd promised Kakashi he'd look out for Rin and become a great ninja, but for Kakashi up until the very last day of his life being a great ninja meant following your orders, and Obito had mindlessly aped that, unable to consider anything else under the enormous pressure of his new eyes and, after their thrill faded, the constant dread of blindness. He'd been content to survive, day by day. Everything new in his life had been forced on him, his apartment, his rank, and even his team. They'd demanded their own missions, and Rin had pushed him towards the Chunin exam. He'd been like a stone rolling down a hill. But Obito wasn't content anymore. It wasn't just Sakura's mission that had woken him up, he thought, but everything that had happened since he'd taken on Team 7. Every mission, every question, the Chunin exam, Sakura's offer from Rain, the destruction of Waterfall, the revelation of his clan. All of it had startled him back to life like a dozen people beating their fists on a coffin. He felt, for the first time in decades, the same itch he'd had when he was younger. To be seen, to create change. It was like a fire in his heart that set it beating harder and harder. It felt good. It made him brave enough to appear right in the center of the Hokage's office, head held high. Obito and Rin stepped out of thin air, and Minato Namikaze slowly raised his head to greet them. The office was empty. Obito noticed it right away as his Sharingan settled down, his hyperacute vision fading. Minato wasn't doing any paperwork, he was just sitting at his wide desk, head propped on steepled hands, staring at them. The blinds were drawn, casting everything in mute shadows. Obito, the Hokage said, and Obito gave him a slight blow. I heard you got back. Minato's eyes narrowed slightly. Obito met the hard look without flinching. Alone. Yeah, Obito said. Keep it simple, he thought. A conversation could be like a duel, and the Hokage was peerless at both. If he tried to be clever, he'd lose. For the first time in years, he wanted to win. Sakura left in the middle of the night, but Naruto and Sasuke woke up too. They confronted me. He touched his split lip, which was still a little swollen. I beat them. He shrugged. And then I let them go after her. They had decided to defect as well. Minato quietly considered that, as still as a statue. He spoke from behind his hands, his expression unreadable. What the hell were you thinking? He said it so calmly that Obito almost blinked. The words were like Arctic ice, calm above and deadly below. His teacher had always been a thoughtful guy, Obito thought. He wasn't rash, he considered every option, no matter what. But when Minato spoke, Obito realized his sensei might not have considered this possibility. I had two thoughts, he said, trying to sound just as calm. 3, he amended internally. I forgot who I was, but we all did, so I think I can be forgiven for that one. The first was that Sakura would probably fail, he said, and Rin shot him a dirty look. Minato's eyes didn't shift from him. I was aware of that the whole time, but I was ashamed to admit it. It's not because she's not smart or driven, but because she has those qualities. The Akatsuki's ideals were created for people like her, who look at the world and aren't happy with it. Like me. She'd fall for them in a second. She'd accomplish the mission, without a doubt, and then never return. That was part of the risk of the mission, Minato said, and what he didn't say rang even louder. If she completed the mission but didn't come back, it would still be a success. Obito's hands curled into fists. That was my second thought, he said, and Minato's eyes darted down to his clenched fists. It wasn't. It never could be. He sighed. I refused to let it. So I sent all of them. That's naive, Minato said quietly, still unmoving and unmoved. I didn't think you were like that, Obito. That's why I trusted Sakura with this mission. She was going to be someone who would decide the future of the world. You don't think that would have been enough for her? Rain would never turn her away, she just would have been in the employ of another village. His fingers clenched, crushing each other. It was not a dear sacrifice. Not for the village, Obito admitted. Not for you, or even her parents, and maybe even me. He smiled bitterly. But it would have broken Naruto's heart, and Sasuke's too. They never would have recovered. They would have lived with that pain of betrayal for the rest of their lives. Rin glanced at him, her eyes cautious. Naruto is strong, Minato said, his face stone. He could have survived a little heartbreak. It might even have made him a better ninja. His jaw clenched. But now, they're all lost to us. Rain will never let them return. They'll be back, Obito said, knowing in his heart that it was true. So long as they were alive, they'd be planning to return. They all will be, I promise you that. I wouldn't have let any of them go otherwise. You don't understand, Minato bit out, and Obito shook his head. The Hokage paused, thrown by his student's disrespect. You're the one who doesn't understand, Obito said, and he was shocked at the cold venom that filled his voice. I know my team better than you, Sensei. Even your son. You gave me the right to make that final decision, remember? After Sakura's party, you told me I was the one who would make the final call. And I did. I did the thing that would lead to the best result for my team and for the mission. Not for the village, and not for you. Obito dash. Minato said, shooting to his feet, but Obito held his ground. Is a shinobi someone who sacrifices, he said softly, or someone who is sacrificed? Minato stopped in his tracks, regarding him with a cold stare. Obito didn't blink. You always say it's the first, he said. But what Sakura was being set up for, that wasn't it, was it? His sensei's deep blue eyes were like shards of ice. You were ready to throw her away. That's not the kind of man you were, Minato. There was a terrible fury in those eyes. Minato Namikaze was the kind of man who could kill dozens of people in less than a second and without hesitation. When he arrived, people died as if by natural causes, not even aware their death was near. In the right place, at the right time, the Hokage could kill anyone and anything. Right now, that village-crushing fury was directed solely at Obito. There was nothing else in the world but the two of them. Because he'd given away the man's son, or gone against his plan. Obito was sure it was both. The murderous sensation sparked a curiosity in him. He found himself asking the same question he was sure hundreds of others had asked before, even if only for the fun of it. Who would win, between a ghost and a thunder god? There was a moment, the start of a heartbeat, where they almost went at each other. Rin sensed it subconsciously and started to move away, just the slightest twitch. The only thing that shinobi were meant to provide the world was violence. But his heart finished beating and Obito breathed out. He spoke, leaving his whole body open. His words carried the tension away, like a hand gently taking hold of a knife. If you were willing to sacrifice Sakura without flinching, he said, and Minato relaxed as well, his killing chakra receding. The entire room creaked as an invisible pressure vanished. Letting go of your son, and Mikato's son, should have been just as easy a decision. It wasn't an easy decision, Minato said, but his voice caught on the final syllable, trailing off. Obito continued forward, merciless. It wasn't, he said. But if you were as willing to let them go as you were her, you would have seen it right away. You really won't even admit fault, Minato mused. He brought up 2 fingers to rub against his forehead, suddenly looking exhausted. You're that sure you were right? I am, Obito said. I haven't been so sure of anything in a long time. Konoha will be a laughingstock, Minato said, stepping out from behind his desk and looking out the shuttered windows towards the village. That's why I didn't make that decision, he continued, talking to himself as much as Obito and Rin. My own son, run off to another village. They'll wonder what we are doing wrong, or what Rain is doing right. Naruto was too public to lose. Obito had never heard his sensei so uncertain. He turned back towards the both of them. It wasn't me being selfish, he said. I don't think you were, Obito said. But that's too cautious. You're acting like it's some unbelievable thing, but the third son did the same thing. Asuma spent over a decade with the Guardian Ninja, and Konoha wasn't any worse for it. The Guardians are in the direct employ of the daimyo, Minato said, his lips twisting. Rain is a group of revolutionaries determined to be enemies of the daimyo. They couldn't be more different. He leaned against his desk, crossing his arms. This was a unique situation. Anyone who defected to them would be tainted. That's true, Obito admitted. But even if people don't like to talk about it, Rain and Konoha have a lot in common. He crossed his arms, mirroring his sensei. Both their leaders were trained by the same man. Minato didn't look convinced. And came to very different conclusions. I want peace, and I've been keeping it. The nation and the Omekage want control. It's not the same. Of course, Obito said. But you've still been inspired by the same source. Even if it's humiliating for the Leaf, it will do Naruto some good to see. He paused, looking for the word, and grinned. It'll do all of them some good to see all the ways Jiraiya-sensei's beliefs have manifested. Minato paused, giving him a peculiar look, and after a moment slowly nodded. You're right, he said, and Obito couldn't hide his shock. His sensei gave him an amused look, some of his fury fading away. It's a good point. But they're still in enormous danger. Sand already holds a grudge against Sakura for what she did in the exam. That was a danger she was ready for. But with Naruto out of the village and in the employ of a rogue country like Rain, the hidden stone will be after him immediately. He stroked his chin. And even if they've shifted focus to technology, Cloud is always intent on collecting more powerful bloodlines, especially ones like the Sharingan. You never know when someone else like you will appear, Obito. The Hokage leaned back, glancing between the both of them. That's another reason Sakura was the safest choice. Sand would be hesitant to target a former ally, but with all of them going rogue, all of them are going to be hunted now. You understood that? I did, Obito said. It wasn't a lie. All of this and more had been rushing through his mind as Naruto and Sasuke had argued with him, but he'd still come to the conclusion he had. I'm not worried. Stone went after Naruto during the exam, and Sasuke is strong. They'll be protected by Rain as new and valuable assets, and more than that, they'll keep each other safe. He grinned. It's what I taught them to do. Minato considered him, looking for a fault or some sign of uncertainty and finding none. There was already a plan to dispatch a hunter team to attempt to capture Sakura to sell the defection, he eventually said. Their list will just have to be expanded. Will they be told to focus on Naruto and Sasuke? Obito asked, astonished to realize he was already weighing his chances against a Leaf Umbu squad, and Minato shook his head. No, he said. That would be too obvious. He shifted his gaze from Obito to Rin for the first time, and his other student coolly regarded him. What do you think, Rin? I think you both fucked up, Rin said, and Obito and his sensei snorted. But I think Obito fucked up less. That's fair, Minato said lightly. You two, leave. I have to figure out how to present this. You'll have to punish me in some way, Obito said, and Minato nodded. Oh sure, you're not getting paid for the next year or so, he said. Obito was surprised at what a toothless threat it was, and his sensei saw it. I'll think of something more lasting later. Get out of here. Obito turned to leave, but before he could step out the door Minato spoke once more. I understand why you did it, Obito, he said, and Obito paused, freezing in his tracks. You seem different. Something else happened, right? I wouldn't have done that before, is what you mean, Obito said. The Hokage made an affirmative sound. I just remembered something from a long time ago. That's all. There was quiet in the office for a couple seconds. Kakashi. Minato eventually said, and Obito nodded. Yeah, he said, and then he gently opened the door and stepped out of the office, Rin at his side. As soon as the door closed behind them, Rin sagged. Holy shit, she said. Obito couldn't help but silently agree. I didn't know his chakra could be that heavy. Now that they were out of the office, the absence of Minato's chakra was obvious. An omnipresent pressure trying to crush them from every direction at once had suddenly vanished, and Obito could suddenly stand completely straight and take full breaths once more. The Hokage's chakra alone could probably strangle a normal person. I'm surprised I got off that lightly, Obito said. Rin snorted. For a second I thought he was going to rip your head off. Me too, he admitted, looking at her. What now? She was looking up at him with her chocolate brown eyes, and for a second he forgot he could breathe again. She smirked. Well, you might not have a team anymore, but I've still got a job. Obito couldn't help but laugh. I'm going back to the hospital. Do you want me to dash? He started to offer before she shook her head. I like walking, she said. It's nice to just take things in, you know. Yeah, I get it, Obito acquiesced. Rin gave him a funny look. You still don't look scared, she noted. Even after that. I'm not, he said truthfully. His teammate grinned. Is that cause you haven't thought about having to tell Kushina yet? She asked, and Obito felt all the blood drain out of his face. Rin's grin turned from sweet to sinister. Have fun with that. She hummed as she skipped down the hall and down the stairs, out of sight. Obito watched her go, feeling something between infuriated and amazed. It would be fine, he thought. He was literally impossible to hit. He was the safest man alive. For some reason, that didn't give him any comfort as he spun out of sight. He popped out on top of Naruto's family home, and looked down with the strange realization that now it was just Kushina and Minato's. Naruto was gone, and wouldn't be back for some time. He'd let something integral to the house escape it. That weird, disconnected feeling of transition and outdated definition somehow struck him harder than anything else had that day, and he stayed rooted to the roof for more than a minute pondering the enormity of what he'd done. He was coming down from his high now, he realized, sinking into the consequences. Well, if it isn't the consequences of my own actions. The absurd thought broke him free, and he chuckled. Something funny about sitting around on my roof. He glanced down to find Kushina staring up at him with an unamused expression, and swallowed. Kushina, he said, his throat dry. How are you doing? Just fine, Kushina said, arching an eyebrow. How'd your mission go? She'd known, Obito thought. She was the Hokage's wife and Naruto was on Sakura's team, there was no way she hadn't. He licked his lips, considering what to say. Kushina was famous for her temper. If he played this wrong. Did Naruto come back with you? She asked. Obito blinked. What? He asked, and Kushina rolled her eyes. We should take this somewhere else, she said, leaping up to the roof and landing beside him. Take us to the compound, will you? What? Obito asked again. Kushina looked at him like he was the stupidest man in the world. The Uchiha compound, she said slowly, articulating each syllable as she would for a baby or someone who was hard of hearing. If Naruto went with her, Sasuke did too, right? There's no way either of them would back down. We might as well tell Mikoto together. She knew? What? How? Had Minato teleported over to tell her in the time it had taken him to get here? Obito grabbed her shoulder and drew them both into the kamui before stepping back, shaking his head. Kushina, how dash? He didn't have a chance, even with the Sharingan. Kushina's haymaker struck him square in the jaw and knocked him to the ground. Obito fell so hard that he bounced, spitting up a mouthful of blood, and he looked up to find Kushina shaking her fist out with a relieved look. Oh god, he'd taken her the one place she could hit him. What had he been thinking? There, she said, giving him a sharp-toothed grin. For posterity, you know. Kushina, I'm so sorry, he said, scrambling back to his feet. She didn't advance on him. It was dash. The best for them, yeah, Kushina said, and then regarded him, unimpressed. Obito gaped. What? Did you seriously not see this coming? Minato didn't tell you? Obito asked. He looked around at the endless darkness of the kamui, questioning himself. This didn't feel real. Pfft. Kushina smoothed out her long red dress and sat back on a suddenly manifested golden chain that provided her an impromptu chair. You've got a low opinion of me, huh? I was pretty sure this was going to happen, you know. Seriously? Obito said, shaking his head. Why the hell, how? Sensei didn't have a clue. I know my son, Kushina said with a wistful look. She already missed him terribly, Obito saw. She was staring off into the dark, not paying attention to him. Either he was going to notice something was off with Sakura and get it out of her, or he was going to chase her the second she left. Which one did it end up being? Obito, still not sure if she was messing with him or not, held up 2 fingers. Kushina chuckled. Yeah, he's still a little slow. Figures. Why did you let him go, if you knew he was going to go with her? He said, and Kushina's face dropped. 'Cause it's where he wanted to be, she said. With his team. If I kept him here, that just would have been torture for him. She shifted, her eyes piercing him. You knew that too, right Obito? That's why you let him go. Sure, Obito said, massaging his jaw. But I didn't think you'd agree. I didn't want to, Kushina said. But it's just how things are. She laughed. I thought it might happen the second Sakura got that damn letter. I told them, even. Maybe I planted the thought in him that day, you know? Maybe it's my fault he went with her. If it was just because you raised him well, Obito said with a sudden conviction, and Kushina gave him a smile. Ah, that's so sweet, she said, sitting up. Probably bullshit, but definitely sweet. Her face sank a little. But Mikoto didn't know about the mission. She hasn't had any time to prepare herself. Her first thought is gonna be that Sasuke left because of her. She'd probably be a little right about that, Obito said somewhat cruelly. Kushina regarded him with an admonishing look. You were planning to tell her, right? She said, and Obito shrugged. It's her son. It would have been cruel not to. Sure, Obito said without commitment. Kushina shrugged. Doesn't matter, she said. We'll tell her together. She held her hand out again, and Obito regarded it suspiciously, wary of another punch. Kushina laughed at his expression. Don't worry, I got my hit in. That's enough for a lifetime against you, Obito. Just take us to the compound, all right? He reached out, taking her hand, and they were suddenly inside the Uchiha compound. Uncle Obito. A younger Uchiha, a little girl with blonde hair, staggered back from them and dropped into a bow, startled by their sudden appearance. They'd almost popped into existence right on top of her. And Lady Kushina. She stuttered. Welcome home. Ari, Obito said warmly, tooling her hair as the girl protested. Where's Mikoto? Lady Mikoto? She's out training, Ari said, staring at the both of them with wide eyes. Number 37. Do you want me to dash? We'll go get her, Obito said with a smile, and Ari shyly smiled back. He shared a glance with Kushina, and could tell the both of them were thinking the same thing. It was probably for the best that Mikoto wasn't in the compound. Maybe even better if she'd already tired herself out with some training. As close to ideal as it could get. See you later, okay? Obito said, and the little girl smiled. Okay. She said brightly, and then he and Kushina were both sucked out of reality once more. 4 steps backwards, and they slipped into existence at the edge of a field. Just as they'd been told, Mikoto was there. They watched as she patiently practiced her shurikenjutsu, striking a post with relentlessly accuracy again and again from more than 50 meters away. Parts of the field were burned and cracked, and she was alone. Obito wondered if that wasn't the case more often than not nowadays. Maybe they'd have that in common. Kushina approached first, breaking from the tree line and calling out, "Mikoto!" The woman spun with an alarmed look, and Obito watched her face run through about 5 different emotions before settling on pleasant surprise at the sight of him and Kushina. She set down her shuriken and began walking towards them. Obito followed behind Kushina at a couple meters distance, wondering what the plan was. "Kushina," Mikoto said quietly, and Kushina gave her a guileless smile. "And Obito? What are you doing here?" "Mikoto," Kushina said, "we've got some news." Mikoto frowned at her tone, glancing back and forth between the two of them. "News?" she asked carefully. She was scared, Obito realized, and the revelation shocked him. Last time he'd seen her, she'd been indignant and composed, but now, here with just them in the field, she was scared. Did she think they'd been sent to kill her? This wasn't a sudden fear, but an omnipresent one that had been suddenly dug up. He stepped forward, and Kushina gracefully gestured to him. Obito frowned, trying to figure out how to fill the gap. How much was she allowed to know? Minato had trusted him with that judgment implicitly when he'd let him leave without instructions. Sasuke was on the same mission as Sakura now, he decided. The parents were the only ones allowed to know. That was sensible enough. "Mikoto," he said, measuring each word as she watched him with a steady dread and a dawning comprehension. Sakura was given a mission to infiltrate the Nation of Rain as a defector. She went slack, hand falling to her side. No. She already understood. Sasuke and Naruto found out, Obito continued. Mikoto began shaking. They were determined to go with her. They didn't want her to take on such a difficult mission alone. "And you let them?" Mikoto asked. Her voice was flat, lifeless. Sasuke thought his teammates were more important than the village. She looked down. "That's what happened. He's defected to Rain." Obito nodded, though Mikoto didn't see. She just stared at the ground. "Both my sons are traitors," she said. Kushina stepped forward, raising a hand. "Mikoto," she muttered. "It's Dash." Mikoto's head snapped up. Her Sharingan was active, bright red, and black in her pale face. Obito took a step back. Like a hunting cat, she launched herself forward. "You bastard," she hissed, striking out, and Obito didn't try to slip through it. For the second time that day he was struck in the jaw and stumbled back, his whole face aching. Mikoto followed through, lightning-fast footwork carrying her into range for another strike. This time, her fist slammed into his ribs. "Don't let me hit you, you piece of shit," she snarled. "You think that'll let you justify yourself?" She threw another 5 blows, and this time Obito let his reflexes take over, slipping through them and circling around her. She followed him, picture-perfect form, ready to tear his throat out the second he left himself open. "Mikoto dash," Kushina started to say, but Obito held up his hand. He could work with this. He didn't know how to tell someone he'd passed their son off to another country, but he knew how to fight. "You really want to do it this way?" he said. Mikoto responded by driving her fist clean through his face. "All right, if you say so." He shifted his head and drove his knee straight up into her gut, the force of the blow lifting her clear off the ground, and Mikoto gagged. She lashed out while still suspended in midair and the blow passed through him again. It was his choice, Obito said as Mikoto landed and scuttled away, zipping across the field and throwing stray shuriken at him as she went. He rotated, keeping her in front of him. "He didn't leave because of you, it was just to be with his team. You never should have let him go," she shouted, running through the hand signs for a fireball. She spat out an impressively large grand fireball and moved in its wake, shielding herself. Obito simply stepped through the jutsu, expecting to meet her on the other side. But even if Mikoto was met with anger, she wasn't stupid, and he cleared the fireball to find her in a shadow clone on the other side. They both lashed out at him, and Obito spun, one fist passing through him as he kicked the clone out of existence. He finished the rotation, coming around to clock the real Mikoto. And his eyes caught a glimpse of disturbed earth farther back along the charred path of the fireball as he lashed out. He went intangible at the last second, and Mikoto burst out of the ground as his fist passed through her second clone's chest, her strike going right through his stomach. "He's not like his brother," she said, refusing to hesitate even in the face of her hasty strategy failing. "He's not ready to be on his own." "That's ridiculous," Obito growled. He skipped back and focused, and a kunai leapt from his eye with terrific speed. It pierced through the remaining clone, popping it in a puff of smoke, and then he surged forward, slipping around Mikoto as she ran through more hand signs and locking his arms around her neck. "He won't be alone." Mikoto struggled, scratching at his strangling arms but unable to penetrate his steel arm guards. Obito could see Kushina looking concerned in the corner of his vision, but he didn't care. This had been inevitable, ever since that conversation in the temple's basement. Realizing that his arms couldn't be moved, Mikoto began hammering her elbows into Obito's ribs, trying to dislodge him. He grunted, feeling bruises form but refusing to move, and after a couple futile blows she roared, bucking her whole body and wrapping both hands around his arm. To Obito's surprise she curled, lifting his entire body into the air behind her, and then with another roar of effort flipped him head first over herself. His arms were stuck fast with chakra and so she went with him, but she was ready, landing on both feet and repeating the maneuver. They flipped head over heels for another 2 rotations before Mikoto suddenly adjusted her trajectory, landing at a sideways angle. Obito wasn't ready, and as they crashed to the ground together Mikoto finally managed to rip his arms away along with the top layers of the skin of her neck. Gasping for air and red in the face, she scrambled on top of him and pulled a fist back. Obito felt the cold shirty of the Kamui slip over him as she swung down, ready to slip out from under her. Then, impossibly, her fist slammed into his face. Obito's head slammed back into the ground, and he blinked at the sudden headache. His Kamui was active, but he'd still been hit. It was completely impossible. A drop of blood landed on his cheek, and he started at the sudden warmth. Before he could see where it had come from, Mikoto's fist crushed his nose, sending his head crashing into the earth once again. No Kamui. The reality was so shocking that he took 2 more punches to the face before he kicked up and struck Mikoto in the back of the head, knocking her forward into a roll and off of him. He rolled sideways and sprung to his feet, panting and dizzy. He could feel a migraine coming on, both sides of his head were definitely bruised, and his nose might have been broken. Mikoto was hardly any better off than him, wheezing through her bruised and bleeding throat and barely standing. Her knuckles were bloody. And so was her cheek, Obito saw. He blinked. There were 2 bloody tears running down from Mikoto's left eye, as red as her sherry non. He reached up and touched his own cheek, and pulled his hand back to find the same blood on his fingers. "You!" he gasped, trying to stay focused. He'd gotten cocky, he was lucky not to be unconscious after taking 4 strikes like that. Mikoto could shatter concrete with her bare hands. "That's impossible." Mikoto closed her eyes and wiped away the blood, leaving a smear of blood on her cheek. "I'm sorry," she said, her voice cracking. Her legs gave out and she collapsed, sinking to her knees. "Kushina, I'm sorry." "What happened?" Kushina asked from the sidelines. "Mikoto? You hit him. That's amazing." Mikoto ignored her. "Bring him back," she whispered, and Obito staggered towards her. "Please." She looked up at him with bloody eyes. "Obito, he's all I had left. Please, bring him back. You're the strongest in the clan, you're the only one who can." She reached out, clawing at his chest and drawing him closer. "You could do it by yourself. You could do anything, with those eyes." "I can't dash." "I can't," he echoed, sinking down to join her on the ground. It's his decision. The desperate look from the woman he'd wanted dead just days before tore his heart in half. "That's what we taught him," he said, carefully laying his hand on Mikato's shoulder as she began sobbing, her whole body shaking. You should be proud of him. He put his friends and the village ahead of himself. That's what you wanted, right? Mikato couldn't say anything. She just lay there, paralyzed by her sorrow, and cried. Obito drew back and Kushina replaced him, wrapping her arms around her friend as the other woman started wailing. Obito watched them both carefully. Kushina was her friend, but he hadn't known if Mikato was truly hers after the terrible things she'd told him about the coup. But if she'd had the Mangekyo Sharingan that whole time, that changed things. It meant that this whole time, she'd had a crucial piece of control hanging over Kushina, the Hokage, and the whole village, with no one the wiser. And she'd never used it. He would definitely have noticed. As Obito watched both women break down in tears, he wondered what else there was he didn't know that could change everything. ####. It spreads with a whisper. I don't think Team 7 came back, it starts. Mangekyo no Obito came back, but his team wasn't with him. Has anyone seen the Hokage's son? Has anyone seen that Uchiha genius? Has anyone seen the girl who woke up a demon during the Chunin exam? They're not dead, are they? Their teacher would have said something, the Hokage would be grieving. Their friends are the first to notice, within the day. They won't be able to come to terms with it for some time. All of them are still lingering on the now bitter memory of Sakura's party, where they all came together for the last time. Tenten is the only one who has something to hold on to, a lingering memory, words that bury themselves in her heart. You know you're my best friend, right? The whispers escalate to a shout within the week. That's when blame starts being cast. It's gotta be someone's fault, that's the one thing everyone agrees on. But whose? The Hokage's, or theirs, or Obito's, or someone else's entirely. Putting so much talent in one place was foolish, even though they were just 3 genin, the whole village reels, the future suddenly snatched away. Sakura's parents suffer, they had an impressive child on their hands, and they drove her away with their own conflicts. They bear it stoically, knowing the truth that their daughter loved them more than ever when she left, but it still hurts. It takes 3 nights, but eventually Mabuki cries herself to sleep as her husband sits quietly in their darkened living room, staring at nothing and wondering if the whispers are right. Naruto's parents suffer, the Hokage's own son running away is exactly as disastrous as it appears. No one doubts Minato Namikaze's ability in battle or in running the village, but now they start to wonder if anything was going on in his home that couldn't be seen from the outside. Why else would someone like Naruto, talented and beloved, leave? Sasuke's mother suffers, she doesn't receive any hatred, only pity, which for someone like Mikato is worse than poison. Both her sons are gone, along with her husband and half her clan and half her face. She's a shadow of a person, people say. I don't know if I could keep going in her position. The shame would just be too much for me. Unlike the others, Mikato can do nothing but move forward, trudging through her life with burning eyes and wondering if, despite what everyone has told her, this really was all her fault. If this was the result of her ambition. She's sure it is. Through it all, there's one question that consumes the village. It doesn't have an obvious answer, it won't for at least a month, and that makes it all the more painful and intriguing for everyone asking it. Where are Naruto Namikaze, Sasuke Uchiha, and Sakura Haruno? Where is Team 7? Check the description for the links to the author.